Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bob drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top three.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
It's time for the second weekend of the AWC, and today it's all about the EU. To cover all the action, we got Supatis, then Rookie, and Zico, who's probably muted right now, so we're going to give him a second to open up his microphone. Ven, let's kick it off by actually talking about everything that did happen last week when we actually did get to see this region. Obviously, we already saw some teams able to grab the first bit of points to start off the year. Were there any teams that really jumped off the page to you in EU?
Well, I mean, it's got to be a story of, once again, Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. Last weekend, we saw Method Black, claim first victory for the season, winning in a very close series against Wildcard Gaming. And this has kind of been the story of Europe for quite some time now. But there have been some new teams that have kind of come in, made an excellent name for themselves. I mean, Bergen Boys last week, we saw them, playing a lot of different cleave setups, including Windwalker Death Knight. That being said, I mean, that team didn't even make it to the top 8 this week. So obviously the competition is very fierce, and I'm curious to see if once again Method Black and Wildcard Gaming can kind of pull it ahead, or if anyone can kind of challenge them in that top 2 position.
Yeah, I mean, when you really do look at the standings, already there are some big surprises. Bergen Boys probably had one of the biggest upsets in the tournament last weekend to actually kick things off. But when you do look on the left side of the standings, the really good side of the standings to be on, Bergen Boys, Enigma, and Light, and Dendy are all teams that I think maybe you would make some arguments that you didn't necessarily expect to see them have that guaranteed spot on the top end of the standings. So, Zico, let's actually take a look at all of those squads, because I know that there are kind of some rumblings of changes, even with the squads that have made some of the good positions on these EU standings.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like on the top side of the bracket, wait, I'm not muted, right?
I think we're good.
Okay, just making sure. I feel like on the top side, I mean, let's be honest, Wildcard and Method, we're kind of expecting them to be there, but Enlight, it's hard to place them in the top 4, to be honest. And so the same thing goes for My Way, which is another jungle by Hydra. So it's kind of surprising to see both of these like kind of jungle one-trick teams do so well, but also in the lower bracket, like you guys mentioned, some of the teams that we kind of have been seeing more and more, like the Bergen Boys, are just not even here. So definitely a lot of strong teams, and there's so many good teams as well that don't even make it to top 8. Like AWC, like former BlizzCon champions and stuff. So the competition is just getting more and more fierce.
Yeah, you talk about jungles. That makes me want to for a second kind of take a look at the entirety of the meta. The thing with jungles that we saw kind of right off the rip, though, was we have some really good jungle teams. I mean, you mentioned 2 of them in EU. If you think about NA, you also think about Dilly's team potentially. But there is a limit to how far even the best jungles seems like they're going to be able to go in this tournament. You eventually are going to run into a composition you just can't take down. What do you think of the meta overall, though, Supatis, for anyone who maybe didn't get to watch the first week, maybe missed some of the action, maybe isn't up to date on everything that is going on? What's your hot take on the meta right now?
Mistweaver Monk. I mean, if you haven't already made a Mistweaver Monk, you should probably make a Mistweaver Monk. They're very good right now in Arena. I think they're also doing pretty well in Mythic Plus, so this is kind of like the year, the patch of the Monk, basically. Even the jungle cleaves are playing Mistweaver. That's kind of how they've adapted to this long, extended matchups that they get into the Warlock Monk teams. They have to bring a Monk of their own. I really like the parallel between Enlight and My Way, because Zuniaki and Hydra actually have such like a long-standing history with each other, and they're both effectively playing the same strategies. So I would love to see Hydra versus Zuniaki, a My Way versus Enlight at some point in this tournament. It could happen if they somehow manage to beat Method Black and they manage to beat Wildcard Gaming at the same time. I don't know if that's that's possible, but
yeah, let's take a
otherwise-
look at that, because you already did start to paint some of the potential things that could happen. Let's take a look at our bracket today. And as Super Tease was mentioning, Wildcard going to be going up against My Way in the top portion of the bracket, as well as Method Black versus Enlight. And Sid, like you were talking about, this is, we did have an upset last week with the Bergen Boys on the top side of the bracket, with Wildcard Gaming in particular. The bracket looked relatively similar in that regard, but this one seems like it's having lightning strike twice in the same place.
I guess I'm actually curious what Wildcard will play, because the composition that has stomped most of these jungles is Destro, Mistweaver, and Fire Mage, or even Frost Mage, but mostly Fire Mage. And Wildcard technically doesn't have that. Their wizard comp has been the Boomkin Elemental, and that's what they've run to beat melee cleaves. But jungle is a little bit different of a melee cleave because it has crowd control, and if you can isolate the Elemental Shaman or the Balance Druid, they may be susceptible to just going down with a crowd control chain. So I'm very curious what composition. In the past, we've seen them play Warrior Mage, and they've actually, I remember Blizzo specifically just tunneling the Discipline Priest against jungle sometimes. So they could just go with their main comp, the Warrior Mage Mistweaver. If they do, I think jungle could win that matchup. This is actually a case where I actually think My Way has a chance into Wildcard Gaming, at least composition-wise. Experience-wise, Wildcard Gaming have way more recent practice with each other than My Way, so you definitely have to give that to them.
I just do want to let you guys know too, we're obviously very excited because we didn't even talk about half of the matchups right now. This is just stuff that we were talking about on the upper side of the bracket. This is of course a double elimination tournament, so if those teams do lose, they drop down to the lower side of the bracket, where we already have Go Next, Sky 7, Coffin Dance, and We Rave You waiting, where they are going to be facing elimination when we do watch those series. So keep that in mind. We actually start off in the lower side of the bracket as well with Go Next versus Sky 7. So we'll talk about that matchup in just a second. I do want to answer one thing that I did see in the chat just a little bit. A few people were asking about some of the North American teams and where they actually are. Just so you do know, today is all about EU. Tomorrow, that's when we get to take a look at the North American teams for the first time this weekend. And then on Sunday, we have 2 championships. We crown the best team from the EU region and the NA region. But guys, we're going to jump right into this one. We're going to go into it a little bit hot. We didn't get to talk about these teams too much just because there is just so much going on here. This weekend's going to be a bunch of fun. Can't wait to get the gates open right now. It's going to be Go Next versus Sky 7. Let's jump down to the action for the blind pick on the Grand Arena.
All right, here we go. Go Next. Actually, we're seeing some adaptations here I wouldn't normally expect. We have Ratipi on a Holy Paladin, normally playing that Discipline Priest. And not only that, a big surprise, at least to me, is Fried Kitty not playing Frost Mage. I mean, we've seen him in the past basically exclusively play Frost Mage. He's going to be playing Fire here with the Rogue Mage Paladin, which is pretty standard. I think Sky 7, what they're bringing is, this is a decent matchup for them as that Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver. This is definitely one of those matchups that could go either way.
All right, let's get it underway. The first elimination round of the day. Sky 7 eliminated AWC, previous BlizzCon champions. They're newcomers to the tournament scene, a 3-player roster. What can they do here against BlizzCon competitor Ratipi, picking up that Holy Paladin in game 1? Cheap shot to set Fried Kitty up. Will he be able to change it into a polymorph? He does. Beautiful swap of crowd control. Perfect setup here onto the Windwalker Monk, but Radan is there with the anti-magic zone, negating a lot of the pressure. However, the Rogue Mage Paladin is running that Gladiator's Maledict trinket, and I'm curious if they can use that to try and absorb some of this incoming healing. Beautiful Ring of Peace and a double leg sweep. Excellent counter aggression from Sky 7, followed up with huge damage. Ratipi responds, trading out the Ultimate Sacrifice and Avenging Wrath. Both these teams are looking evenly matched just seconds in.
Yeah, it's looking good. Actually, Leo Lulu on the Windwalker Monk, he's going to be playing the Ride the Wind honor talent, so trying to basically counter Spite if Ashley and Fried Kitty were playing that. But Go Next, unfortunately for Sky 7, they're not going to be running that Spite trinket. Actually, they are, so the Ride the Wind preemptive, this is a bit strange. They drop the Spite on the Ride the Wind, so they're not going to be getting full value from that. Nicely done by Leo Lulu, but I don't know if it's going to matter. The blind sap pre-life cocoon coming in, and now Leo Lulu could be in a lot of trouble. He does have the karma. rolling away. Doesn't look like the corruption stacked up too high, and it seems like with that preemptive cocoon as well as that touch of karma, it's going to be up to Sky 7 to just get counter pressure and the first and potentially only ice block from Fried Kitty. A great counter push and great play there by Sky 7.
Swap over to Ashley on that rogue, trying to force more cooldowns from Go Next. Double leg sweep, setting them up beautifully here. Touch of Death is rolling. How is Ratify going to deal with it? Is it going to be a Blessing of Protection? He's trying to hold on to it for now, but it could be a big connective damage. They grip Fried Kitty out of line of sight. Going for the DR stun to try and finish the job, but it's not enough damage to do so. Ratify picking his team back up with the Avenging Wrath. Counterspell sniped in onto the Mistweaver. Leo could be in trouble, but he pre-walls the incoming stun. Beautiful defensive communication from the team of Sky 7. A newcomer 3-player roster. They're playing phenomenally at this point. They are running a bit low on cooldown, so they need to keep up their aggression here. They've initiated crowd control. Unfortunately, the chain is broken. No follow-up out of that paralyze. Ratify goes for a big heal on very low health. Not even looking too big through the pressure of Sky 7. Ratify needs to pick up Fried Kitty as soon as possible, or it's going to likely be his cauterize. Interrupted on Polymorph, unable to blink. They stun up the Windwalker desperately. Radan leading the charge here. We saw a thing from beyond spawn onto Radan. I'm curious how much corruption he's actually wearing. Deciding to play the Gushing Wounds build here on that Death Knight, whereas the Windwalker is focused on versatility. It makes a lot of sense. You know the Windwalker's going to be the target. Let the Death Knight maximize his damage with his corruption instead.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where if you're a class that has a really good defense, and Unholy Death Knights do, you can get away with not using the versatility and trying to just go for the Gushing Wounds, and that's going to allow him to put out a ton of damage. Whereas Leo Lulu, I mean, right now he's just so defensively geared. He's got Battle Masters, Lingering Psychic Shell, just basically, 6 defensive cooldowns he can rotate through to try to survive against Go Next. And if he rotates them properly, I just don't see him going down. Fried Kitty in the meantime taking a huge hit of damage. Ratify caught into a stun, and now once again Sky 7 seems to be in the driver's seat of this match. Fried Kitty using both of his displacements to try to get away, but still Radan, Leo Lulu, they are all over him. He does get a big heal from Ratify. Ratify saving the day there with the ultimate sacrifice and his Avenging Wrath. In terms of mana, Ratify a bit behind right now, but they're actually making a big swap over to Awbreak. Are they going to be able to take him down? The anti-magic zone should be enough, but they're kind of just pushing through. Ashley actually trinkets out aggressively. Awbreak could fall. He's down to 10% health. Can he get away? The Dragon's Breath needs to just get some healing on himself. He portals away with the Transcendence and gets behind the pillar, heals himself to full, but that was quite a close call there, Sid.
Oh, Touch of Death rolling. Bless your protection for Ratify just in the nick of time. Triple crowd control by Go Next. They need to finish in this kidney shot. Do they have enough damage to do so? They drop one Gladiator Spite, a bit peculiar there. Not going to be coordinated with any of the others. Blinding Light, though, onto the Mistweaver, still crowd controlled. Leo has some answers if he needs to trade. It doesn't look like he even needs to. Ratify opting to break out of Paralyze with his Gladiator's Medallion. He could be susceptible to a leg sweep in the near future. Touch of Karma to trade out and stay aggressive while his healer is locked out. Beautiful leg sweep onto 2 targets. Ratify now has to Divine Shield, but he just can't keep up with the damage. He's 2 seconds away from his Avenging Wrath. Cauterize is triggered 1 second away. Is Ratify going to pop it immediately? He does, but he gets crowd controlled instantaneously on it. 2 members of his team down to half. Leo leading the charge with the Flying Serpent Kick. Orb just going to pre-Life Cocoon to get his Windwalker on target and finish this game out. Beautiful coordination from Sky 7. I love the preemptive plays from their side. They didn't really make any mistakes in terms of overlapping either, and this is looking like a strong newcomer.
Yeah, I mean, a very fun team to watch. I really loved watching Leo, Lulu rolling around on that monk. That was a lot of fun to see. But let's actually talk about both of these squads, right, Zico? Because we didn't get to really dive in to everything that we're seeing right now because, as Sid already mentioned, we have a new coming squad, but also we have a very different team here for Ratify as well. Let's start with the victors coming out of this one, though, and actually break down what happened.
Dude, it's the...
Oh, Zico!
Are you serious?
Zico!
Dude, I actually... You're doing it intentionally at this point, I swear.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
Oh my God.
Well, basically, there was no overlaps. It was a clean defense. Sky 7, they just held on, held strong, didn't allow, any cracks in their defense to happen, and they're able to respond very well to the spites as well with that Ride the Wind. And eventually they were able to take down Fried Kitty on that Fire Mage.
Okay, so we talk about new teams, Super T's. We have a lot of new teams actually all of a sudden stepping up with how many teams have actually been signing up. I'm still laughing at Zico being muted. But Sid, I mean, the dynamic has been very interesting to actually see how many new teams have been trying to jump onto that tournament realm, get access to all of the juiciest gear possible, and just see what they really do have, Sid.
One thing that's interesting is Dendi, who's been making it into the top 8, even in the community events, didn't make it to the top 8 here, and they were eliminated by Go Next. And Dendi pretty much exclusively runs that Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver. Perhaps they were lured into bringing in their Warrior in that series, and they ended up losing Warrior Mage versus Rogue Mage or something along that lines. But Go Next also has a strong Shadow Priest Rogue. They play similar compositions to Golden Guardians in that regard. Well, just one similarity, the Shadow Priest Rogue. And I'm wondering if they utilized the Shadow Priest Rogue against Dendi in that series, and this could be kind of maybe a precursor to Golden Guardians' potential tomorrow in the North American tournament, because they have that composition. Right now, that Rogue Mage Paladin, it didn't look too great from them overall. I mean, I wasn't. There was no solid spite setup that I saw. There was amazing like pre-ride the winds from the Windwalker. I am wondering if they are going to go back to their Shadow Priest Rogue after game 1.
How do you feel about that, Ben?
Well, yeah, I would say they definitely weren't coming with the cleanest gameplay in number 1, but I mean, that being said, this is an extremely, in my opinion, an extremely hard composition for the Rogue Mage Paladin to deal with. I mean, especially you're playing against a Windwalker Monk. Essentially, your only targets in the match are the Windwalker Monk and the Mistweaver Monk. And I think if the Mistweaver Monk plays it right and gears right, and the Windwalker Monk plays it right and gears right, it is just really difficult to push through just the amount of defensive cooldowns you can rotate through. So for, you know, Leo in that matchup, he's got the Lingering Psychic Shell, the powerful tank trinket from the Zost that can keep him alive. He's playing Battle Masters, he's playing Fortifying Brew, he has Diffuse Magic, he has Touch of Karma, so there's just a lot of defensive cooldowns, and if you're not overlapping them, it seems really hard to push through as the Rogue Mage Paladin, unless you're using the Spike Trinket. And it seems like most of the Rogue Mages, if not all of them, are only finding success in a lot of these matchups against these like very durable, you know, Windwalkers and Warriors and Mistweavers when they are utilizing the Spike Trinket. And I think if you're not setting that up well, I just don't see the win condition for Rogue Mage.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thing to bring up. I do need to bring up something that's not important to bring up at all, but just a bunch of people in chat going, man, Zico just he's just baiting you. Like, you guys are too easy. Oh man, he's doing this joke again. It's not a joke. This is real life. This is actually real life, man. Like, people in the chat are like, yeah, Zico got all of you. It's like, no.
I did.
Zico didn't play you. Zico played himself. Let's talk about what the teams are going to be playing, though, because the compositions have been locked in. Go Next and Sky 7. Zico, what do you think of this matchup on Hook Point?
I think it's a good map for Rogue Mage, for sure. You want to have, you know, basically doing a hit and run strategy is very good on this map. The pillars are very small. It's going to be pretty easy for the Mage to land some polymorphs, you know, with that Shimmer. And hopefully they're going to be able to, you know, connect. Another good thing as well is that the Paladins kind of travel to get a Hammer of Justice isn't very far. You know, he can just kind of use his Divine Steed, run in, hodge his target, and then run back to his original healing position. So this is a great map. It's what I would have picked as well if I was in Go Next. But they basically, I think it's a lot of it is going to come down to the opener here. We want to see Go Next force out a Gladiator Medallion from either the Mistweaver or the Windwalker here in the opener. That's going to allow them to kind of get that momentum where all of a sudden they can kind of accelerate the game, smoke bomb on who doesn't have Trinket or blind him and set up a new spite. That's when the game gets rolling. So the opener is going to be key.
All right, you heard it from Zico. We got to be paying attention to this opener. It is definitely going to be that omen of what is to come in this matchup. Sky 7 going to be leading by 1. Let's get these gates open.
Let's see if Go Next decides to go all in here in game number 2. Otherwise, Sky 7 might be taking an early lead to match point. The gates have opened. They really need to get a sap and a spite from Stealth if they're still going to be running the spite strategy here in game number 2, but they're not going to find it. Ashley is sniped out of Stealth. That is devastating for Go Next. How are they going to pick themselves up from this starting point, Ben?
I don't know. I mean, Raden, he literally ran in, got all 3 members in combat immediately, so definitely not the best start here for Go Next. Now in a stun, Fried Kitty getting absolutely destroyed. Paralyzed on Radopi. He uses this trinket and the ultimate sacrifice in order to get, that defensive cooldown onto Fried Kitty and keep him alive, preventing him from using Ice Block. But still, Leo, Lulu, Raden, they're going to be pushing forward. They're going to be getting that damage rolling onto Fried Kitty. Does get topped off. Radopi with his Avenging Wrath. This provides him massive healing, but still, it just seems like pressure in favor of Sky 7. Finally, a blind coming in. Orbre, he's going to immediately trinket that in order to free himself from crowd control, and that's a good trade. Use your Gladiator's Medallion on the blind. Just don't allow the Rogue Mage to get any pressure, and you can see Sky 7, their aggression is just relentless.
All right, are they going to be able to set up a swap to the Mistweaver in the near future? Already having to Ice Block. Insane pressure from Sky 7, and I think it's Radopi's build. He's decided to go for Conflict and Strife Major to get the Divine Favor, but he is losing out on an insane amount of healing, not having the Vision of Perfection. Avenging Wrath is really what makes Paladin, be it Ret or Holy, powerful at the moment, and his Avenging Wrath uptime is so limited without that Vision of Perfection Major. His healing is just so lackluster. He needs 11 more seconds to get to the next round of Avenging Wrath. Fried Kitty currently interrupted on critically low health, 6 seconds away from it. Fried Kitty looking for Desperation. Polymorph's not finding them. Ashley's on a solo mission to try and kill the Mistweaver. Fried Kitty and Radopi move in. It's do or die to take down Orbre right now. Kidney shot into Hammer of Justice. Good stun lock chain here into the silence, into a Dragon's Breath, but not enough damage to do the job. Orb now going to transcend this away. Fried Kitty getting a beating here with that Drestigat trinket popping off. This could be the Cauterize. Radopi crowd controlled. He breaks out, but Cauterize triggers. He has to now overlap Blessing and Protection. They switch over to the Rogue. They could just drop him as well. Evasion, everything thrown out by Go Next in one assault. Sky 7 have a huge lead.
Wow, this is so much pressure here. Full Polymorph though. Leo could be in some trouble. Will be the lingering Psychic Shell that keeps Leo in the fight, as well as that anti-magic zone, and that's going to allow him to be more than durable in the situation. And now, once again, Go Next, there's really nothing left in terms of defensive cooldowns. Radopi has his ultimate sacrifice, but the pressure is unrelenting. Touch of Death is rolling. Fried Kitty could be in some trouble. Blessing of Protection does land. Radopi burning through the last little bit of his defense to keep Fried Kitty in the fight. Now, switching over to Orbre. Go Next is looking for a moment, but Ashley caught into a stun, could just absolutely get destroyed. Radopi trading the ultimate sacrifice, and now literally has no defensive cooldowns left. I feel like Sid, right now, Go Next is in so much trouble.
Sky 7, this Death Knight, is wearing Gushing Wounds pretty much on every single piece of gear. That's why we occasionally see a Thing from Beyond spawn. The pressure that he's getting from it on that Unholy Death Knight is insane at the moment. Radopi is really struggling, 2 seconds away from his Avenging Wrath. He's playing out in midfield. As soon as it comes off cooldown, he's pressing that, activating his wings. His healing will be increased for some time. Now, will the Windwalker Death Knight decide to play defensive and wait for that cooldown to be over? They do need to be careful. Their Mistweaver with no Gladiator's Medallion is susceptible to a swap, and that's exactly what Go Next are going after. The weakest link right now. Radopi needs to get there for the hammer. Lays down the hammer, but he left a global cooldown in between, so Orbre was able to get Fortifying Brew. Now he's rolled to safety. Actually now rolling right back in. It seems like he's not afraid. He's pushing for the game-winning crowd control. Leg sweep secured. Fried Kitty drops. Sky 7 move to match point. And it's looking like this series isn't even going to be a contest for them if Go Next don't step up.
And let's actually unmute our microphones right now and start all the way back at the opener, because Zico, I know that this was one of the things that, right when we jumped in, you said we need to be watching the opener. What happened there, and how did that set up for Sky 7 to be able to get themselves on match point?
Well, gotta make sure. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. I got your back.
So, thanks. I could tell. So they got AoE'd out there in the start, and that's one of the downsides of Hook Point, right? It's a very small map, so there's less area for the rogues to kind of hide. But if you run in and the DK runs in, it's very likely that you get AoE'd out. So you kind of have to be a little careful when you're the rogue. But at the same time, as the rogue in Ashley's defense, you also have to rush the opener so they don't get in combat on your team. So it's a little tricky. Unfortunately for the Rogue Mage team here, they weren't able to get that opener. And you know, when you play Rogue Mage and you're starting the game on the back foot, it's very hard to kind of get that momentum rolling. So eventually they got just kind of crushed. You know, a few defensive overlaps as well from Rattapie and Fried Kitty didn't really help their case.
Yeah, I know that there was a moment in this game as well that you wanted to review with everybody right now. What is that moment?
This is just like during the ending of the game, kind of just thought it was a pretty nice setup. I like what Sky 7 had been doing throughout the game in general. They went on Fried, they forced out Carterize, they went on Fried and forced out, you know, the bubble on Rattapie and Bobs. They did a couple of swaps to the Rogue, and then here in the end they just had a nice clean leg sweep setup with, you know, all cooldowns active and no defensives to respond on the side of the Rogue Mage. So. Sky 7 definitely bringing the heat so far.
Now, I do want to actually as well just kind of talk about Go Next and this roster and kind of what we think about it, because Venruki, when we look at Rattapie, quite a history in AWC. I remember the first time that we really saw Rattapie pop off was when we were it was at Gamescom, right? In Germany. It was probably the first time that we really saw him pop off. So yeah, so let's actually talk about kind of the legacy of Rattapie right now and how he ends up on this team.
Well, I mean, Rattapie kind of came into the scene with a really strong, I mean, he's kind of known as just this player that played a really, really aggressive rogue mage priest, and I became a fan of him. I think a lot of people did really quickly just because of the sheer nature of their playstyle. They played rogue mage, they played it really, really aggressive, more so than any other rogue mages we were seeing, and they did that for a long time. But Rattapie, I think he struggled for a little while just because he essentially only played the Discipline Priest. I think it's nice here that we are seeing him on the Holy Paladin. You can see a little bit more diversity in the lineup. And now, I mean, teaming up with Valet, Ashley, Fried Kitty, they do have some depth to this roster. So, of course, they have the Rogue Mage, they have the Shadow Priest Rogue, as well as the Mage Shadow Priest, which is something I know Fried Kitty and Valet have played quite a bit of. I'll have to see if they can actually implement that. Rattapie potentially needing to play the Mistweaver Monk. I kind of wonder how, like, Mage Shadow Priest Mistweaver would do into this composition. Maybe something they want to try on a larger map. But I think just in general, looking at this matchup, I think they need to try to punish the Death Knight a little bit more. If they're going to be playing Spike Trinkets and he's going to be playing basically no defense, all gushing wounds, over corrupting, like, that has to be a better target than the Windwalker Monk, who's literally running every defensive talent voice you could possibly run. But I want them to kind of experiment. I feel like right now they're kind of sticking to a script, and that script isn't working at all. So I'd like to see them, you know, show some flexibility in their strategy and try to just go after the Death Knight potentially a little bit more, or just completely change their composition.
Supatis, would you agree with that?
I mean, it could be a good punish with the Spite Trinket, but I think Radan, like, his gear is maxed out for all damage, but his talents aren't. Like, he's running Lichborn. It's really difficult to kill a Death Knight as Lichborn because you're almost always getting out of every leg sweep. So you're never going to stun them. If you can't stun them in the Spite, they just Lichborn, Death Advance, walk through your Ring of Peace, get out of the Spite, and then they Death Strike a couple times. Right? And they're going to be okay. It could... I just feel like anytime I see a Death Knight get targeted by Rogue Mage, like, what was this? There was one scenario where literally the Death Knight got blind sapped in Spite and had no way to get out of it, and literally nothing happened, which is, like, mind-blowing, because usually if you get blind sapped in Spite, like, it's usually game over, but a Death Knight is, like, one of the few classes that can survive. But he's also running Conflict Major, so he's taking less damage in every kidney shot, like, although I guess he's not running the versatility amps, so maybe it's not as much versatility. They could experiment with it. I'd honestly rather see them play a different comp. Your idea makes a lot of sense. Go to a big map, try the Mage Shadow Priest, try and Wizard them. I think if they ran like a Shadow Priest with Mind Trauma, and maybe even a full Haste Shadow Priest rather than versatility, and then a Fire Mage for greater Pyro, and you have two threats, it's kind of like a, I don't know if I want to call it a budget version of Mage Lock. It could actually be just as good as Mage Lock in this particular matchup, because they know this team only plays one comp. So if they can just switch over to the Wizard setups that we've seen other teams win, I mean, we see Boomkins winning in Wizard Cleaves against Windwalker Death Knights. So I think that's something I'd like to see first from them. Ooh. Then when they lock in a small map, maybe that's when you make a change. Try something else, maybe the Rogue Mage again.
This is interesting.
I would prefer to see the Shadow Priest. Okay, they are going to do it.
Yeah.
With the Priest.
But
so they got the double Priest.
Yeah, let's actually... go ahead, Ven.
I was just gonna say, I feel like this is something that's kind of unique to them. I've played this composition before, actually, a little bit with Healing Stat and Truskis. It was actually really fun. So, in the past, the Discipline Priest, well, even right now, it provides additional damage. So I would say Shadow Priest Frost Mage doesn't have the most amount of damage, the most amount of burst damage, but you have really good crowd control. The cool thing about adding a Discipline Priest is that you have even more damage. So all of a sudden, you have a Discipline Priest who can provide, penance, smites, Shadow Word Pain to do additional burst on their goes, and potentially even the Dark Archangel. So that might be the damage they need to actually push over this Windwalker Death Knight. The problem is, I feel like Discipline Priests struggle on mana quite a bit. So if they're not taking down Sky 7 quickly, I think if Sky 7 is just putting out consistent damage onto Valet or even, onto Fried Kitty, Rattapie is really going to struggle long-term, keeping them alive and kind of going toe-to-toe on mana against this Mistweaver Monk coming in from Sky 7.
Yeah, Zico, how much of a timer is Go Next going to be on the sands of Tolvaron Arena?
Actually, I think Go Next are the ones holding the timer. I think Sky 7 are on a timer because I don't think they can actually die that easily until the game kind of goes late. I think they need to Rattapie before that happens. I could see them also killing Rattapie on that Discipline Priest. So I think he needs to be a little scared.
Okay, yeah, so he's definitely going to be the target potentially here. But
it's him or Valet.
Well, keep in mind, I mean, how great it is to see Go Next able to go to this composition, right? We talk about the history of Rattapie. It was playing on this Priest. You talk about Valet. I mean, Valet is such an incredible competitor, finds himself in some weird situations where sometimes he's on rosters and we don't get to see him fully utilized. Now, it's time for him to step up to the plate next to Rattapie on that Priest and Fried Kitty on the Mage. Are they going to be able to keep themselves in this tournament, or is Sky 7 going to close it out here?
I mean,
it's been kind of... I was going to say, it's been kind of like a saying for us on the caster, that's Sid, where anytime Valet is on a team, and that team isn't playing Valet, we just want them to have Valet in instead, because he just somehow makes these compositions work really well.
I mean, he's BlizzCon finalist Shadow Priest. He's insane at Shadow Priest. I mean, I would compare like WizKid and Valet easily. Like, I would love to see the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman mirror between Golden Guardians and Go Next. Maybe a former iteration of Go Next, or maybe a Shaman main, whereas Rattapie might need a little bit of work on his Shaman, but he is definitely an insane Shadow Priest. And you see Sky 7, this is the Tolvaron story where they play melee classes, right? So they have to be up in their face. They have to run right up to their opponents. But if you run right up to your opponent on Tolvaron, then you leave one of the casters open to free cast. And if they're free casting, you're probably going to die. So what the Death Knight teams have as an opt is to just wait at the box. This is what they're doing. They're waiting at the box. If somebody gets a little bit too close to them, they might death grip them back behind the box, stun them, and try and burst them down. Or they're just trying to put some time on the clock. And they do want to go after the Discipline Priest, a very aggressive strategy. I actually kind of like this on this map in particular. Just go for the all-in, try and close the game out. I mean, you might have like a 10% chance to win the game instantly. And if you don't, oh well, it's Tolvaron and you're a melee cleave. Like, really big deal there. So I actually do like the go after the healer option.
I don't think Rattapie should be anywhere near them, to be honest with you. They got paint suppression so early on, but here we go. Go Next. They're actually going to be pushing in crowd control onto Orbre, and right now Rodin could be taking a little bit of damage, but on that Death Knight is going to be feeling relatively durable. Anti-Magic Zone actually drops, and this is a trade for the Icy Veins. Nice knock! Rodin's going to actually just fall right now! Beautiful plays. Rattapie with the Shining Force is going to be knocking him out of the protection of that Anti-Magic Zone. And Go Next. That was a beautiful go coming in from them, and I don't think Sky 7 really anticipated that setup at all.
It feels like it's been a little while. We talked about how Rattapie did capture everybody's hearts the first time around, the young rat. And he's going to do it in style yet again. He's going to be able to keep them in this tournament. Zico, let's talk about how.
Sky 7 just kind of throwing extremely hard in general. I mean, I'm going to call them out. They played good the first two games. I called it out. And now they played pretty horrible. So I'm going to call that out as well. Delay goes in behind a pillar. There's a DK on the opposite side chasing a Disc Priest. Just killed. Like, if you're 3 melees, or 2 melees and a healer, and you're behind the pillar, and there's a Shadow Priest that walks in, what's 1+1? Like, just kill him. Instead, they tank a double fear. Then they don't stop the polymorph when Fried Kitty goes for the sheep out of the Shadow Priest stun on the healer. So the Shadow Priest fears into a stun, into a sheep. No one stops it. And then also they under-respond heavily with their cooldowns, using only anti-magic zone. I don't know. It's a pretty big throw.
Okay, yeah. So you're kind of throwing it more on mistakes from Sky 7 than Go Next playing out of their minds.
I think Go Next played it well, but I also think Sky 7 completely dropped the ball.
Okay,
It's a mix. Like one team obviously did play good, but also another team could have, like, if they just stopped the poly, like, that's it. That's literally all they needed to do. They could have just paralyzed.
What do you think maybe did cause Sky 7 to not play as well as they did in the first games? Do you think it's just not being ready for the aggression that a comp like the one Go Next brought can bring?
I think that inexperience against this comp. I don't think the Monk was running Vitality Conduit as well. There's like just a lot of things that if they know how this comp plays, the only way the Shadow Priest Mage wins is with a super long CC chain like that. They need to get a Fear, they need to get Sheep, and then they need to have, stun and silence from the Shadow Priest in addition to that, usually to land kills. And I feel like that just shouldn't happen because you're playing a comp that doesn't have the lockdown to kill somebody even when you get that CC chain. If you use your stun on the healer, well, you're not going to have a stun for the DPS. So I feel like any damage that the DK takes is because he's being too aggressive.
I keep seeing, like, it's the new trash talk right now. Anytime somebody loses, somebody in chat goes, they're just farming echoes right now. It's like what? It's actually so funny. It's my favorite thing that I've seen in the chat so far today. But the games already have been very, very good to watch in this series. We've seen Go Next make some changes in the compositions that they bring. Now we know Blackrook Hold is going to be the next map. That was locked in by Sky 7. If you don't know how the format does work, when you're coming off of a loss, first you start off with the blind pick into Grand Arena. Then after that, if you're coming off the loss, you start the draft by getting to pick the map. Then the next team, the team that you're playing against, who just got the victory, is going to lock in their composition, and then you get to lock in as the team who did lose your composition with complete information, and then you get to rock and roll from there. Sky 7 still is going to be on match point. Go Next, trying to extend this all of the way to a game 5 to decide it. They need to pull off the reverse sweep, and now they are going to be bringing the Shadow Priest, the Frost Mage, and Ratipai is going to be going back on the Monk for Blackrook Hold. Sid, why do you think he's going back to the Monk here?
He doesn't want to die on a small map as a Discipline Priest. I think so. I think that's the main plan there. Mistweaver has also still got knockback, so you can knock out of the anti-magic zone with the Ring of Peace. It brings similar utility. It's he could still die in a stun, which is what I'm worried about. He might just get gripped and then die in a stun. That's likely to be Sky 7's strategy here, as long as they're not shook up too much by that last game. And they shouldn't be too shook up because even if they lose here, they've still got one more game. So they've got like a little bit of breathing room to be cheeky and be a bit aggressive. But Ratipai's going to lose out on a lot of damage not running the Discipline Priest. I mean, he was playing his Disc Priest with full Gushing Wound. Like, he went just full YOLO, just, I'm going to kill something this game. And that's probably why the other team really didn't see that much pressure coming, because, I mean, it's a Frost Mage. You're like, it's a Frost Mage. Like, he's going to slow us. He's going to be really annoying, but he's not going to kill us. But I think Ratipai's damage really had a big impact in that last game, and they're not going to have that this time.
Yeah, Ben, what do you think's actually going to happen when we do get to Blackrook Hold?
I don't know. Well, I mean, I feel like Sky 7, like Zico was kind of alluding to, I mean, if they play well defensively, I think they should last a lot longer in this matchup. Actually, I guess I don't mind the Mistweaver Monk, but I just feel like when Ratipai's on the Discipline Priest and they have like that extra, the X factor of, having the Dark Archangel and the Discipline Priest damage, that's that extra damage that can kind of surprise a team like Sky 7 and take them down. I think that surprise and the fact that Go Next is really the only team that plays the Shadow Priest, Frost Mage, Discipline Priest, I was liking it, it looked good for them. I mean, even if they didn't win in that setup, they had really good burst damage. The Discipline Priest just works really, really nice in that composition. Obviously, there's got to be a reason why they're switching to the Mistweaver Monk. I feel like Rattapie would way rather play his comfort pick with the Discipline Priest. Maybe he just is really afraid of getting trained down, or maybe there's a different composition we don't know about that Sky 7 can run. But yeah, the Mistweaver Monk obviously going to be a lot less offensive, but it should be able to keep Valet and Fried Kitty in the match going a lot longer.
Now, Zico.
And the Priest.
Sorry to cut you off there for a second.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, Zico, I know that you queue with the young Rat quite a bit. I know that you're no stranger to what he's able to do, even firsthand. Now, my question is, we've talked quite a bit about, Rattapie for a very long time got criticism for not being the best multi-classer. With where things stand right now, how do you feel he really does perform as a multi-classer? How do you feel like he does look on things like the Monk?
I don't want to throw him too much under the bus, but I feel like I think he should focus on his Paladin as his secondary healer, because it makes the most sense with what his team runs and with the meta right now, and stay on his Priest as his main. I don't actually like that he picks up the Monk. I mean, sure, it's a great meta pick, but I feel like he's better on his Paladin compared to his Monk. And I think that if he does play his Paladin, they're going to have better success, just because Shadow Priest Mage Paladin is better than Shadow Priest Mage Monk, and Rogue Mage Paladin is also better, than like a Rogue Mage Monk. So I feel like it's just more effective if he does.
And all of these things are going to be very important to think about, but it can all come down to this map. Sky 7 trying to close out the series right here and right now.
Weird. Rattapie's running Maledict, but nobody else on his team is, so I'm wondering if they're going to bait a Dispel, or maybe wait for a Polymorph to be dispelled and then go for like a double Claw Maledict. Really big push on those trinkets. Triple Fear set up initially by Valet. Beautiful setup with the Polymorph by Fried Kitty, but they're actually going on the Mistweaver. Bit of a surprise attack, and he's looking like he may just fall over. Huge damage into that Fortifying Brew, but Orbre holds on. The surprise attack from Go Next is going to fail, and now they're likely to be on the defense. Rattapie stunned up, swap over to Valet. Huge pressure from both sides, not even a minute in.
Yeah, Valet could be in some trouble here. We'll have to see how Rattapie deals with the situation. We've seen Sky 7 put out crazy amounts of damage in the first 2 games. Paralyzed now on Rattapie. Fried Kitty taking a little bit of heat here from Leo and Raden as they push forward. Valet trying to get that damage rolling. And I did see a thing from Beyond, so somebody is overcorrupted in this matchup, and I have a feeling, once again, it is going to be Raden. We'll have to see how much damage he's able to put out with that Gushing Wound if he's running that. I kind of like that, even though he died so early on in the last game, he's still willing to, overcorrupt and put out that massive damage we see from Unholy Death Knights running the Gushing Wound.
Alright, he's kind of running a mix. He's got some haste, some versatility, and some Gushing Wounds. This is kind of the first time I've seen someone mix all 3 together. Radan targeted, he Lichborn, so he's got some damage reduction here while his Mistweaver can't heal. Now with that focused T, he should top off, but no mind controlled on the cast. Nice mind control timing. They have to paralyze the Shadow Priest and retreat for a moment. Ring of Peace locks Rattapie around the corner on the ramp. Beautiful Ring of Peace into Rattapie. Double leg sweep. This is match point. Sky 7 looking to go all the way. But Rattapie's Life Cocoon denies the kill for now. However, Touch of Death is still available. But in the meantime, Orbra gets counterspelled. Leo could fall behind. He's going to activate Fortified Brew, make himself a little bit harder to kill. Raden, line of sights while he's disarmed and can't use Death Strike. Good positioning. Excellent map usage right now from the team of Sky 7. I love these grips and knocks. Pulling Fried Kitty into the room now, trying to burst him down. Rattapie was in position to save him. However, Rattapie's mana management at the moment not looking very solid. He may need to try and drink. This is why we see him rolling far from the fight. He's going to sit down, start eating. This will regenerate mana unless Sky 7 can move over and put him in combat, but that's very difficult to do when you're crossing the midfield against a mage and a Shadow Priest, and this is exactly what Go Next needed to do. They're massively behind on mana. They set themselves up for drinks, and now they can maintain themselves into the mid game.
Ooh, a nice double fear coming in from Valet. Where is the setup, though? Right now, Orbe, you can see, is just positioned so far away, really just trying to deny any sort of polymorph plays from Fried Kitty. I think it is going to be up to Valet to kind of set up Fried Kitty to get those polymorphs, but it is just so difficult sometimes. Fried Kitty looking for the polymorphs. If they can bait it a spell from Orbe, then that's when they can try to make plays with Maledict. If they have that available, you can kind of play around that as the Frost Mage since you have so much crowd control. And it's going to be taking quite a bit of damage as it looks like Sky 7 for the first time in the match. They're going to be retreating, actually gripping Valet in behind. Very nice Ring of Peace, pinning him against the wall. and not allowing Radopi to get too many heals off, but it just seems like he's going to be fine with the Vampiric Embrace, not overreacting or panicking in the situation. Vampiric Embrace is enough to keep him alive, and I think Sky 7, they're going to be feeling pretty comfy behind this gate right now, not in line of sight of Fried Kitty, and it looks like they're going to be willing to take this to dampening.
They're creating a little trap in the room here. Death gripping one of the wizards into the room and then ring of piecing them back behind the wall. That seems to be the main strategy for Sky 7. You can definitely tell that they don't have a lot of time against a composition like this. They're trying to make things up as they go, but they grip a Shadow Priest into their team. That's going to result in a triple fear, possibly a counter-aggression assault here from Go Next as Icy Veins is popped. Frozen Orb is down. Fried Kitty looks to max out his damage. Orb Ray anticipates it. Life Cocooning as Windwalker. Raden just doesn't take damage apparently on the swap, and they're looking A-OK from the push of Go Next. Now gripping Fried Kitty back into the room. Ring of Peace to try and lock him in, but he blinks right through the locked door back out into midfield. And both teams will stabilize. If we take stock of the cooldowns after the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds, not too much of significance. No ice blocks forced, no void shift. These are the very long cooldowns that you may only see once or possibly twice in a game. These are the cooldowns that you want to get before dampening if you're Sky 7. On the opposite side, no anti-magic zone forced. Really nothing of significance. There's no opening for either side at the moment. Dampening is looking like very likely a requirement for these two teams at the moment. Fried Kitty gets stunned up with no Gladiator's Medallion, looking to try and force an opening here. No Life Cocoon either, but even still without the Life Cocoon, Radopi appears to be doing fine, healing through the damage.
Yep. I mean, Mistweaver's pre-dampening. They got a lot of throughput, so if they're not in crowd control, they're likely going to be able to deal with the damage quite nicely. In cap, into a Fear onto Arbre, into a leg sweep. Actually, nice setup here. Anti-Magic Zone drops out, but that wasn't for any significant cooldowns. But I guess Arbre, who's not feeling too healthy there. Beautiful mind control coming in from Valet, removing him from the safety of that Anti-Magic Zone. With the quick Transcendence, this Mistweaver Monk is going to be completely fine. Now Radopi actually taking a little bit of damage as he's forced to trade his Life Cocoon onto Fried Kitty. Right now, Leo and Raden, they're going to be pushing forward, trying to just really slow down Fried Kitty. And eventually, the damage from the Windwalker Monk, from the Death Knight, should kind of surpass the consistent damage of the Shadow Priest Frost Mage. But the problem is, if you get too deep into dampening as Sky 7, all of a sudden, with the passive healing the Mistweaver Monk has, it can be hard to deal with some of the damage the Frost Mage and Shadow Priest have. Especially, you know, you get counterspelled. Like right now, this is where you can fall really far behind, and we can see Go Next start developing some momentum.
Really trying to push for an ice block here with a double leg sweep. Do they have enough damage to do so? Valet counter engages, but Raden responds. He shouldn't take too much damage with that Lichborn activated. And he's still just staying on target. But Vitality Conduit activated from Radopi is easily healing through the damage. Raden times his Dressigath right after the Vitality Conduit, but I believe Fried Kitty temporal shielded it. Really good anticipation from Fried Kitty. Tons of damage negated for free from his play there with the temporal shield. Valet using that mind trauma, trying to cast as many mind flays as possible. Every fully channeled mind flay steals haste from his target, and they can just reduce the global cooldowns, reduce a ton of damage overall, and also just make the Shadow Priest cast really fast. This is an honor talent that has become basically a requirement for most Shadow Priests in the current meta, especially if you're going to run a wizard setup like a mage or a warlock. Definitely, if you're a Shadow Priest at home, you want to be checking out Valet's build. That mind trauma is a very important component.
It's actually really fun too. I think it's like one of the things about Shadow Priest I enjoyed the most when I was playing it. Is just trying to maintain maximum uptime on that debuff. So yeah, I mean, Valet, he's going to be trying to get maximum usage of that, but anytime it ramps up too high, it seems like Sky 7, they're willing to just kind of reset here, and that will fall off, so Valet has to basically reset those stacks to get that damage going. And I have to say, Sid, who do you think actually will pull out ahead as we can move deeper and deeper into dampening?
Right now, it's looking like Orbre could just die if he's not careful. He's stunned up. He breaks out of the stun in Life Cocoon, so he should be okay in this position. I like that Go Next, like, they mix it up, going after the Mistweaver. I think they've realized the Death Knight, he's probably not going to die before really deep dampening. Windwalker could die if he doesn't have a Gladiator's Medallion, such as this situation right now. They could set up a swap later with the Psychic Horror stun or a leg sweep. Valet is currently on the defensive, though. It could be a dispersion. Yep, they're going to get a dispersion with that excellent crowd control chain. Based on that scenario right there, I mean, Sky 7 have potential. It's pretty close to call who's exactly going to take it right now. If they continue to get these swaps onto Valet, it could be a good opening. They haven't managed to get any ice blocks, so they're likely to stay on the Shadow Priest. Although this Ring of Peace isn't really allowing Leo to connect just yet. Rolling back out. But do they really want to attack him with the Mage free casting Frostbolts? Leo seems to be okay with it, but I mean, Valet is just stealing his haste with Mind Flame. They're not really doing any damage to the Shadow Priest. This is the stun I was talking about, with no way to escape crowd control. Probably the only time you're going to see the Windwalker be scared. But Anti-Magic Zone denies the kill there, and then Leo doesn't die in the stun. If he doesn't die in the stun, he's going to be able to start healing himself for quite a bit. And it looks like he should begin to stabilize. Orbre now out of crowd control, but nice mind control at low health, trying to hit the life cocoon with it. Orbre doesn't fall for that shenanigans from the Shadow Priest, not wasting the cooldown whatsoever. And they're going to start to stabilize. Leo just needs to stay out of a stun for another 30 seconds. Although the pressure is starting to be a lot more consistent. Fried Kitty misses his counter spell, but he finds a polymorph. Leo has to respect that and trade Touch of Karma, retreating back into the room. Radan now knows that he's going to be swapped to, so he's trying to run back into the room. And they're going to look for that Death Grip strategy. They grip the Mage in, but is he going to be able to blink before it's over? Life Grip. Oh, but it's overlapped with the Glider's Medallion. I feel like that was a bit of a mistake between Fried Kitty and Valet. I feel like only one of those was really necessary. But either way, Counterspell has been landed. Raden cannot Death Strike while he is disarmed currently for 2 more seconds. He anti-magic shields, but Dampening is now at a point where Death Strike may not be enough for him to sustain. Lichborning as well. Orbre is silenced, and it's looking like Go Next could move to a Game 5. Orbre breaks out of crowd control and life cocoons. Based off the pressure of that last push, this is looking like Go Next's game.
Yep, and Fried Kitty does have Icy Veins. That's a massive offensive cooldown. Beautiful mind control. Look at Raden. He's just in the middle of nowhere. If he gets caught into snares, into roots, Fried Kitty will be able to just do a significant burst on him. But it looks like the Vitality Conduit, even in dampening, will be able to keep Raden alive as they retreat to the room once again. But this is what happens. If you're a Cleave and you get caught in this position, and now you're all of a sudden just eating blizzards, you're eating frozen orbs, kind of allowing Rattapie to sit down and drink, I think this is a position that's actually game-winning for Go Next. It's looking a lot better for Go Next. Fried Kitty actually used his Icy Veins. I think that's why Sky7 is more than happy to just run and hide, retreat, not really give him any value from that cooldown, and potentially just look for grip stuns whenever anyone gets close. But I just think with Valet having such short defensive cooldowns, with the dispersion, with the fade, this is looking really, really good for Go Next.
Oh, another swap over onto the Mistweaver. Is that? I think he missed the anti-magic zone. He gets Ring of Peace out of it. He's pinned against the back of the door. But Life Cocoon will stabilize. Rattapie, Valet, and Fried Kitty decide to pull away from the fight. They don't want to get triple leg sweeped in the room. Having seen that they forced Life Cocoon, there's still an opening with no trinket now on Orbre. They could set up another swap, but it's looking like momentum could swing in favor of Sky7 as Valet gets blasted down from that Drestagath. Rattapie still can't heal for a moment. Fade is now faded. Leg sweep for 1 second is going to force Valet's hand. He has to disperse, but Orbre, while he was pushing out for crowd controlled, got crowd controlled himself, currently in a polymorph. Are they going to set up a swap? Valet gets gripped out of line of sight. It could be difficult to swap without the Shadow Priest. Valet jumps into Void form, trying to pressure with Vampiric Embrace, healing himself as well, but he gets Ring of Peace back in the room. Damage is finally starting to sink on this Death Knight at 43% dampening. Can they push him over and get into a Game 5? They've got pretty much every cooldown from him with that Lichborn and the Anti-Magic Shield, but at the same time, Rattapie is interrupted. Valet could have to Void Shift. He gets Life Cocoon at the last second. They shred right through the Life Cocoon, and this is going to be a ballroom blitz to the finish if neither team decides to pull away from this engagement. Will Valet make it out alive? Fading on 30%. Ring of Peace back into the room. Rattapie continuously stun lock, but Valet triple fears them away. Rattapie is taking so many interrupts, though, in this position. Orbre gets polymorphed. Who's going to fall first? Raden or Valet? Raden is looking to take the negative part of this exchange. Disarmed. Unable to Death Strike. No Life Cocoon for 30 seconds. Void form has been activated. His healer is silenced. He gets Ring of Peace back into the room. Vitality Conduit activates. Free healing for Raden. Orbre, though, has to pick up 3 members of the team, and now at almost 50% dampening, that Shadow Priest is looking really relevant with his pressure. Karma now forced from the Windwalker. However, if he just dies in an interrupt, it's not going to matter. Everything was looking so good for them. They were a couple moments away from winning, and it's going to slip from their fingers. Sky7 advanced 3-1.
That's so heartbreaking for them.
It really is. I feel like it kind of goes with the play style as well, but Zico, I feel like the young rat has experienced heartbreak alongside quite a few of these players on this team so many times. They are no longer going to be in this tournament. Let's talk about how that one slips through their fingers.
I feel like they had such a great game going there. As soon as that dispersion was forced, it was like, okay, well, Villet still got his Void Shift to fall back on. Unfortunately, wasn't able to use it right there at the end. And honestly, when you play these wizard setups, it comes down a little bit to positioning, but also to the map. I feel like the map just got taken advantage of. Going back into that room, forcing Villet to go in there is ultimately what got him killed. I feel like he has to try to stay on the outskirts of that room and just slowly but surely try to win the game. And then the Frost Mage should be the aggressor that goes in there, because the Frost Mage isn't really a great target, especially when you have 2 ice blocks.
Yeah, man, it's really, really tough to see a team go out like that. But ultimately, we do have to say, very well played on the side of Go Next, but congratulations to Sky 7. They're going to be moving forward. And I do want to ask right now, just to go big picture for a second here, Venruki, what do you think the chances for a team like Sky 7 are going to be with the rest of the field of play that does still exist in the EU for this weekend?
I mean, I think they just need to take it one match at a time. I mean, there's a lot of good teams still left in this tournament. Being a 3-man roster, I don't know how much flexibility they have in terms of compositions. I would imagine they're probably only going to play the Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver. From watching them, looks like they do play it quite well, so that might be able to get them pretty far, but I feel like it's going to be a matter of time before they go up against one of these teams that has a really solid answer for this cleave setup, and that's when they could really run into problems. I mean, if we see Method Black running Mage, Lock, Mistweaver, that's when I think it's going to be really difficult for this team. But we'll have to see how far they can really make it in this tournament.
Yeah, and there's a lot of competition here as well, as you already did allude to. You talk about some of the squads that are still on the upper side of the bracket. But basically how today is going to work is we start off by actually seeing the teams on the lower side of the bracket before we do get to actually take a peek at everybody who has not dropped a series yet and is still on the upper side of the bracket in our double elimination tournament. But by the end of the day, we are going to whittle this down all of the way to a top 4. First, though, we need to figure out who the top 6 teams are going to be. Coffin Dance versus We Rave You. Zico, what do you think of this matchup?
This is going to be an exciting one for multiple reasons. Obviously, Coffin Dance would be the more kind of known team, at least because they, signed up in the last week and actually made it to the top 8, but then they couldn't make it. And also because, the players on that roster are streamers, Lontar, Tren, Joe Fernandez, representing the caster desk here. And then, of course, Dakroth, been competing on that Warlock for a long time. But the team that I'm excited to see both of these teams, but the team that I'm a little bit more excited for is, of course, going to be their opponent. We Rave You is Lian, Mercy, and Nerd Rage. These guys have had great success. They were one of the teams last year that were able to take down Method Black. And Mercy was the Warlock as well. Played on wildcard, kind of a substitute role for 1 or 2 cups. And they also won that cup, I believe. But the biggest excitement on this roster has got to be Tessia. This guy has been, around the European scene for a real long time now. I think he started coming up back in Warlords of Draenor very early on there. And since then, he has been on the ladder, one of the absolute best mages on all specs. And this guy, to see him compete now on that Fire Mage is going to be very exciting. This is one of the mages. I don't talk highly about other mages that often, but this one... Yeah. This is someone you guys got to keep your eyes on.
There's a lot that we're going to get to talk about with this matchup, guys. You don't want to go anywhere. You already heard it from Zico. Even if you don't know the actual names of these teams because they're newer rosters, you're going to know quite a few of the faces that make up these squads. This promises to be a very good matchup. It's another elimination series, and it's coming up right after this.
use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a Polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloudride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, it's the second weekend of the AWC, and today it's all about EU. We've already eliminated one team, and we got to do the tough job of eliminating one more. It's Coffin Dance versus We Rave You. And before we jump to break, Zico actually broke down who is on these teams very well, but let's take an even deeper look. Fenricky, let's actually talk about what these squads are potentially going to be bringing as far as compositions are concerned when we get into the blind pick onto Grand Arena.
Well, I think it's likely we see cleave compositions coming in from these teams. I mean, I know Coffin Dance with Joe Fernandez, as well as Illidan God. I think his actual name is Tren, I believe, on that Demon Hunter. So, they have Warrior Demon Hunter, Windwalker Demon Hunter, Dakaroth on the Warlock. So, very meta compositions here for Coffin Dance. We Rave You. I mean, this is a team, Leanne, Nerd Rage. They've been cleaving together for quite some time. You have Mercy. And then, of course, Tessia, I believe is how you say his name. Zico has been talking about him quite a bit. A mage I'm very excited to watch play because he has been at the top of that ladder. I think he is very well respected in Europe, is potentially one of the best mages. So seeing him in kind of like this tournament debut in this top 8, I think is going to be really, really exciting, especially if they decide to lock him in.
I'm not much of a note taker. I think all of you guys know that after getting to hang out on the desk for, 3 or 4 years together now. But the only thing that I have written down right now on my virtual notepad is EU, Bracket, and Tessia. That's literally all I have written down because Zico was talking about Tessia just so much today before we even did get started. And Zico, you really did paint a pretty interesting dynamic, just that idea of it's time that we actually see kind of a ladder hero jumping in on one of these tournaments. Why are you so excited to actually get to look at Tessia in tournament play? Yeah, so
how was I muted? Like,
You know what? I'm actually glad that you were muted and you didn't ask me a question before him because I was muted and him reminded me.
That's awkward. What I was saying essentially is the short version of what I was saying is that I think Tessia, he's been around for a decent amount of time. He's done some incredible things in this game that are extremely hard to do. I mean, we talk about winning tournaments, but this guy got ranked 1 with PS Hero, so for me, that's definitely up there. And then, I'm just kidding.
Jeez.
Wow.
He's my boy. No, but seriously, he's been the highest rated mage for a really, really long time, and I'm just excited to see what he can do on a really good roster as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see as well. I think that's kind of the thing with these two teams, though, is like, even when I heard Coffin Dance, right? The first thing that I think of, I just like, I'm not thinking of like who's actually going to be on the team, right? And then you actually look at the roster and you're like, okay, as an AWC fan, this is awesome. This is a roster that I really do want to see. And I feel like these two teams going head to head, it's just one of those matchups where you really want to see what these players who have been competing for such a long time are going to be able to do when they play against each other. And now we're going to be jumping into the Grand Arena. This is an elimination series. Coffin Dance or We Rave You? Who will be able to march on forward and who will be sent to home where they currently are on this online tournament? Who's going to stay home? The gates are now open.
I think you said you thought it was going to be a cleave mirror, and I was like, Mercy is like one of the best Destrolocks, and if Thasia is as hype as you guys are talking him up, why would they not play Mage Lock? And game 1, they're going to be playing that Mage Lock Mistweaver. This has been a dominant comp. Will Coffin Dance, the Warrior Demon Hunter, be able to overcome these odds, stay on target? Right now, the positioning not too great between Mercy and the Mage. They're standing next to each other, which means Joe and Trent can switch targets very easily. We see a pre-War Banner on the Poly, but that War Banner got sniped off instantly. Unfortunately, the Polymorph just broke. Now they're going to switch to Lontar instead, or they're just going to drop him. Huge pressure coming out right now from Mercy. Lontar desperately rolling back around the box. Joe trying to retreat to safety, activating that lingering Psychic Shell as well. Coffin Dance survived the Dark Soul onslaught, but next time that's up, will they be able to do the same?
Yep, and it does look like Tessia is going to be playing the Memory of Lucid Dreams as well as the Hyperthread Wrist Wrap. So anytime we see a combustion coming in from this mage, it is going to be absolutely horrifying. Trent's going to be having to, find a purge on that if he can. That would be great with Devour Magic. If not, then he's going to be dealing with a ton of damage. Good pressure here from Coffin Dance as Life Cocoon is forced out. Leanne will be able to keep Tessia alive in the situation. Greater Power Blast still going to be traded out. And outside of like the big combustion one-shots or the Dark Soul one-shots, I feel like this is going to be one of those games that we likely see go for a long time set. I mean, right now we have Lontar interrupted. Joe Fernandez is going to be taking a little bit of damage, but once that interrupt fades, he should be able to recover.
All right, it's looking like he wants to just stay on target. Running that all-important Master and Commander on the Warrior, Joe Fernandez is reducing his Rallying Cry down to a 1-minute cooldown, and it also gets 15% more maximum health, along with an Azurite trait, Moment of Glory. That Rallying Cry gets an extra 20,000 health, and it lasts 12 seconds longer. So you thought Life Cocoon and Vitality Conduit was a good rotation of cooldowns? You put that Warrior in with a 1-minute Rallying Cry, you got a third one to press amidst that rotation. That's why these Warrior Mistweaver comps are so powerful. They just have this indefinite defense chain. Lontar currently stunned up. They drop a War Banner in between to try and stall out any follow-up, and it has scared them away. Lontar will recover with the Vitality Conduit, not costing him any mana for that trade. However, he just rolled out into midfield. Bit peculiar. Now he's just getting feared twice. Joe gonna Spell Reflect and stop that Greater Pyroblast from slamming into his face for now. Ring of Frost trying to get sniped onto the corner by Thasia onto Lontar. That Succubus pet for Mercy could be deadly here if Lontar isn't careful and doesn't avoid it, as he's trying to roll out and keep up with his teammates, but every time his teammates overextend, Mercy immediately moves towards Lontar. Lontar has to intercept him, but he gets seduced. In the meantime, Thasia gets blasted by a Drestigath, but Leanne isn't crowd controlled. He can easily deal with that. I love Mercy playing that intercept. Thasia is going to go back and forth across the midfield, and then anytime that he drags Joe Fernandez and Trent out in the open, Lontar has to chase them to heal them. He can't heal them from 80 yards away. And as soon as Lontar moves in, then Mercy will intercept and fear or seduce with the Succubus. And right now, Coffin Dance, they're focused on defense. They're just avoiding an engagement. They know that Dark Soul is available, that purple icon, the skull below Mercy's health frame. When that starts glowing, it means it's activated, and every Chaos Bolt he casts while it's activated is almost going to kill somebody, basically. And then Thasia's Combustion, the orange icon below his health frame, that is also now available because there's no timer on it. If that starts to glow, you know that Thasia is going to be a big threat. And if they both activate at the same time, you might just get erased. So Coffin Dance are taking a risky gamble playing out in midfield right now.
Definitely are. Trent's going to be taking a bunch of damage, but of course, he will be running the Lingering Psychic Shell. That's a great defensive trinket choice against the Mage Warlock. We're seeing a lot of these players opt to run it on the Tournament Realm. They have access to basically any gear that they want. So picking up that defensive tank trinket, especially against double caster damage, is going to be very powerful. And unfortunately, for Thasia and Mercy, they weren't able to get too much damage rolling with that combustion, but Dark Soul still is available for Mercy if they can get crowd control. Meanwhile, though, Leanne's going to be caught into an intimidating shout, and Tessia is actually going to be taking a decent amount of burst here. With Vitality Conduit, though, should easily be able to recover.
All right, both teams recovering. Mercy is still holding on to that Dark Soul, perhaps waiting for a moment to go after Lontar. He's in a leg sweep. War Banner gets dropped to stop any sort of follow-up. These War Banners from Joe have at least stalled swaps to his healer quite a few times at this point. However, now Leanne is rolling across the map. So Thasia's the target. He wants to run away from Lontar. Leanne wants to follow him as well. And then Lontar runs out in the open. He's going to get seduced like right now. Trend looks to be the target, but it's very difficult to kill a Demon Hunter without a stun. And there's not really a reliable stun outside of leg sweep. So I'm not a big fan of attacking the Demon Hunter at this point. Makes a lot more sense to attack the warrior because you can force him to go into defensive stance and he's going to be doing 20% less damage. Whereas going after the Demon Hunter, you're not really stopping too much damage. He's just healing through it with Leech. You're not going to tax the mana too much, but they seem to be content attacking the Demon Hunter for now. We have just kicked into dampening 5.5 minutes in. Thasia snipes a Polymorph. Tren has reverse magic, but he's choosing to hold on to it. There haven't been any cooldowns activated or no leg sweeps yet, so maybe that's why he wants to hold on to it. He charges over to stun Mercé. They're doing a split strategy. This is what I actually like to see from the double melee. This way you can disrupt both Greater Pyro and Chaos Bolt, but now they both decide to connect onto the mage. Jumping into battle stance. Mercé could decide to activate Dark Soul while Joe is taking more damage in the battle stance. Is he going to go for it? He's been sitting on the Dark Soul for some time. Maybe he wants to keep it in his back pocket as a threat so that Lian can drink, because Lian's mana is starting to fall behind. Because anything else is basically meant that he's missed a rotation of Dark Soul. He could have gotten 2 Dark Souls in the amount of time that he's held this one. Lian gets stunned up into an Imprison on his break. There's Dark Soul. Can Joe Fernandez stop Mercé's Dark Soul in time?
That is going to be the combustion as well. Big damage on Joe as he uses Heroic Leap to get behind the pillar and recover. That's going to buy Lone Tar just a moment to breathe. I mean, this is all the offensive cooldowns coming in from We Rave You. I really want to see Coffin Dance just chill out for a moment. Joe's going to have to use his Lingering Psychic Shell, but Tren and Joe, they want to get the damage rolling, feeling confident they can survive. But Lone Tar now into a Seduce. Tren could be in some trouble. This is a big throw from Coffin Dance. I don't know why they pushed out. Tren is still just dangerously low as Tesla is trying to take him down. Darkness is forced out as well. And I feel like Coffin Dance, they were really impatient. Tren, this might just end up costing him his life in this game. Lone Tar connects the heals, but man, what a mistake from Coffin Dance.
Full Polymorph. Tren is playing reverse magic, and he hasn't pressed it once, I swear. He could get this Polymorph right now, but he's choosing not to. He manages to sit through it, but I really don't understand why he's sitting on reverse magic for so long, unless it's exclusively for an Obsidian Claw when his healer is crowd controlled. Maybe that's the game plan there with the reverse magic, but I mean, right now he's gotten no value out of it. And now caught in a Polymorph himself. Joe is trying to force a Cauterize from Thasia single-handedly, charging in with the Sharpened Blade. Good coordination with Tren, imprisoning the Mistweaver during Stormbolt on the Mage. Drestigath right at the end. Huge damage. That's going to force Lian to activate the Life Cocoon. Mercé is now open, though. He fears Lone Tar. He lobs out a couple Chaos Bolts. Greater Pyroblast is actually cast on the Lone Tar, so We Rave You, not afraid to go after the healer. Lone Tar may need to be careful. Lian is pushing into midfield. He has leg sweep available. Is Lian going to go for a paralyzed leg sweep in the near future? He could. I mean, Tren's already low. They get the full Polymorph. Lian has leg sweep. Is he going to move in? Vitality Conduit landed before the Polymorph, so they're waiting for Vitality Conduit. They try and get a Ring of Frost onto Lone Tar. They don't find it. Lone Tar actually decides to just run into it while he's on Diminishing Return, but could get feared. He gets stunned up. Dark Soul available. Combustion gets popped. Big damage in from Thasia. They shred that Life Cocoon like butter here. Lone Tar ducking around the corner. He needs to deal with a counterspell from Thasia still. His safeguard triggered, I believe, so he may not have a lot of defense left outside of that. Joe suddenly dipping low. Dark Soul is active. They need to stop Mercé at all costs, but he snipes a full fear. He gets pummeled on the Chaos Bolt. Joe saves that just in the nick of time, but his Die by the Sword is starting to fade. His health is starting to wane. Lone Tar does not have Life Cocoon for some time. Joe is still playing out in the deep end of the swimming pool here, but he didn't bring a Life Vest. He needs to be careful he doesn't drown. Polymorph now into Lone Tar. Double stun follow-up. Insane pressure here from We Rave You. Joe disarmed. He's going to try and line of sight while he doesn't have his axe in hand. Tren now gets blasted. Coffin Dance holds strong at the pillar, but will dampening backfire on them.
I mean, it's just one of those things where if you fall behind against the Mage Warlock in dampening, it's almost impossible to recover through multiple interrupts. Now Seduce being cast on Lone Tar as well. Joe could be in some trouble. If he gets too low, might not have too many ways to recover here. The Mortal Coil does come in, but it is going to be Thasia who gets low. Is of course going to be that Temporal Shield and the Life Cocoon traded out by Lian. But if you look right now at mana, Lian is actually a lot behind. I really want to see Lian go for drinks. When we see Tren and Joe Fernandez and Lone Tar are all grouped up behind the pillar, kind of running away and playing defensive, that's when we need to see Lian actually sit down, go for a drink, completely recover their mana, because it seems like at this point, Coffin Dance, they're going to have a mana lead, and they might be able to sustain that as this match goes forward.
Let's see what they can get done here. Moving into 30% dampening. No combustion, no Dark Soul. Coffin Dance need to take this opportune moment to push for Cauterize. Big Warbreaker, Sharpened Blade, but Vitality Conduit is going to just be there to save the day. Thasia not going to take any damage. Lian's mana has been an increasing problem throughout this game. He's going to need to drink at some point, and maybe he's going to use the next Dark Soul to do that, but I do want to see them set up a drink. Chaos Bolt's being lobbed in here onto Tren. Thasia, though, taking a beating. Mercy's trying to protect him with fears onto the Demon Hunter, mashing that fear button over and over. Lian is now pushing forward to get crowd control onto Lontar, I believe, but he actually gets crowd controlled first. Good counter engagement by Lontar. Lian breaks out of the stun to re-engage onto Lontar with a leg sweep, but he gets war bannered. That war banner might be the only reason Lontar stays. It is the only reason Lontar stays alive. Beautiful war banner from Joe there.
Yeah, very nicely done. Keeping Lontar alive, buying him just the millisecond that he needed to get that life cocoon in order to survive. But now, I mean, look at this. We review Lian, his mana is not doing well. And I think at some point in dampening, we might see Joe and Tren actually go after Mercy as well. That Destruction Warlock becomes kind of a liability and a vulnerability the later the game goes. But the problem is, if you leave the mage alone for too long, you can really get punished by those greater power blasts. So they're continuing to go after the mage, and they actually get the ice block. Now, all of a sudden, Coffin Dance, they're looking pretty good. I mean, we're at 38% dampening. Tessia, he's got no ice block. Of course, he still does have that Cauterize, but, I mean, they might be able to shred through that, especially if they have, you know, the Drestagath trinket available. Very scary moments here. Tren, though, in the meantime, getting hit by a Chaos Bolt and ultimately gets taken down. Lontar, he just needed 1 second on that life cocoon. Mercy and Tessia really capitalizing on that situation, but honestly, that game was a lot closer than I expected. I really expected the Mage Warlock to kind of pull a lot more ahead, but they managed to keep it really close.
Is the UI not updating, or did Tren not press reverse magic once for 10.5 minutes or 11 minutes?
That's a very good question. Luckily,
he had it. He was talented into it.
So, I mean, I feel like he could have got at least a little bit of value at some point in that game, but it was never used.
Hey, sometimes you have a button and you don't remember to use it. You know, sometimes it's ice blocked, sometimes it's the unmute, sometimes it's the unmute button.
I knew it was coming.
Bringing that back to
Sometimes, Zico, don't laugh so fast. Sometimes it's the unmute button. Sometimes we just don't hit our buttons. Sometimes we don't hit our buttons. Let's actually talk about this series, though, just a little bit more. Let's put it under a microscope. Why do we see Coffin Dance falling down here, Z?
Honestly, I think both teams played a great game. Coffin Dance had a lot of opportunities on the mage. They had good swaps, good pressure. But ultimately, I think we Review have a bit of a compositional advantage. Nagrand Arena obviously is going to favor them a little bit more as well, because they are the wizards here. And just clean goes, like that swap on Lontar that really set up that darkness. And then also in the end, they got that CC chain on Lontar with the fear, and then they were able to secure kills. And one thing that we talked about, if you guys remember, Mercy was in one of our AWC Cups earlier last season, and he was that warlock, if you guys remember, who kept swapping his pet. Do you guys remember that? It was a warlock who would summon a succubus, seduce someone, and then he would summon an imp and dispel something, and then he would summon a fell hunter and kick something. He's doing the same thing here, and it's a pretty interesting playstyle. I think it's very effective.
I do really like a bunch of people in chat typed "grats on your echoes." It's actually so toxic and it's so good. Like it is just the best insult that I think has ever existed in WoW PvP. It's just calling someone an echo farmer when they lose. But Zico, when we actually do look ahead as what could happen in this series, first actually let's look at one of your favorite plays from this first game, and then from there we'll start to look ahead at what can happen in future maps, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a really, really clean setup. And that's what these guys have been doing. You know, we Review, they were ultimately going for the Demon Hunter with CC on the Mistweaver, or they were setting up swaps on the Mistweaver. And here they had just swapped from the Mistweaver to the Mistweaver a little bit earlier. Now they secure a Fear. They secured the Mortal Coil onto Tren. They have the damage to back it up as well. And one thing I want to throw to Van Rookie here is Tessia was running the Greater Pyroblast with Lucid Dreams and Mechagon Bracers. Do you remember that build that we kind of were talking about with Wealthy Man last week? Playing the same setup for C9, and we were saying that maybe we want to see him do a little bit more with his combusts. So Tessia was actually running that build that you recommended. So I wanted to get your take on that. Do you think it was good or?
I think actually the build I was talking about last week, the kind of unique one, is actually playing Firestarter and Greater Power Blast. I don't think he was running, but he was playing.
Oh yeah, no, he wasn't running Firestarter.
Yeah, so he was running the. I think the Memory of Lucid Dreams is really, really good, especially with the Hyperthread wrist wraps, just because you have that kind of overwhelming damage, and in my opinion, it gives you an extra win condition. It's something your opponent has to, take stock of the entire game, and if they drop the ball even a little bit, you can really overwhelm and pressure the enemy team. So that's why I like the build so much, and I think it's especially good when you're playing Mage Warlock, because all of a sudden Infernal's Dark Soul is a horrifying cooldown you have to deal with, as well as the Combustion, and I think those two threats together make it really difficult to deal with Mage Lock.
Now we are going to be moving to Dalaran Sewers as well, and we have our compositions already locked in. Sid, let's talk about how this smaller map is going to come into play in game number 2.
Well, I mean, we Rave You won't be able to drag all the way across 40 yards, and then Lone Star doesn't need to move into the open to close that gap on 40 yards. They'll always be in range of a line of sight point. One thing though is this map it's still good, but I don't know if it's necessarily the best cleave map, because the Wizard cleave can just decide to play on the bottom side, have whoever's being attacked kind of running laps while the Warrior and the Demon Hunter chase them, and then the Destro can play up top, casting freely. I'm very curious to see how We Rave You plays the map. If they don't play it correctly, it could just backfire. They're going to stand much closer to each other because it's just that much more of a condensed map. It's a good pick from Coffin Dance, but I think there are ways for Spell Cleave to play around it.
Yeah, Zico, I feel like, if you are a warrior on this particular map, you very much feel like you don't need to be in a Ferrari to actually connect. You feel like you will be able to have that uptime.
Yeah, definitely. I think, kind of like Sid alluded to, if you are that warrior, you normally don't have the best time. Joe Fernandez, especially on that warrior, lately hasn't had the best time, but on this map, he's going to have a great time. He can leap behind the box if he's about to get crowd controlled or if he's getting focused, and he can, get good uptime here. So definitely not going to be needing that Ferrari for
Well, let's see if this map is enough for Coffin Dance to get a point on the board, or if we're going to see their competition able to get on match point.
Yep, let's see. It looks like the gates have opened up. Joe's going to be moving forward, putting out some pressure on Mercy early on. And this is what I wonder, on this smaller map, if they're going to go onto the Destruction Warlock just a little bit more. Essia is going to be pushing forward, looking for a Polymorph. The double Mortal Coil comes in as well. Essia gets knocked away. Good defense there by Coffin Dance, denying the Polymorph, and also now getting some counter pressure here onto Thasia.
Thasia repositioning on the bottom outside portion of the map, so now Mercy needs to push forward to the top side of the balcony to free cast, which he does. This holds Joe Fernandez and Trent in an awkward position for Lone Tar. Does Lone Tar play in the open on the staircase to the side? He's chosen to, but now Leanne can push forward. He ports away from Leanne. Nice read by Lone Tar, anticipating that crowd control. Now they set up for a double fear from Joe. Mercy decides to break out, pop those Infernals, and start ramping up some big Chaos Bolts in the near future. Already getting 2. Trent immediately retreating from that Combustion Infernal combo. But Leanne had his portal on that box and immediately retakes it for a 6 swap onto Lone Tar. His Life Cocoon, as well as his Safeguard, will be forced in that, and that's going to be a danger if they're not aware of where Leanne's portal is. And now Trent being blasted. Greater Pyro almost finished channeling. Succubus lands its Seduce onto Lone Tar. Trent instantly interrupted on his I-beam. He retreats away, but Joe got left behind. Joe's out in midfield. He pops the Spell Reflect. His rally falls. No Life Cocoon. Paralyzed on Lone Tar, but Vitality Conduit, just as good as that Life Cocoon. Going to be healing Joe back up to full.
Yep, Joe will be fine. But in the meantime, he's forced to use an Ice Block. Wow, that burst damage coming in from Coffin Dance. That was a scary moment there for Thasia. No Cauterize, no Ice Block, and that big burst damage, I mean, they have another 4 minutes to try to replicate that. Basically 2 chances with their Drestagath trinkets, and if Leanne doesn't respond appropriately, we could see this mage get absolutely taken out from the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is very nice position to be in as Coffin Dance. Cauterize and Ice Block. It does leave you with a win condition the next time those Drestagath trinkets are up. I want to see Joe Fernandez and Trend time them at the same moment. Lone Tar is currently crowd control, so is Trend. Joe Fernandez is all alone. Will Joe Fernandez be able to hold out here in game 2? He activates his Lingering Psychic Shell tank trinket that absorbs a Chaos Bolt and a Greater Pyroblast. A very powerful tank trinket here. Definitely want to be getting one of those on your character on live servers from N'Zoth as soon as possible. Very powerful trinket. Joe easily negates that entire setup with the trinket alone.
Yep, Joe will be able to survive, reflect as well, and that's one of the things. I mean, as that warrior, you have defensive stance, you have spell reflect, as well as a lingering psychic shell. It's a lot of defense, and it can be hard for Mercy and Thessia to actually push through that defense, as well as the Demon Hunter. So the Demon Hunter, the warrior, very durable in this matchup, but the problem is, if we see Thessia and Mercy find a little bit too much damage, then it can be really difficult for Coffin Dance to recover, which is what we saw in the last game on the Grand Arena. So it's all going to be about Lone Tar trying to avoid interrupts, managing his life cocoon, as well as his vitality conduit in order to just heal Joe, heal Trent, allow them to have this uptime that they need. Big damage on Thessia. And this is the Dark Soul. This is the combustion. They're going all in, trying to just reverse the damage. Trent and Joe right now hiding in that cover of darkness, trying to survive. But a beautiful Ring of Peace knocks them out of the safety. Now Lone Tar caught into a leg sweep. Thessia actually looking for a Greater Pyroblast. He finds one on Lone Tar. Is he going to be in trouble? He rolls away to safety. And it looks like Coffin Dance will recover all these offensive cooldowns coming in from We Rave You. But still, I mean, Teza, he's got to be a little bit scared in this situation.
Scary engagement for both sides here in game number 2. Thasia pinned against the wall, but able to blink away to safety. Polymorph and Lone Tar. There's the reverse magic from Trend. Lone Tar finally getting out of a full polymorph. Now they're getting aggressive onto Thasia. Lian could have to pull the trigger on that life cocoon sooner than later, and he does, immediately having to life cocoon. Now, leg sweep not available for Lone Tar for 7 seconds. He needs to land a paralyzed leg sweep on Lian, though, as soon as possible. They got a big opening, but only for another minute and 20 seconds. If Thasia will have another ice block. Leg sweep is now available. Are they going to push for the play? Mercy could play intercept here. He's standing in between Lone Tar and Lian. Ring of Peace knocking them away from Thasia. Lone Tar moves in, but he paralyzes the Warlock, and then he gets seduced, and now there's no crowd control for Lian. Vitality Conduit activates onto Thasia, rotated with that life cocoon. About a 20-second window of time here where they can go after the mage. Will they be able to find a kill? They land a double stun. Lian perhaps making a mistake there, moving too close to the fight. I guess he wants to go for a stun himself. Triple fear set up by Joe. They really need to win the game with that intimidating shout, but they're just not finding any damage. It's unlikely that their Drestagas were available. It's very important that their Drestagas are off cooldown if they're going to find burst damage against this composition. They imprison Lian, though. Good crowd control chain. Still 30 seconds away from an ice block, but Life Cocoon has now rotated and available. That is going to stabilize Thasia for the moment. Lone Tar counterspelled. Dark Soul comes up in 3 seconds. Seduce out of the counterspell, perfectly timed by Mercy. They totally isolate Joe Fernandez. Combustion and Dark Soul could be popped at any moment. Are they going to pull the trigger? They're trying to bait cooldowns before doing it, but they're not baiting anything. Joe doesn't fall for it. Lone Tar's out of crowd control. He should be able to stabilize easily here. Oh, Thasia blinks Joe Fernandez' Dressagath. No damage going to be found there. That's very unfortunate. That trinket is going to be single-handedly the way they killed a mage. They can't afford to whiff it.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the double Dressagath is such an overwhelming amount of damage, and you can really surprise the enemy team with that. And I would say it's one of the main win conditions for Joe and Trent to actually score a kill in this matchup. We're now at 6% dampening as Thessia and Mercy trying to find that damage onto Tren. Keep in mind, Tren was the target to fall in game number 1, putting the first point on the board for We Rave You with this Mage Warlock Monk composition. And this Mage Warlock Monk composition seems like a really strong one. Thessia getting low, that is going to be the Life Cocoon that trades out from Lian. And that's basically what it's going to be. I mean, Joe and Tren slowly need to work through Life Cocoon, slowly need to work through Vitality Conduit, and once they've gotten those 2 defensives from the Mistweaver Monk, that's when they can try to really burst down Thessia. The double Dressagath comes in, but in that sun, Thessia is going to be feeling really durable. He's just stacking versatility, and now reversing the damage onto Tren. He's in a lot of trouble. He trinkets, activates the blur, deactivates the darkness, but they are just pushing through so many defensive cooldowns traded out by Coffin Dance. The only thing I really see here for Coffin Dance is the fact that Lone Tar hasn't used any mana. They're at 10% dampening. Lone Tar, I don't know if he sat down for a drink, but he's at literally 100% mana right now. So that might be able to carry them forward as this game goes on, as Lian is burning through mana quite quickly.
All right, Joe and Apolly, Lone Tar in a fear. Tren is isolated, but they stun up Lian. They're trying to push for damage. Good pressure across the board, but a full polymorph has landed. There's no reverse, there's no blur, there's no dark. Joe is feared away. Tren is all alone. He's going to activate that lingering psychic shell trinket, though. And while his team was removed from the fight, that trinket will keep him alive. Such a very important tool for basically every team in the tournament, as it's such a low cooldown. 1 minute ice block, basically, if you've got that. I'm almost wondering if there's going to be some Wizard Cleave mirrors where they even take it as, even if it's a strength or agility trinket, just as a complete immunity to potential Dark Soul damage. It's definitely an important component for Coffin Dance's ability to make it this deep in the game. Thasia dragging Tren and Joe out into the open on the bottom. Is Lone Tar going to follow Thasia? They stun Thasia. There's the double Drestigath. They try and drop him. Lian, instant reaction time. Life cocoons Thasia to prevent the kill. But Lone Tar gets intercepted. Double leg sweep has landed. Chaos bolts are flying in. Huge pressure onto Tren. Blur activates on 10%. Will it be enough for him to stay alive at 20% dampening? Life cocoon sweeps in from the side. Lone Tar gets out of the crowd control just in time.
Yeah, nicely done by Lone Tar, getting that life cocoon and keeping Tren nice and healthy there. He held on for just enough time. 21% dampening. Now Tren, Joe, they're looking to reverse the pressure. Tessia is caught into a Storm Bolt. They're going for the damage. Beautiful, intimidating shout, keeping Mercy out of the fight and allowing them more uptime on Tessia. The Cauterize as well as the Ice Block are available, but doesn't want to trade out both. So comfortably goes into the Ice Block, and that's off the back of Joe actually landing a nice pummel, kind of a drive-by pummel onto Lian, preventing him from healing and getting that Ice Block from Tessia. Really well done.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Tren's cooldowns come up pretty soon. They're trying to stay aggressive, but that purple icon, Mercedes Dark Soul, it's available. He could activate it at any moment, and if he lands 2 Chaos Bolts, that's basically a KO. They need to be careful. They want to push for the win. They're so close, but they could just throw the game away in these next couple of seconds. They've been playing it out for 9 minutes. They don't want to throw it away on their map selection. Thasia Temporal shields the incoming damage. He's going to heal back all of that. Mercedes trying to get his Flashpoint Azerite trait active. But there was a Drestigath, but it wasn't double tapped. Only one Drestigath, not nearly as threatening. It does at least force a Life Cocoon. Perhaps when Life Cocoon is over, Tren can go for his Drestigath and win the game with it. He's got Metamorphosis. There's threats on both sides. Mana is even between the teams. They grapple weapon Joe. Lone Tar rolls over to the staircase. He's line-of-sighting Mercedes on the bottom side, but he gets rooted by the Conflagrate into a full Fear. Nice crowd control chain by Mercedes. He locks down the Infernals, goes for another Fear. Seduced in a full polymorph, double leg. So Tren leaps over for reverse magic on the crowd control, but Joe's in so much trouble. They panic. They overlap down with the sword. They try and push back with all-out aggression. There's the Drestigath from Tren. They need to get a Cauterize with it. They get perfect crowd control onto Lian, imprisoned into Intimidating Shout. But even with perfect crowd control, they're not going to get the Cauterize. They do finally get the Cauterize from Thasia. Coffin Dance keep themselves in the game thanks to Tren's nice Metamorphosis reverse magic.
Yeah, the reverse magic paying dividends there. Tessia, with no Cauterize, no Ice Block, another double Drestigath attempt here by Joe, and Tren could be absolutely devastating. He's going to have to look out for that. Lian's going to have to find a preemptive Life Cocoon or a beautiful Temporal Shield or what, but Tessia's getting low. Joe accidentally falls off there, missing out on potentially a kill moment in the game on Tessia. But now reconnecting to his target, this mage could be in a lot of trouble. Lian, with the Life Cocoon, does decide to trade it out, but now there's no safety net. There's no Cauterize, there's no Ice Block, there's no Life Cocoon. Any crowd control on Lian and burst damage on Tessia, this could just be a tied series. We'll have to see if Coffin Dance can find that win condition. Joe still pushing forward, getting that consistent damage for 36% dampening. If we look at mana, Lian is way behind at this point. Seduce, though, Tren could be in some trouble. He's gotten to a stun, into a Shadow Fear, into a leg sweep. Do they have the damage to take him down? Mercy trying everything he can, but there was just no offensive cooldowns. There was no Combustion, there was no Dark Soul, no Infernals. They didn't have the damage to take Tren down, although that was a really nice setup. But they have waited and pulled that off and a little bit later in dampening as well with the offensive cooldowns. I think they might have been able to take him down.
All right, Tren, his Darkness is available. His Gyre's Medallion is going to line up with the Dark Soul, so Coffin Dance have an out. They should just go all-out aggression. If they fall behind, drop the Darkness, recover, and finish the Mage. This is the only opportunity I really see for them to be able to win, is all-out aggression with that Darkness trade. Although I guess it is Joe they need to be afraid of dying. With no Die by the Sword and no Spell Reflect, he's going to rely on that Rallying Cry. Will it be enough? Vitality Conduit stabilizes him. They have to stay on top of the Mage. Dark Soul is available. It's a risky gamble. Once again, Lone Tar's right on top of Lian. He stuns up the Warlock. but doesn't go for the paralyze on Lian. Lian repositions. Lian's leg sweep comes up in 5. He could land a double. Mercedes' Mortal Coil was only onto 1 target. It was diminishing return. Was it just desperation? Now he doesn't have a Mortal Coil. That seems like a bit of a throw, but Infernals have landed. Warbander gets sniped instantly. Full leg sweep secured. Seduce on the Lone Tar, but he pre-life cocoons all of that crowd control. Insane reads from all 6 players in this game right now, but Thasia could be in trouble. He gets life cocoon just in the nick of time, but mana is taxed so heavily. Trend's on the run. Dark Soul is up. They have to avoid Mercedes. He shadow melds the Chaos Bolt, negating the damage. If they survive the Dark Souls, they basically win the game. There's no threat for another minute and 30 seconds. Coffin Dance just need to go, 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 and that's exactly what they're doing. Dress the Gas Pop, pushing to get the kill, but now Ice Block is actually up again for Thasia. Vitality Conduit stabilizes him, but Coffin Dance have such a huge mana advantage that they should be able to pull this off, which is overwhelming pressure if they can stay on target.
Yep, they just need to stay on target, but one greater Power Blast land. Trend could be in a little bit of trouble. He's still pushing forward. It's kind of do or die. That's getting low. The Ice Block, like you said, rotated back up, and that is going to allow We Ravy to survive. But Lian, I mean, look at his mana. There's just no gas left in the tank. How is he going to be able to stabilize? He's going to need the Vitality Conduit if he can land it. Stun, though, on Thasia, still slowing down that damage. Trend and Joe, they're looking to find a kill, but Mercy's trying to shut it down. Joe forced to trade the die by the sword in order to survive and continue this offensive push. Liam, he's got no mana. He can't top off his team. And it seems like if Joe and Trent, they can continue this assault, it is going to be a win for Coffin Dance. But we'll have to see if We Rave can reverse the pressure.
Totally out of mana. Life Cocoon activates. It could be the last Life Cocoon of the game. Lone Tar rolls up. He crowd controls the Warlock, just trying to make sure that he can safely get to the next box near his teammates. Life Cocoon has been cut through. They still have the Darkness in reverse. They might need to use it here and now. Please, they're so close. If they end up throwing here in these final seconds, it's going to be devastating. The reverse magic from Tren. Life Cocoon connects. Joe stays in the fight, charging towards Thasia. They crowd control the Mistweaver. They need a bit more than just an Imprison. Do they have a stun? They get intercepted by a Shadow Fury. There's the Fear out of the Imprison. This is the exact crowd control chain that Coffin Dance need to finish the game. Drestigath follows up for huge damage. They get right back on target, and they cut Thasia down with the Rising Sun Kick of Lone Tar. And Coffin Dance tied up 1-1.
And this is a very interesting matchup as well with what we are seeing. So I kind of want to talk to Zico about what the rest of the series really could look like now that we're tied up now. And what we really expect when we see these two comps going head to head.
How was I muted? I literally clicked it. That's not on me.
Oh no.
I clicked it. I actually got a reminder. Don't forget to unmute.
Yeah, it's faulty technology. For sure. All right, so let's start with how these comps actually do go head to head. I think it's a very important thing for everybody at home to hear, because this series looks like it could be the distance. Honestly, I think we could get a game 5. What happens when these two compositions go head to head?
I feel like in this case, the map plays a really big factor. Obviously, being a double melee versus a double caster comp. But on the other end, it's just playing into the win conditions, right? The melee team, they want to do hit and runs, and they want to have enough kind of presence in the middle that the healer on the mage lock side can't just sneak away and drink. And on the flip side, the mage warlock, they want to set up these kills where they sheep, the healer or seduce him, and then they set up a stun onto Tren with, big burst.
Okay, and now let's actually start to highlight some of those moments as well, Zico, that actually led to this series becoming all tied up.
Yeah, so this moment, I just really, really like this play here. It's essentially, it always starts out with Mercedes. Mercy, sorry. No, his full nickname is actually Mercedesa, I think. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's no shots. Anyway, starts off with him landing Seduce, and then they get a Shadow Fury into a double leg sweep, and they usually follow that up with like a Fear or, you know, a Polymorph, and that's essentially what the Wizards are trying to do the entirety of the game. Drag out the Demon Hunter, get them both stacked up, him and the Warrior, and then get those double stuns going. So I just wanted to highlight that. That was a really good, you know, kill attempt. But I also want to say on the side of Confidence, they never kind of let their pressure fade away, and they also, you know, responded effectively to these setups. They never overlapped, you know, Trent's cooldowns with Lontar's cooldowns, and that's why they were able to survive for such a long time.
Apparently, I'm echoing, and I just want to say it's because my Echo farm has finally hit its final form. I have become the Echo.
You've become the echoing void.
This is a dream come true. But let's talk just a little bit more about this matchup. Zico, you already alluded to the fact that maps are going to be very important. Then Rookie, let's talk about that just a little bit more, what the maps are actually going to look like as we keep moving forward in the series.
Basically, the Mage Warlock, they want a map that is large, so they can kind of bait the melee in the open and keep them there for an extended period of time. The problem with a small map like Dalaran Sewers is the melee can easily move in and out of the battlefield. So Joe pushes in, he can get on his target, and if he's in danger, he can easily escape. On a large map, that just doesn't happen the same way. So that's why the caster cleave, they'd like to go to a map that has a lot of, you know, space in the open, like Tolvaron Arena, for example, I think is likely where we're going to be going. And yes, that is. I mean, it's a good decision. I think if we see WeRaview pick up a win on this map, which is probably pretty likely, then I expect a very small map like Hook Point to play in, and that's when, you know, the melee cleave will end up, you know, securing a win. And I think this is just one of those matchups due to the style of the compositions where we see the team that won on the Grand Arena end up taking the series outside of kind of an upset victory, I would say.
Yeah, we talk about that quite a bit. We talk about that first map. First, we need to set our attention onto Tolvaron. Coffin Dance versus WeRaview. The gates are about to open.
If Coffin Dance can win this swing match, I mean, it's going to make a statement. This is the best map in the game for Mage Warlock, so they've definitely got a good strategy. That double Drestagath tap Imprison into Fear on Lian. I think that's going to be their main point of contention. The difficulty is going to be that Lian is going to be so far away from the fight that if Joe leaps over to fear him, he might not actually be able to even get back to the mage to do damage. And that's going to be what Coffin Dance need to figure out. Maybe it's that they kill the Warlock on 12 runs. The Warlock's not going to be able to move nearly as much later into dampening. But again, we're probably going to see Coffin Dance with the standard turtle all day. Wait at the boxes. Maybe not. Joe is giving them a sign of hope. He gets immolated, and then he's like, oh, no, all right. Lontar told me I can't come out to play today. I'm in the boxes. And they're going to be chilling for a bit. Mercedes switching to Fell Hunter this time, choosing not to run the Succubus. Bit interesting there. It's definitely a big threat when you're the Mistweaver. You have to deal with a Warlock interrupt and a Mage interrupt. That's a lot of stress.
I always find it really interesting. Like, I'm curious to see how Coffin Dance decides to play this, because a lot of the time we see these melee cleave, you know, they sit at the pillar, they're feeling comfortable, and then at some point they're like, all right, let's just go, you know, whether it's like a minute or 2 minutes in the game. But I'm curious to see. I mean, right now, Thessia, he's going to be pushing in, kind of forcing their hand. The Infernals drop down. Big damage coming in from WeRaview. One Chaos Bolt lands onto Lontar. Unfortunately, diminishing return. Joe Fernandez now taking a little bit of damage, but with that lingering Psychic Shell, should be more than durable. And it's just, that tank trinket from N'Zoth is just such a good counter to Mercy and Thessia's offensive cooldowns. When you have that available, it is extremely unlikely they're going to be able to push through it. So really good gearing choices here by Coffin Dance. The one thing I will say is I feel like WeRaview, they blunder the Mortal Coil quite a bit. I mean, Thessia going for the polymorphs on Joe and Trent, I mean, it's kind of one of those things you have to do, but at the same time, we see Mercy constantly, you know, half DRing, triple DRing the Mortal Coil, and if that was just set up a little bit better, I feel like it would really give them more options in the match for their offensive setups.
All right, Lian is in that Imprison. This is the crowd control chain I was talking about, but Mercedes just roots the warrior, fears the demon hunter, and they weren't able to connect while his Mistweaver couldn't heal. So they're going to be totally intercepted and prevented of really any damage. Joe is going for a split strategy. That is something they could do. You sit one melee onto the mage, one melee onto the demon or onto the warlock, and then you can disrupt both casters and get pressure on 2 places. This is a good way to run the Mistweaver out of mana because the Jade statue is such a huge amount of healing from the Mistweaver, but it can only heal 1 target. So if 2 targets are being damaged, he's going to have to pump heals into 1. Big swap onto Lone Tar here by Rayview. Will he survive? Mortal Coil to follow it up, but Life Cocoon connects. And there's no way he's going down through that. Lone Tar going to go back to the pillar, but Thesha is pulling Joe and Tren very deep into the map. They do get a Drestigath Spine off, forcing a Life Cocoon from Lian, and that's kind of the story of the match is Drestigath, Life Cocoon, Dark Soul, Lingering Shell, and these cooldowns just trade with each other so efficiently that the game extends deep into dampening to reduce the healing of each of these cooldowns until the trade is now no longer beneficial for the defender's side.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happens, and this is kind of interesting because we haven't seen too many compositions work well into the Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver Monk so far. I mean, it's been a composition that's pretty dominant in North America, absolutely, with Cloud9, and I'm kind of wondering if teams are looking at this matchup. I mean, the amount of damage the Mage is taking is quite remarkable, to be honest with you. There's a lot of pressure on the small maps. It looks really good, so I'm kind of wondering if some of the North American teams might adapt this composition, Method Orange in particular. Maybe that could be an answer for Cloud9. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how the series plays out, but definitely going a lot better than I initially expected. Like, the Mage Warlock normally does extremely well into these melee cleaves, but it seems like the Warlock and the Demon Hunter, or sorry, the Warrior and the Demon Hunter are durable enough with the Mistweaver Monk where they can have uptime for a long enough time to really push through, you know, the Temporal Shield, the Life Cocoon, the Vitality Conduit, and slowly but surely get the big cooldowns like the Cauterize and the Ice Block, which is, it's nice to see.
And if you're a Mistweaver at home, you're wondering how they're getting their Life Cocoons down to such a short cooldown. It's a combination of the Chrysalis Honor talent and the Azurite trait Burst of Life. In tandem, you reduce the cooldown of your Life Cocoon by, I believe it's 65 seconds. So over a minute reduction on your Life Cocoon, which was buffed in a recent patch to be basically your entire health absorbed. So a very short cooldown, effectively Divine Shield. Lone Tar gets caught out in the open, but he has Vitality Conduit available. He activates that on himself. It's stabilizing him for now, but its defense will fade shortly, then activating the Send Vocus T, so he doesn't need to deal with any interrupts, and he will top off. But now Tren is low. Is Tren going to make the trade on that Lingering Psychic Shell? He's getting blasted right now by Mercedes. Mercedes switches off to Succubus after using Seduce to get a Fell Hunter for an interrupt, and he's gone back to that pet swapping strategy we kind of know and love him for.
Yeah, Mercedes still looking to generate pressure for his team, and I mean, if we talk about positioning a little bit, basically any of these wizards that are getting targeted just want to be in the open, so the other wizard can generate as much pressure as possible. So that's why you see Thessia, he's in the open, but the double stun Lian could be in a little trouble here. They're going after Tren, some big Chaos Bolts land. Lian, though, getting so low, forced to trade out his Trinket and Gate, and I really like that Joe and Tren are willing to pressure Lian when he pushes in to get aggressive. Sometimes the Mistweaver Monks can get a little bit too comfortable in the match, and I think kind of putting it to them, pressuring them when they push in. They already got the Trinket out of the way, which is really great to see, and potentially that's an opening a little bit later in the game.
All right, they got the Lingering Psychic Shell from Tren just a moment earlier, but Lian is actually in crowd control, unable to escape. Are they going to get the Cauterize from Thessia? He Frost Novas, he blinks away, activates the Blazing Barrier, absorbs some hits just in time for Lian to get back into the fight. However, he's still quite behind, pumping out some Vivifies in the near future. Actually just choosing to heal efficiently with only the Soothing Mist, grapple weapon on the Warrior to stop damage. Lian did ultimately lose the last game on mana. However, here on Tolvaron, he can move and drink a lot more easily, which he already is. Rolling back behind the pillar. Nobody is stopping him. Lone Tar gets intercepted. Lone Tar's right there on the side. He wanted to stop this drink so bad, but Mercedes Succubus catches him, and now Lian moves in for a leg sweep, and Lone Tar is suddenly in trouble. He just wanted to stop the drink, man. Now he has to break out in Life Cocoon to stay alive. He doesn't stop the drink, and it costs him some valuable cooldowns. Devastating moment for Coffin Dance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit scary, but at the same time, you're really never that sad if for Dark Soul and Combustion you trade a Life Cocoon. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable trade, so I think Lone Tar is going to be feeling relatively safe. Polymorph now on Lone Tar, Double Dragon's Breath coming in. Joe Fernandez going to be taking some heat here as Mercy putting out some big pressure on the Destruction Warlock. Greater Power Blast potentially could go through here as well. And it's just really difficult. I mean, the thing is with Tren and Joe all over Thessia, him finding the Greater Power Blast is pretty unlikely, and they've been on point stopping it, with stuns and interrupts. But more so than anything, it forces Joe and Tren to pay attention to that the entire game. And as they're paying attention to that, that's when Mercy can really try to amp up his damage and find big one-shots with Chaos Bolt, and then try to, get that instant burst damage off to assist Mercy. That's basically the main name of the game here for Thessia in this matchup, as you have 2 melee on you as a mage. It's not really your responsibility to be pushing in for crowd control or getting out most of the damage. It's mostly just survive, and when you have your cooldowns, you have your instant damage, that's when you can try to assist your Warlock to actually go for a takedown.
Drestigath over on Athasia, and Tren and Joe are splitting them up. That Drestigath got a life cocoon, and then Tren's going to try and go for his after the shield is over in the near future and try and get a kill with it. So they're not going that all-in double tap spines from the ground, try and burst the mage down. They're splitting the resources a bit here into dampening. If they'd stopped that drink earlier, they may have had a significant advantage at this point, but they don't. Lian should be able to power through here. Vitality Conduit, Mercy moving away, doesn't want to stand on top of the mage and get cleaved. Took a bit of deep wounds damage from Joe Fernandez's Blade Storm. Lian caught in crowd control. Good execution here from Coffin Dance. They get his Gladiator's Medallion. However, they're chasing the mage out into midfield, and Lone Tar has to roll out to help them. He paralyzes the Warlock to try and stop crowd control and get back to this pillar. I do like the usage of that Paralyze now for Lone Tar to reposition. He didn't get intercepted. If he had, they could have activated Dark Soul Combustion, potentially just closed the game out at that moment. Lone Tar once again in a tough spot. Does he move out in midfield? He ring of pieces the fear. He rolls away from the Warlock. Tren jumps on top of Lone Tar. Why does he not just reverse this? I thought for sure he was going to reverse the polymorph there. He doesn't reverse it. Now Lone Tar gets caught in a stun lock. They pop the double tap on that Dark Soul and Combustion. Lone Tar is at the pillar, but he gets Blink counterspelled. Lucid Dream Combustion might just finish him. Will he stay alive? He Desperation stuns the Infernal, and that could just kill him. Darkness on 1%. Will he die to the Ignite dot ticks here? Crackling Jade Lightning coming in. Darkness from Tren saves him for now, but the next time that rolls around, I don't know. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
That was a really nice counterspell. I mean, Lone Tar was pretty safe in that situation, but the Blink counterspell, the Shimmer counterspell with the Combustion still rolling. Lone Tar was honestly a little bit lucky to survive there. I mean, if that had just gone a little bit different, a little bit more damage, it would have been 2-1 for We Rave You. So Lone Tar going to have to be careful there. But big damage now on the Thessia. The Drestigath trinkets come in once again, and they net an ice block, which is huge for their team. Now all of a sudden, Thessia, he can't be feeling too safe. Lone Tar with mana, this is the worst we've seen it in this series so far, so he might have to sit down and go for a drink at some point. Tren and Joe, they're going to keep continuing to push this assault onto Thessia. They're doing so much damage onto him. Now looking for a Greater Power Blast. He manages to find one onto Lone Tar, it looks like. Lone Tar getting out of line of sight should be completely fine. Thessia now once again with the Temporal Shield. This could be his Cauterize if he's not careful. Imprisonment onto Lian. Thessia gets the Vitality Conduit. That's more than enough to keep him alive at this point in the game. And at 33% dampening, sparks are going to start really flying here in this match, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, Confidence have kept themselves in the game, getting that ice block from Thessia. Very important on Tolvaron. I feel like that's almost a feat of strength achievement to get an ice block on this map as this particular composition. But double Shadow Fury from Mercy, making a scary situation. Lingering Psychic Shell going to activate from Joe Fernandez, soak up some of the hits. But that was right before the Dark Soul Combustion. Joe could be a target here. No darkness to save the team either from Tren for another minute. He's feared off into the distance. Lone Tar's positioning has been great on this map. It's so difficult to navigate when you have to deal with that Warlock constantly trying to intercept you. But that Succubus is chasing him behind the pillar. Is that Succubus going to land a Seduce on the Lone Tar? In the near future, it's what he's got to get ready for. He may even have to use his leg sweep to interrupt Seduce. They're just waiting, biding their time. Actually still on the defensive. The Cauterize has been triggered from that Drestigath right before the Life Cocoon. Confidence stay in the game, but the Succubus lands the Seduce. Double Mortal Coil. Lian has leg sweep. Is he going to roll up for it? He doesn't want to walk into crowd control, but they really need the stun here. Joe leaps across the universe to chase the mage. Very bold decision by Joe. Lone Tar backs him up now with the Life Cocoon. They know it's do or die, but Lone Tar gets intercepted. Leanne ports on top of him, stun locking him. Thasia has to be desperation imprisoned. They're desperate. Will Lone Tar survive? They're actually so close to killing the mage at this point. If he doesn't go down, triple stun and off the side by Mercedes. Joe's recklessness is paying off. He's charging forward, but his healer's interrupted. Is he going to be able to get away with it for how much longer?
I mean, we'll definitely have to see. Time is definitely ticking down for both of these teams. That's in a little bit of trouble. Life Cocoon rotating back up for Leanne. 43% dampening, now caught into a stun. If Joe and Tren can get on target, they're going to be doing a lot of damage. I mean, I'm just looking at Tren's build. He's playing a ton of gushing wounds, and you can tell. I mean, I really feel like they need to be punishing Tren as much as they can in this matchup, but it's really difficult to do. The Demon Hunter is exceptionally tanky, and as a result, he can run all of those gushings, and that's why you're seeing this immense pressure. Life Cocoon does land, but now with the beautiful Seduce, Joe could actually be in a little bit of trouble. We might need to see a Darkness, something here to keep Joe alive. He's got 3 seconds on that Sparrowflight. He doesn't want to wait to get too low. 1 Chaos Bolt lands, a second. Life Cocoon from Lone Tar keeps him in the fight, and now they're going to be continuing to push to try to take down Thesia in this match. And I feel like if Coffin Dance, they win this game, that is a huge statement. I mean, that's the swing match. All of a sudden, things are looking good for them, even on the largest map in the pool. And that is it. The double Drestigath, Coffin Dance come back in the series, winning the swing match. And all of a sudden, it looks like this cleave setup coming in from Coffin Dance could win this series.
Wow, let's actually talk about that just a little bit more. Obviously, we talked about how the format comes into play and talked about a thing that we always refer to as the first map advantage, if you are able to win the blind pick. But let's dig a little bit deeper into that. Zico, for anyone who's not familiar with what essentially is going on with this back and forth, what actually does happen in a series like this if you were going to discuss it amongst your friends and peers in a completely unmuted environment?
Check. Oh, we're good. Yeah, so the format is this. Essentially, first game is going to be a blind pick. Neither team knows what comp or talents or anything that the other team is running. It will be played on Nagrand Arena because it's kind of a neutral map. It doesn't favor wizards too much, doesn't favor melees too much. Whoever loses that first game then gets to select what map you will play on, and the winner has to lock in their comp and show what comp they're going to run, and then the loser locks in their comp, effectively giving them a chance to counter it. So if you win game number 1 and you lose game number 2, and you win game number 3, you lose game number 4, in game number 5, when it's 2-2 and everything is on the line, you're gonna have that map and comp advantage. So the fact that Coffin Dance won here on a map that they're supposed to lose on is gonna give them that advantage if the series stretches on to a game 5. We're probably gonna go to Ashamans now, and it's gonna be tough for them to win there. But if they lose there, it doesn't matter too much.
Okay, yeah. Sid, what do you actually think is going to happen when we do get to the next map?
We could, what are their options, right? Like Warlock Warrior? I mean, it could do all right into Demon Hunter Warrior if they wanted to bring Nerd Rage off the bench. And then Mercedes also plays Death Knight, I believe. But I feel like you don't want to be Death Knight Warrior into Demon Hunter Warrior in particular, but I don't think they're going to make any changes. I don't know, it's so surprising. We've seen Mage Warlock just like dominating these melee cleaves, but we haven't seen a top-notch Demon Hunter Warrior, I feel like. I'm trying to think. We see like Fury Warrior Windwalker, but we never see the Demon Hunter Warrior, which is looking solid from Coffin Dance. Now that Tren's got that reverse magic on his bar, it's looking a little bit better for them. I'm almost wondering if they could have won game 1 if they had been using reverse magic in that particular match. So I like that they know that they need to get back on the mage to win. They're not spending too much time just sitting at the pillar waiting, and they're using defensive cooldowns to stay on top of the mage rather than using them reactively to stay alive. Like Lone Tar will just Life Cocoon Joe when he leaps on top of the mage because he knows as soon as Joe leaps, he's going to be taking a ton of damage, and then Joe can sit in battle and do a ton of damage. And then they rely on the darkness as they're all in. If they know that, okay, this could go not our way, but we have darkness to fall back on, that's when they just start running at the mage nonstop. They'll just keep pushing the mage, and they get a kill. I mean, that's how they're able to win on these big maps, is just by continuously going after him. and using these cooldowns to just stay aggressive.
I gotta say, Zico, you called it perfectly. Ashmane's Fall is going to be the next map as well. Are there any other predictions that you would like to throw out here before we actually do get into this game? We're also still waiting for Rave to be locking in their composition.
We're going to Game 5. Game 5 will be played on Ruins of Lordaeron, a fitting final resting place. Hashtag Super Tees.
Wait, even after that swing?
Dance is going to win. Dance is going to win.
Even after that surprise win on the last map, you still think we're going all the way to Game 5?
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a cleaner gameplay from We Rave You. They're going to, play up some of those loose ends, take us to Game 5. And I don't think Ruin is the best map to play Game 5 on, compared to like Blade's Edge, for example. But I think they're going to lock it in for the memes.
Okay, all right. Very, very bold claim coming out there, as we do see the Warlock and the Mage locked in again. Now, I know that Thessia Zico was one of those people that you really wanted to put on the microscope. This is a player that we've seen perform, whether it's been on streams, whether it's been on the ladder, but who's the MVP been for you thus far in this series? I know a lot of the people are definitely cheering Joe on, but is there one person who has started to claim that MVP so far with Coffin Dance versus We Rave You?
On both sides?
On either, yeah.
It's hard to say. I feel like on the side of Coffin Dance, they're all playing pretty well together as a team. They're pushing in together and they're pushing out together or pulling out together. And then you got on We Rave You, I want to say Leanne is playing, he's always been a solid monk, so it's not a real surprise there. Mercy, with his pet swapping strategy, is pretty interesting, but I mean, I got to be biased towards Stasia. I feel like landing that Blink counterspell last game easily could have just secured them the game. I saw multiple temporal shields when his healer didn't have Cocoon, and they were, Coffin Dance were doing a go, and he was able to survive because of that. So, it's got to go to, I think Tessia.
Okay, well, let's see if Tessia is going to be able to help We Rave You get back into this one, stay in this one, all the way to Game 5, or is Coffin Dance going to be playing the song that they named their team after for their opponents?
I mean, we'll definitely find out. Tren pushing forward once again, and for Tren and Joe, it's all about just whittle down the mage slowly but surely, find the Drestagath burst damage, and that's when you'll be able to really push through. Here it is once again. That's beautiful temporal shield and combustion to try to get some counter pressure. Preemptive life cocoon coming in from Lone Tar, as it looks like We Rave You. They want to get really aggressive. Lone Tar could be in some trouble. He uses his Transcendence to escape, using the Revival as well to clear off all the ignite damage from Thessia. That Revival is really strong into combustion, especially the Memory of Lucid Dreams combustion, because you just have so much damage. With the Mastery, it's spreading ignite everywhere, putting out a ton of damage, and Revival just completely counters it, removing all the ignite and basically completely freezing the damage.
All right, Tren getting blasted here in the early exchange, but with Metamorphosis, he does increased healing to himself when he attacks, so he's basically self-sustaining along with that statue of Lone Tar. Not going to be getting too much pressure onto him this early in the match. Definitely going to be favoring Coffin Dance right now, while Mercy does not have Dark Soul and Thasia doesn't have Combustion. Coffin Dance really need to maximize their uptime, and I mean they are, staying right on top of Thasia. Lone Tar needs to do a good job once again of crossing the map safely. Currently getting feared into Paralyze isn't exactly safe. Now into a leg sweep. They're still hammering down on Tren instead of Joe though in this match. Bit peculiar. Let's see if it ends up working out for them. Tren going to duck around the corner at the pillar, wait for his healer Lone Tar to get out of crowd control and begin to stabilize him. We Rave, you're going to switch targets, actually just hitting anyone that's in their line of sight. It looks like Coffin Dance are switching to the Warlock. They've realized that attacking the closest wizard might be a better option, and they net themselves a life cocoon onto the Warlock. Mercy is also not running, I believe, full versatility. He's running like a mixed build. He's running a little, actually, wait a minute, I'm looking at this a second time. He changed his build for the final game. He went full haste mastery with mastery amps. Mercy has actually built his character to do an insane amount of damage, but he will also take a lot of damage. So if Coffin Dance feel that out and notice that he's a little bit softer than the other games, they might find that as a win condition.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and I think that's one of those things with how much customization of you when you have of your character right now. You can build yourself really tanky, you can build yourself really bursty, and if you can take advantage of the gearing of your opponent, it can definitely work out for you. But Mercy probably not going to be a target until a little bit later on in the game. Can't leave Thessia alone for too long. Full Fear now coming in from Joe Fernandez as he's looking to get some damage rolling on Thessia, and here it is, the combustion once again is Joe spinning all over Thessia, trying to just avoid the damage. Trend runs away, actually stopping, I believe, the Seduce, trying to just slow down some of that crowd control, but Mercy just spamming out the Chaos Bolts. These Chaos Bolts are hitting huge. Trend once again forced to run away. Thessia in the midfield right now gets pummeled, and Joe leaps away to safety as well. Lontar saying, hey, I don't have that many defensive cooldowns. I need you guys to pull out so we can top off, be safe, and this is looking like it's going to be a complete reset. Right now, we rave you. They don't want to push behind the pillar, and Coffin Dance, they're having fun behind the pillar. They're very comfortable out of line of sight of the Destro, of the Fire Mage, and that's going to allow them just a moment to breathe and kind of re-strategize.
Yeah, but Lian also resets his mana. I feel like Lian's mana has been the main point of defeat for their team. We see Looney actually often running mana regeneration main essences with Lucid Dreams, and then running double mana regeneration trinkets. It seems like potentially that should be something Lian considers as well, running the Insignia and only the Obsidian Claw at the moment for mana regeneration, because Looney was suffering from the same problems in other games where he was running out of mana and losing because of it. But double Ring of Frost lands, Joe Bladestorms out of it. He war banners the leg sweep. Beautiful war banner there from Joe. Leg sweep only 2 seconds long instead of 4, so not going to be getting nearly as much damage onto Lontar as he repositions on the box, and they are trying to punish Mercedes for that build he's running with the full haste mastery. They get a life cocoon, and they go back to the pillar. It's like, all right, that's what we wanted. That's enough for us right now. We'll take a break. We'll take 5, and we'll be back, Mercedes.
Take 45 until life cocoon's off cooldown once again. But Thessia, of course, with that Ring of Frost, he's been able to set up his team nicely, and I think that's the scary thing. But it looks like Joe and Trent, they're going to be changing their target right now, going after Mercy in the match. And now, I mean, he's a bit of a vulnerability here. There's a big damage coming in from Joe and Trent. Could be in some trouble. The Vitality Conduit bounces his health back up to full, but I mean, this damage is absolutely insane. Pre-dampening. Thessia looking to reverse the damage, though, with a combustion of his own, putting out big pressure on Trent, on Joe, forcing them to kind of retreat. Trend is going to be attacking Thessia as kind of a defensive maneuver just to slow down some of that damage and try to deny that combustion. One Greater Power Blast being fired in. Joe Fernandez, no Spell Reflect available just yet. Now actually comes up, so he can get the Spell Reflect if he needs to, but it seems like Lontar has the situation under control. Another Greater Power Blast lands. This is a problem. If you go on Mercy for too long, Thessia, if he can sneak in, 1, 2 Greater Power Blasts, that can be enough to just completely close out the game. So that's kind of the risk you run going after the Warlock over the Fire Mage.
Nice fell rush from Tren, jumping through Mercedes, interrupting the Chaos Bolt with positioning. Jumping back for a moment out of the Ring of Frost, trying to line of sight the Greater Pyros. And now a stun onto Thasia. Very important that they crowd control the mage if they're going to leave him open. These Greater Pyros are going to be threatening. Can they continue to stop him? Mercedes stunned up. They're pushing to get Unending Resolve, but Double Mortal Coil stalls it for now. Mercedes now has to reposition away from Lontar's pillar, which he is doing. Needs to be a little bit further back. He's making his way. And then if Lontar rolls out in midfield, Thasia needs to intercept him, but Tren stops him with that Imprison. Huge damage on Mercedes, but Life Cocoon is now available again. Mana going to be an issue for Lian. He's at 50%, about 10% dampening. They already lost on their best map. Mercedes, I believe, just got desperate and went full damage this time around as opposed to the versatility to try and help carry the team. Coffin Dance have now realized that he's running full damage and not versatility, and they're immediately going after him, and it's looking very threatening for this Warlock. Thasia has to basically carry this game by himself. He needs to get crowd control on Lontar. He needs to land Greater Pyro Blasts, but Coffin Dance are doing a great job of not only attacking the Warlock and getting cooldowns, but also interrupting Thasia at the same time. He just got disrupted by Trent, paralyzed by Lontar. Lian's now into full fear. Mercedes is down at half health. He Mortal Coils desperately. He gets polys onto the DPS. He fears them away. He drops an Infernal proc, waiting to pull the trigger. Gets interrupted though. Lian moves in for a leg sweep. Warbanded gets dropped, but it was 1 second too late. Not going to hit the leg sweep. Either way, not enough damage. Lian now in prison. Mercedes could be in trouble. Tren jumps over, trying to get a ton of damage out. Mercedes drops the Infernals to intercept. Lone Tar rolls out into midfield. I think he wanted to get a leg sweep, but he actually just rolls into a poly. It was on diminishing return. Same thing for the Seduce. This is actually great for Lone Tar. He sits through a ton of crowd control for free, and now his team should feel open to continue pushing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mercy is getting bursted down. I mean, look at Lian's mana. It is not doing well right now, having to heal through all this cleave damage, all the gushing wounds Tren has available. Mercy is really struggling, and Lian has the hard choice or the hard task of actually keeping him alive in the match. Unending Resolve gets traded out, and that's perfect. At this point in Dampening, that's exactly when you want that cooldown used. So Lone Tar Joe and Tren, they got to be feeling really good and confident about this matchup. They just have to watch out for the combustion, and I honestly think they're going to take away this game. If they don't win this, it could be a little bit of a throw at this point. They just need to play well defensively, which they have been, and make sure they don't get Greater Power Blasted, more than once in the match. Because at that point, you can instantly get taken away. But I think if Tren and Joe can stay on target, they can easily take down Mercy, stun on Lian, into an imprison, but he gets the Life Cocoon. But once that Life Cocoon fades, I mean, there's no real defense left here for Mercy.
Oh, Greater Power Blast, one in the sky, second one gets paralyzed. I really like the crowd control allocation from Coffin Dance, realizing we don't really need to crowd control Lian that much. It's better to use Paralyze on the target we're not hitting, which in this case is the Mage, to slow down his Greater Power Blast and his Polymorphs. Doesn't look like Lone Tar has a Dispel. Joe's sitting at full Polymorph. It's a bit devastating. Now he's Seduced. Tren jumps back, but he doesn't have Reverse for a couple of seconds, so does manage to just interrupt the Succubus, though, with the Disrupt. And now Mercedes is taking a ton of damage. If they can just stop these Greater Pyros and stay on target, Lian has burned basically all of his mana. Double stun combo here between Joe and Tren. They're pushing for the kill. Now at 25% dampening, can they close the game out? There's still the threat of the Dark Soul, but they have Darkness to immune themselves to the damage. They should just go, stay on top of the Warlock and finish this game out. They're going to cut through that Life Cocoon like butter. Lian now paralyzed. Good adaptation by Lone Tar, switching that crowd control over to the healer. This deep into dampening while they try to push for the win. Combustion gets dropped. He gets feared on Combustion. Thasia just ice blocks the fear. They imprison Mercedes at low health. Can they finish him here? They've denied Dark Soul. Drestigas are being dropped. Big pressure. They're desperate. They disarm the warrior, but Tren might just solo carry in the next couple of seconds. Lian has absolutely no mana left, and Joe goes into battle stance, closing this one out. Coffin Dance, dance all over. We rave you. 3-1. And what did I learn from this game? Don't build your character to do damage. Build your character to take less damage. Mercedes took a gamble, and it didn't work.
Oh, would you agree with that, Ben?
I mean, sometimes you have to. I mean, they just couldn't score a kill for 2 games straight, so I think sometimes you have to take the risk. I think it's easy to say when that risk doesn't pay off that it wasn't worth it, but I mean, it could have been the same result if he was playing like max versatility. Yeah. But I think my big takeaway from this game is, I mean, that looked really good. Coffin Dance, this composition, the way they're playing it, it's working out really well. And I think this is the first time in some time that we're seeing a mage, warlock, monk actually lose to a cleave setup. And I think that's quite remarkable. The Demon Hunter Warrior is looking really strong, especially when played by Tren and Joe.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, we're seeing players just thriving on the specs that they're actually playing on, but you bring up a really important point in the meta. I mean, it's been tough to actually see these Warlock Mage compositions go down. I mean, Warlock looks invincible in so many scenarios, Zico, and now we really have seen this Warrior Demon Hunter composition maybe breathe a little bit of life into this bracket as far as compositions are concerned. Do you think that Coffin Dance could really be shaking things up?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it feels like they had a pretty good game strategy. They had a good answer as well, and they mid-game adaptations, like you guys talked about, swapping up their targeting, realizing Mercy is running low Versa, he's running more damage, realizing that when you're behind the pillar and you have a second to kind of just assess the situation, things like that is just really good signs in general for them. So I'm excited to see what these guys can do, and a lot of it just comes down to and how experienced they are in the matchup, knowing what targets to hit, and also every time Lone Tar is crossing the map on these big maps, he's always doing it when he has the Paralyze for the Warlock or the Mage, whoever is not being targeted, so he can safely get across and get into healing range of his teammates.
Yeah, I'm really like we barely talked about this lower side of the bracket when we actually started off the day. Like Super T started talking about the teams that were actually on the upper side of the bracket, and we were talking about it. All of a sudden, games were ready. Obviously, we wanted to jump right into the game. There's so much to be excited for in this tournament, and now we do see these teams on the lower side of the bracket that could potentially shake stuff up. But what Sid talked about earlier in the day is now going to be what we are going to get to look at. Let's talk about the teams that are in the top side of the bracket, Super Tees. Why were you so excited to talk about them at the beginning of the day?
Well, you've got like new school versus old school. You got Hydra, you got Zuniaki, but Zuniaki's remained pretty relevant throughout. I feel like he's just been he's been thrown a tough hand. I mean, Disc Priest hasn't been like the thing. It's still really not even the thing right now. So he's picked up Mistweaver. He's making it work with the team that he's got, and then Hydra coming into the scene again. So that's what I mean by old school, but for My Way and Enlight. And then they got the new kids, Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. They're not even new kids either. I'm like saying that, but they're actually old and new. They're like still new old people. I don't know.
Wow. When you say it like that, that really does
yeah, it's very profound.
Very five-headed of you. Yeah.
What expansion, like if you started competing, let's say in Warlords, would you be a new player?
You're a new
or
kid
old
if you're
player?
WOD, yeah. So WOZ is still
So what, Mop and earlier is old school, or
I think it's Kata and earlier is old school.
Kata and earlier. Okay.
Wait, really? Yeah, I think that's
this new school.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
I think I agree. I think Kata and back.
we're a bunch of old men on this desk, but I can say one thing. Regardless of age, we're very excited to be getting into this next series. We are going to give the teams a second to get ready. When we do return, we're going to be moving back to the top side of the bracket. We're going to see the teams that haven't dropped a single series so far in our tournament. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up right after this.
Chaz, there needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Ball drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Yes! Yes!
No!
You want to repeat that, Rich?
Now I can't make the jokes anymore.
Yes!
Oh, no!
Yes!
Oh, that was the best opening I've ever had, too.
It was a good one. They missed out for
Oh,
sure.
it was so good. Oh. All right, I'm just going to do it again. All right. 5, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Oh, no, it's gone. It's gone. The energy's gone. Basically, if you're just tuning in right now, I'm an idiot, which you probably already knew, but also we have eliminated 2 teams. We have our top 6, and now we're going to be taking a look at the top side of the bracket where we're going to find out who is going to drop down to the lower side of the bracket. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and I'm joined by the gentlemen who are going to help cover all of the action. We got Super Tees, Venruki, and Zico. Let's actually talk about the teams that are still on the upper side of the bracket and actually start to talk about what we think is going to happen. Zico, what do you think of the squads that we do have on the top side of this bracket?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think both of these jungles are going down to the lower bracket here. Kind of limited in terms of their comps, and also we've seen it time and time again in the finals. Wildcard Gaming, Method Black, these guys are so experienced. They have so many comps, and you know they're always showing up. So I feel like if either jungle wins one of these matches, they're going to have a pretty good shot at making it all the way to the finals. But I can't help but feel like we're going to see a little bit more Wildcard Method Black when all of this is done.
Would you agree with that, Venruki?
I mean, I just feel like these 2 teams, they're so solid. They've been consistent for so long. It's really hard at this point to bet against them. I mean, the meta really hasn't changed that much since last weekend, where, I mean, Wildcard Gaming as well as Method Black showed, you know, they have the compositions to take it the distance once again. So for this entire tournament, my money would definitely be on seeing these 2 teams in the grand finals. But, I mean, I'm interested. I'm excited to see if any teams can, you know, beat them in a series, send one of these teams down to the lower bracket, and maybe even knock them out of the tournament. I think that would be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, dude, last week, Super Tees, we started off with a pretty big upset, so it's not completely out of the cards here at all, but as we did already mention, Wildcard Gaming versus My Way going to start things off. Let's start by talking about Wildcard just a little bit, Super Tees.
So they're the only team that runs the Balanced Druid Elemental Shaman. They utilize it against double melee compositions, so Windwalker Death Knight in particular. But jungle, so the composition that My Way plays, is technically a cleave with Hunter and Feral. So I'm curious if Wildcard will utilize the Balanced Druid Elemental for that cleave in particular. Their blind pick is a little bit more difficult to call because they could also run Windwalker Death Knight if they anticipate Hydra going in on Priest. But Hydra has been practicing his Mistweaver Monk. So Wildcard Gaming need to consider, is Hydra going to go Mistweaver Monk? Is he going to go Discipline Priest? Because maybe the Windwalker DK isn't as good if he goes Disc. Actually, no, it is. 100% Wildcard Gaming should play a Frost Death Knight of some capacity. Frost Death Knight Windwalker would be great. You just, if Hydra runs Mistweaver, he's just going to outright die. There's no way he can lock Mistweaver into Frost DK with a jungle. If he plays Priest, he's still probably just going to get gripped into a triple chill streak and die. Frost Death Knight has to be the best spec Wildcard Gaming have for a blind lock. I don't see anything that could counter it. It's only a 3-player roster and it's only jungle.
We're going to be finding out very quickly here what is in store on the blind pick.
Whoa,
That is
why?
I don't think the folks at home can see it yet, but you know what? Let's just jump down into this game. I did not expect this composition. It's Thunder. Let's see what does happen as these gates do get open. Super Tees, why do you think that we actually did see it? It grabbed your attention first.
I mean, it's been pretty good on the ladder. I see it a little bit more often than before with the Ellie and the Warrior. I'm wondering what the kill target is here for the jungle. Do they just tunnel down the Ellie? It can be difficult if Zeepai runs kind of the Ghost Wolf tank build. I'm going to wait for the gates to open to check what Zeepai's build is here. It's durable, it does damage, and it can run a priest out of mana. So on paper it makes sense. But I just felt like Frost Death Knight would roll jungle over.
Yeah, I mean, this might be one of those compositions that rolls jungle over as well, to be completely honest with you. I mean, like you said, this composition extremely durable. You can't really train down Looney. Blizzo on the Arms Warrior is going to be exceptionally tanky. And then, of course, Zeepai on the Elemental Shaman. He's playing Dark Iron Dwarf. He's going to be playing heavy versatility as well as have high armor. So it might be difficult for them to actually take down Zeepai in the match. Lightning Lasso on Tony Farrell. Big burst damage. Paralyzed on Hydra. Hydra's got a lot of catch-up to do here. Vitality Conduit should be enough, as well as the Lingering Psychic Shell. It seems like this is one of the most popular trinkets in this tournament so far. Tony Farrell's going to be activating that, keeping himself alive. Didn't have to trade any survival instincts. But I would say Wildcard Gaming is off to a bit of a better start.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming have solid pressure onto the Feral Druid. Already 20% of Hydra's mana is gone. Not even a minute into the game. This comp can definitely work. We see Casso disengaging over, securing a freezing trap, but he's intercepted by Blizzo with a Stormbolt, fearing Hydra, denying damage, denying healings. Beautiful interception by Blizzo, totally shutting down that crowd control chain. Tony getting caught out of cat form in that stun. Lightning Lasso to follow it up, but Casso leaps over, interrupts the Lightning Lasso, protecting Tony Farrell. Blizzo taking quite a bit of damage here, as well as Zeepai. Zeepai not playing the tanky Ghost Wolf build Elemental Shaman, so Looney likely has a lot of work ahead of him in terms of healing output. Full stun, Blizzo moves over and eats the freezing trap, and then Hydra rolls up and secures the Psychic Scream. Zeepai decides to hold his Tremor Totem. No reason to break the fear on Looney. He's already Life Cocoon. There's no way he's going to die, so it's not worth just wasting that Tremor. I like the patience from him there, saving that for a Psychic Scream in the future. Hydra currently crowd controlled, but he activated Vitality Conduit prior to it, so the health is being stolen from Casu. Both Lingering Psychic Shells activated from the Hunter and the Feral. They're going to be pretty durable right now to the Elemental Shaman, but Zeepai didn't use his Maelstrom. He sat on it, and now he's Earthshocking after the Lingering Psychic Shell. Those Earthshocks are going to do a lot more damage.
I mean, definitely. And you can start seeing the main win condition here for Wildcard Gaming. If they can just hold on, keep doing these setups, keep putting out damage, Hydra will eventually go out of mana, but this is a nice setup. Zeepai is getting a little bit low. He's got the Astral Shift. He's not trading it out. And it looks like it might be enough, just the Rallying Cry coming in from Blizzo to keep Zeepai alive. Double stun coming in once again. We got the Stormbolt on Casu, and then, of course, the Lightning Lasso on Tony Farrell. And that's how Wildcard Gaming has been setting up in this matchup. Hydra holding on with his Rapture. But the problem is that Discipline Priest mana is not great. We see My Way. They have a lot of pressure. Things are looking good. But once Hydra runs out of gas, that's when the game becomes really unstable for My Way.
Blizzo has been having a phenomenal game, number one, intercepting so much crowd control, but wasn't able to find this freezing trap to help Looney. Can they finish it off here? Zeepai pre-Ghost Wolfing the stun, not taking too much damage. Looney looking to try and recover, but he's got multiple
Hydra
interrupts at him. Triple crowd control as Hydra comes back into the fight from a drink, breaking out of the stun and fearing Looney, but Zeepai patiently held Tremor for that fear. If he didn't have Tremor here, I mean, Blizzo could have easily just died. The patience from Zeepai pays off. Casu and Tony are back in the game thanks to Hydra's well-timed drink. Double stun lock combo. Is Blizzo going to disrupt this? He drops the War Banner, but Casso snipes the War Banner with a couple grenades, jumps in, looks to bait out the Grounding Totem from Zeepai. Zeepai holds on to Grounding Totem, but they're still taking so much damage. Looney gets interrupted from Casso. Double stun in reverse. Blizzo lands the Intib, charges back in onto the Feral. Sharpened Blade, Earthshock combo, but Blizzo is just getting torn to shreds right now. He's running full versatility and still almost going down to the damage. My Way showing potential in game one against Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, it is looking good. I mean, Hydra sitting down for a drink, recovering, 60% of his mana. So important in this matchup right now. I mean, Looney, his mana is doing okay. It might end up evening out at some point in this game. Blizzo barely surviving that last attempt, getting into battle stance at around 10% health, and really just wanting to push the pressure. Full trap now on Looney. Zeepai getting lower, forced to use the Astral Shift. Life Cocoon connects as well. Looney should be able to recover through this. Once again, a Lightning Lasso on Tony Farrell as he's getting low. Blizzo not connecting there. That was purely Zeepai. And actually, Blizzo, he's pressuring Hydra now, kind of forcing him away, saying, hey, you're playing a little bit too close to my Mistweaver Monk. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. Hydra retreats. He respects the warrior damage. But now in this position, things are still looking pretty good here for My Way.
Zeepai pushes out. I think they want to go after Hydra. If Blizzo attacks the Priest, then he won't get cleaved by the Hunter and the Feral. He can reduce a lot of damage just by standing away from Zeepai, but Zeepai is struggling. Nice interrupt on the Lightning Lasso. An interrupt onto Looney. Beautiful communication between Casso and Tony. This next freezing trap might be the end of the game. Casso leaps over. Grounding Totem available. Looney's trying to dodge the freezing trap as long as he can. Will he be able to avoid it? It looks like Casso may have not landed it. He's still holding on to the freezing trap. He's waiting for that harpoon. He's going to Master's Call. He's baiting Looney to port. He baits out the grounding. They kill the grounding totem. Casso jumps over. Looney jumps, reports the jump. Casso needs to land this freezing trap. It's all eyes on Casso if he can land this. Looney might pre-Vitality Conduit. His mana's not looking good either. I mean, Casso is just bullying him. Lands the full freezing trap. There's no Astral Shift. Hydra just needs to pump out some penances here. Triple Fear from Blizzo. Big mistake stacking up there. Lightning Lasso, Cap Totem out. Nice capitalization of that moment by Zeepai, but unfortunately not finding too much damage from it. Mana advantage in favor of My Way. Now, while this composition on paper may work for Wildcard Gaming, I don't think it was their best option. It could lose them the blind pick if My Way can keep up.
I mean, definitely Hydra right now. It's so low on mana. Looney evened out at this point. Nice War Banner there on the trap. Nicely done there by Blizzo. Fear as well, that intimidating shout. Oh, sorry, this Psychic Scream coming in from Hydra. Breaks relatively quick, and now Hydra forces to use the pain suppression. He's in a little trouble. Blizzo and Zeepai still kind of all over the place, pressuring all three members. Tony getting low, forced to use his Trinket and Survival Instinct to overlap with the Vitality Conduit. So big overlaps there. Blizzo pushing in, still trying to punish the Discipline Priest of Hydra. Hydra getting behind the pillar. Blizzo coming back to support Zeepai and Looney in this kind of scary situation. Blizzo actually trading out the die by the sword. Looney realizing he was going into an extended crowd control chain, didn't want to have to heal too much, gets Zeepai to use the Astral Shift, and Blizzo to use the die by the sword, and that should be enough for Wildcard Gaming to stay in it. Now a big setup once again here on Tony Farrell. Blizzo in the meantime taking some damage. Life Cocoon denies that attempt, but this is a lot closer than I would have expected.
Yeah, this team's looking pretty evenly matched here for game one. Life Cocoon on Blizzo. Now Casso needs to get through Grounding Totem of Zeepai before the next freezing trap. He jumps over and just goes for it. He lands it. Blizzo gets stunned up. Blizzo breaks out. Wind Shear on Hydra from Zeepai. Now a stun onto Looney. Doesn't look like Hydra's in position to fear, so Looney will come out of crowd control. Save the day. Tony on the run, taking a huge hit from Blizzo's Drestigath. Catches a quick heal, but it may not be enough. Vitality Conduit comes in from Hydra, but they're stacked up on a warrior. Blizzo is in his happy place right now with all three targets in range of sweeping strikes. He's going to be doing tons of damage. They're still stacked up. I mean, Blizzo is ripping in. This is going to tax Hydra's mana quite a lot. Casso leaps out, re-engaging, trying to find a freezing trap onto Looney in the backline. Looney repositions to midfield. Tony is still pinned at the pillar. Survival Instinct's available. Chooses to go for a Shadow Meld stun onto Blizzo, but Stormkeeper is rolling for Zeepai. Hydra soaks the hit with Barrier. Trades from both sides. Looney Life Cocoons to try and save his mana just a tiny bit longer. Full Lightning Lasso. Stormbolt denies the interrupt. He gets Ring of Peace back into line of sight. Earthshock potentially out of this. Survival Instincts, Lingering Psychic Shell, everything to keep Tony on target and finish this game out. Blizzo War Banners the Fear while Zeepai can't tremor, but he is still taking a beating. That War Banner got so much value though. It hit 2 stuns, a Fear, and a Silence. Blizzo MVP play here, but his defense is quite limited. Is he going to continue to push after this Feral Druid? Hydra's going for a drink, but Tony has 10% health. Is he going to get away with it? He trinkets into another stun. He cannot drink. He life grips Tony out of range of the Lightning Lasso. He conduits the follow-up damage. They stun Blizzo on his leap. Tony wraps around the corner, catches a quick heal. Hydra pulls his team back into the fight, but he's got no mana left. Pressure is not in favor of My Way. They need a freezing trap now.
Oh, Hydra's going to be in some trouble here. Really no defense left. Blizzo can basically hit anyone he wants at this point. Hydra is going to have a real difficult time recovering, barely holding on, but Looney's mana isn't doing great either. It now into a full freezing trap. Beautiful triple Fear coming in from Blizzo. Tony Farrell could be in a lot of trouble as he's caught into a Lightning Lasso. The Lingering Psychic Shell doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Pain Suppression lands from Hydra as well. Tony barely holding on. He's kiting behind the pillar, trying to get some heals on himself as Hydra just has no mana left. Once again, the Vitality Conduit saving the day. And Wildcard Gaming, they can't believe how My Way is still in this fight. Hydra basically pulling miracles out at this point to keep his team alive.
I mean, their entire team is dead. They get a freezing trap. They have to win right here and now. It's do or die to take out Blizzo on 10% remaining health. Blizzo die by the swords. Hydra gets wind sheared, and this could be a triple kill for Wildcard Gaming in game number 1. Hydra holds on to dear life. Aspect of the Turtle on 5%. Survival on 5%. Rapture power shields, but it's not enough to hold out. Wildcard Gaming will close it out by the skin of their teeth.
My goodness, what a bunch of live lords on the side of My Way, though. Hydra, absolute monster. Zico, let's actually talk about how they were able to survive. I mean, ultimately, it's not going to be enough, but throughout the entirety of that blind pick, I felt like a believer quite a few times, throwing my hands up in the air. Let's actually talk about how Hydra was able to hang on for so long.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is Vitality Conduit. Like, there's no... that's the main thing keeping both of these teams kind of going. It's just so strong, you know. It's basically a spirit link that when Hydra presses it, anybody in line of sight has their HP split, and anybody who's taking damage has that damage split with his whole team as well. So, you know, against a comp, you know, that wants to kind of burst people down like an LA Shaman, it's just super effective, right? But it's always that kind of bane of the priest that he's going to run into when he plays, you know, against most other healers. And that is that you have to land a kill before the priest goes out of mana. Once the priest goes out of mana, it's always going to, pretty much always going to happen before other healers go out of mana. And, you know, that's what Wildcard was playing for. They're just playing to survive, do as much damage as possible so they can kind of accelerate the game to that point, and then win by just outlasting, essentially.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about what the rest of the series could look like. Obviously, we've only seen the blind pick. I know, Sid, this wasn't what you expected to see at all from Wildcard Gaming. What do you expect to see when we actually do keep on trucking through this one?
I mean, it worked. It's not that it didn't work. It got a little bit close at times, but they still rotated defensively well. I'm wondering, I believe was it Enlight or My Way that beat the Bergen Boys. So My Way beat Bergen Boys 3-2 to get here.
Wow.
So Wildcard Gaming are probably thinking, oh, Bergen Boys play Windwalker DK and they lost to My Way. If we play Windwalker DK, we might lose. So we should try something else to see if it works, maybe. And so LE Warrior was the something else. It has good disruption, War Banner, Grounding Totem for freezing traps. It has consistent damage that runs the priest out of mana. Like, it's not a bad pick. It's just, it's one of those cases where, is there something better?
Wait. Wildcard's playing Turbo?
Why? Are they just trying to play all the underrepresented specs, like Moonkin and Enhancement? Like,
I swear Turbo's actually not that bad. I think versatility...
jungle?
Yeah, I think versatility allows, you know, both Elemental Shaman and Enhancement Shaman to be a lot more represented. I think Zipai maybe struggled to get off as much damage as maybe he thought he should in that matchup as the Elemental Shaman. So switching over to the Enhancement, I could see pressure being a lot higher for the team of Wildcard Gaming.
So you're liking the Turbo for Dollar and Sewers. I definitely, so coming off the loss, My Way is setting this up, right? They lock in the map first, then Wildcard picks their composition, then My Way with full information is going to select their composition. I'm pretty sure that's not the information that they expected to receive after locking in Dollar and Zico. I don't think Turbo was something that would be easy to predict in this series at all.
I don't think anyone could have predicted that we're going to see an enhanced Shaman.
yeah.
Have we seen, this has got to be the first enhanced Shaman we even see since the AWC started up again, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think we've seen a Turbo in a little while.
Yeah, so I think this is the enhanced debut, and I mean, when you're playing against a priest, I think it makes sense. You kind of want to just drag on the game, go late, but I don't know. I feel like they have a lot of different options, like Zipai on DK comes to mind, and I feel like that seems a little bit more meta right now. But I'm not gonna bash the enhanced Shaman here because it's the first one. So let's see, you know, how they actually do in this patch. It's definitely, you know, one of those specs that you don't see, but so is Moonkin, and we saw it do wonders last week. So
it was pretty funny, like seeing chat actually catch up and then see the enhancement Shaman. There was nothing in the middle. It was just like like LOL Enhancement Shaman XD or like Enhancement Shaman Pog. I think that there's definitely, we're going to see something new here. The question is it going to be great? Is the versatility going to be enough? Or are we going to see it be a pick that's a little bit out there and Wildcard Gaming need to claw their way back after it? We're going to find out very shortly. My Way going to try to tie up this series after living virtually forever in that first game. But Wildcard Gaming can put themselves on match point. If you are just tuning in, we have already eliminated 2 teams. But right now what we're trying to do is figure out who is going to drop down from these 2 squads to the lower bracket. Dollar and Sewers, the gates are about to open.
Yeah, and we're going to see, can the Enhancement Shaman survive long enough to put out the pressure they need against this composition? Wildcard Gaming in the last match, was just about surviving, basically getting through the cooldowns of Hydra, getting through his mana, and then ultimately winning the game. We'll have to see if Zeepai on the Enhancement Shaman is going to be durable enough to bring it to that win condition, or maybe with the damage they'll be able to just shred through. But in my experience, a well-played Enhancement Shaman with a ton of versatility is actually really difficult to take down, and they put out a lot of pressure.
So I'm excited to see the Bloodlust from Zeepai. Ven, you're probably not that excited to see Bloodlust, but
why not?
Shamanism going to be active here. Full stun on Zeepai. Freezing Trap instantly off the bat from Casso. This is a good start for My Way, but Zeepai even running that lingering Psychic Shell activates it during that crowd control chain. Doesn't really take too much damage until just the end of it. Looney now stunned up. Hydra looks for a fear, but he gets feared himself. It breaks a little bit prematurely. Double Sunder from Zeepai to slow the advance towards Looney. Looney rolls back out into the open, picks his team back up. Tony moving over along with Casu. They're trying to bait out some disruption like the War Banner so they can go for that full freezing trap. Blizzo leaps back onto the Feral Druid. Blizzo goes into battle stance. Ascendance gets popped here for Zeepai, and Tony's just going to immediately evacuate thanks to Hydra's life grip. Now Casso going to get swapped with the remainder of this Ascendance. Tony Feral restells to stun it, stalling out a ton of damage. Casso leaps over for freezing trap. War Banner gets baited. Now they need to kill the War Banner as soon as possible. Then they have to bait Grounding Totem. They knock Zeepai very far away. Nice explosive trap, really saving Tony there. And Casso snipes in the freezing trap. High level Hunter play from My Way early on here. Astral Shift, it may not be enough. I mean, this is the weakness of the Enhancement Shaman, is its self-sustainability. Astral Shift buys time for Life Cocoon, but that won't be available for the next round. There's the Ascendance being popped, or the Heroism being popped from Zeepai, increasing not only the damage of himself, but as well Blizzo, really hammering down on that Feral, and let's see how much damage they can get out here. I feel like the Ellie was working a bit better. Perhaps they're experimenting with this. They want to see if Enhancement will end up working. Full stun lock onto the healer and Zeepai. Harpoon into a Skull Bash. They mind control Zeepai. They could pull him away from the fight. Bit surprised to not see him pull him too far. Blizzo leaps over to pummel the mind control. Looney will stabilize. Tony still has 2 charges of Survival Instincts. Casso still has Aspect of the Turtle. Hydra has decent mana. However, this might be just one of those games where you die without using a cooldown. If you end up dying, it's My Way.
Yeah, I mean, Zeepai, he's looking relatively healthy at this point. His Astral Shift is going to be rotating back up. Looney does get interrupted. Might have to connect the Life Cocoon, but it does seem like Zeepai, he's going to be completely full health. Does get bursted down. They're trying to reverse the pressure. Tony Feral could be in some trouble. Double Intimidating Shout coming in from Blizzo. Very nice crowd control coming in from Blizzo, trying to reverse that setup. That double Intimidating Shout not only slowed down Casu, but also crowd-controlled Hydra for them to get the pressure rolling on Tony Feral. And I mean, if we look, Zeepai still has his Astral Shift. Things are looking nice. There hasn't been a moment in this game where Wildcard Gaming hasn't had a solid answer for the next setup. So I think this Enhancement Shaman is working out quite nicely so far.
Full freezing trap. War Banner 1 second too late. Hydra moves into position for Psychic Scream, but Zeepai has Tremor. He's moving in. He's in range. He tremors it. They swap some damage over to Blizzo. I like the 2-pronged assault from My Way. Focus damage on both the Warrior and the Shaman. They knock Zeepai off the side into the Shadow Side Eye. Zeepai takes 5% more damage now. Nice explosive trap from Casu. Unfortunately, Tony Feral is kind of just trying to get Blizzo off of Hydra. He's not really having any success. Blizzo does what Blizzo wants. Now switching back over to Tony Feral. Huge mana deficit right now for My Way. They drop the barrier on the Stormbolt. He gets Ring of Peace out of the barrier by Looney into a double Sunder. Big combo of damage by Zeepai. Full freezing trap though onto Looney as My Way look to counterattack. Hydra in position for Psychic Scream. No Tremor this time around. Zeepai gonna Astral Shift. Blizzo tanks it out with his Avatar. now dishing tons of damage. Hydra gets stunned up. He pain suppressions, but he overlaps. Now they're switching to Hydra. A Disciplined Priest with a Warrior and an enhancement on him could be quite intimidating. You're already at 10% mana. You're absolutely getting shredded at this point. Hydra holds on to dear life, but there are really no significant openings for My Way at this point in the game. The mana advantage is just so vast at this point. Stunlock onto Tony. Hydra tries to pick him back up. Triple Sunder, triple Fear. Looney rolls up for possibly a triple as well. Not off cooldown, unfortunately for him. Hydra is just absolutely getting smacked right now by Zeepai and Blizzo, and it is overwhelming pressure. Wildcard Gaming look to win a series in every tournament with as many oddball specs as possible. Enhancement Shaman looking strong in this matchup.
Yeah, Enhancement Shamans looked good. Elemental Shamans looked good. Moonkins looked good. Wildcard Gaming can make just about anything look good. But the question is, can My Way get back in this in any way, Zico? Do you think that they will be able to get back into this series?
I feel like it's a little early to call right now. I think they got. My honest answer is probably not, because even if they figure out a way to beat the Enhance, it might not even be running into the Enhance again. I feel like this is one thing that Wildcard does in general. If it's a large map, they'll pick something like a Moonkin Alley. If it's a small map, they'll just blind lock a melee cleave and take your map pick and flip it on its head.
Yeah, they did that very well, right? That's exactly what we saw in that last game. We can potentially see it here again because it's going to be the same dynamic with actually locking things in. And, you know, you say that maybe it's a little bit too early. I mean, this series is just about done and dusted. This could be a hot 3-0 today. I believe the first 3-0 that we would actually see. So, Zico, are there any big moments that you do want to look at and actually unpack before we start talking about what could happen in the next game?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, compositionally, it's not too bad of a matchup, but we got a clip right here with, essentially what is a great setup here from the jungle that normally could land a kill, but instead they are unable to find the clip, and here's why. So, Looney pushes in, trying to get crowd control onto Hydra. Hydra pushes, or gets his fear before he gets stunned, essentially. And all of a sudden, they're setting up a CC chain. They get the fear, and then Kazu lands a beautiful interrupt onto Looney into a trap. That means there's not going to be a pre-cocoon or anything here. There's going to be a big go, right? But then Blizzo comes in, interferes Hydra, stops, the damage, stops follow-up CC, mind controls, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, they reverse that pressure with the fear from Blizzo into a stun from Looney, into that into that Ring of Peace that actually knocks Hydra at the end of that clip behind the side. So plays like this where, you can kind of see Wildcard, they anticipate what's going to happen and then they, react to it before it happens and kind of turn the pressure back onto you. That's why they're able to survive for such a good amount of time and also just extend the game to, that point that we just seen here where, they're able to close out the match.
Now, Hook Point is going to be the next map. We talked about how that dynamic could possibly work out. Small map gets locked in, and what does Wildcard Gaming decide to do? They're back on that turbo. Zeepai is going to be rocking that Enhancement Shaman, and Blizzo going to be on that Warrior. And we already saw that it could do damage, but for anybody who hasn't seen this composition in a long time, how does it win, Venruki? What do you aim to do when you are using turbo?
Well, I mean, you have nice utility. So you have a lot of instant crowd control with the intimidating shout of the Warrior, as well as paralyzed leg sweep coming in from Looney. But I'd say the main strength of a turbo cleave is just the fact that you put out so much consistent damage in the match. You have a lot of control with grounding, tremor, wind shear, pummel, stormbolt. It's just a very well-rounded composition. There's not too many holes in its defense or offense. And when this composition is good, it's very good. Just because of how much utility all three of these classes really bring, especially to a matchup like this. It just seems like My Way in this matchup, they don't have a lot of good options. I think Shaman in general are pretty good against the Disciplined Priest just because you can purge off that very powerful Power Word shield, which is a huge way. I mean, Disciplined Priests are keeping their teams alive, so if you can purge that off, all of a sudden you don't have to damage through it, and it just gives your team even more pressure.
And with that, Wildcard Gaming is going to try to knock My Way down to the lower side of the bracket. Let's see if they're able to do it on Hook Point.
I think Looney last game he was running Safeguard, so I think he anticipated the jungle to run at him. Now Hook Point makes me think that they really want to run at the Mistweaver Monk. Let's see if they decide to. Hydra's moving in, sprinted up. They fear the DPS. They are going to go after Looney. Insane damage off the back of that stun. Rally comes out from Blizzo along with that Intim shout. Looney going to roll back onto the opposite side of the map, but very difficult to avoid. A Feral Druid as well as a Hunter. He gets a double leg sweep. He rolls back over. Line of sighting them over here, but Hydra was waiting in the wings, so now Looney's got a Priest on one side, a Hunter on the other, a re-stealthing Feral in the far side of the map, and My Way are on match point. They face being knocked down to the lower bracket, and it looks like they're going to go all out, try to kill the healer. Looney is probably the most difficult healer to take down in the game. This is a risky strategy to say the least for My Way.
Yeah, and Zipa, if he's not cross crowd controlled, is going to be be able to throw in and assist with off heal. So they need a trap on Zipa when they do land the stun onto Looney. Otherwise, Zipa is going to be able to assist far too much with his heals to keep Looney alive and, you know, basically get him to the point where he can use the Vitality Conduit or use the Life Cocoon to stay alive. But it's like you said, Sid, I mean, Looney, it's so rare where you see him go down on that Mistweaver Monk. He's just so experienced at rotating his cooldowns, kiting around the map. Blizzo and Zipa are always able to help him out. And I think if My Way's only option is to take down Looney, this game is not going to be looking too good for them.
I mean, look at the pressure right now. All three players of My Way. Blizzo drops a War Banner prematurely. They don't kill it. They fear into a War Banner. Not going to get any value there. Stun lock over on the Looney, but he pre-Fort Bruise. He's taking so much less damage in that stun. He ring and pieces the barrier as soon as he's out of it. And you know what? Wildcard Gaming say, you want to run at our healer? We're going to run at your healer a little bit too. Hydra getting stunned up and bursted down. Zipai waiting to get out of that tracker's net. Looks like he's going to go back onto the Feral Druid, try and force them off of Looney. The strategy is expending quite a bit of mana from Looney, but not nearly as much as Hydra, and that's because of the essence. Looney is played Memory of Lucid Dreams Major every single game, which acts as like an innervate. Huge damage on Looney, though, in that stun lock. That Gladiator Safeguard definitely got its value. Double Intim shout from Blizzo. Aggressively, the strategy does look better for My Way. It's a lot more scary for Looney overall, but it's equally scary for My Way. They're on the clock here. Tony Farrell pre-roots the Stormbolt, but Heroism gets popped. They're going to be doing huge pressure. Hydra desperately tries to stabilize. Now that Tony Farrell is stabilized, he moves forward, interrupt into a stun. Beautiful timing here between Casso and Tony, but Looney ports across 2 points of line of sight. Hydra grips Tony Farrell back towards Looney to try and get back on top of him as soon as possible. Casso disengages into a harpoon. All three members connect. Looney drops the ring of peace prematurely, trying to predict a stun. He doesn't have much defense for 3 more seconds. 2 more seconds. He gets interrupted. Are My Way going to crack the god that is Looney's Mistweaver Monk? He rolls back behind the fence, catches a couple of heals, rolls back to the opposite side to avoid the interrupts. He gets stun locked, but nobody else is in line of sight. He wants to be stunned like that without Hydra or Casso able to hit him. Hydra is almost out of mana. Looney stays alive to his Life Cocoon and his Fort Brew, rolling back onto the opposite fence, looking to avoid Hydra's line of sight as much as possible. Hydra trying to find mind controls, but Blizzo is chopping him down. This is going to be a narrow race towards the end here. Double Sunder onto Tony. He jumps into the barrier. Looney rolls away from the barrier. Casso has to keep up the chase. Tony does as well, but he's Stormbolt on his wild charge. Beautiful interception by Blizzo. Heroism popped again. Hydra instantly pummeled. Tony has to run for his life. But once again, look at the mana. Hydra is working with nothing.
Yeah, I'm just watching Looney, following his perspective. It's like watching a beautiful symphony being played. Like, just the way he's rotating through his defensives and kiting around the map. He just always has an answer. He's not fumbling whatsoever. And, I mean, a lot of Mistweavers would have been taken down in this situation. He manages to survive, and now Wildcard Gaming is in a great situation. Hydra caught into a leg sweep. Tony caught into a leg sweep. And this could just be the game. Intimidating Shout, Lingering Psychic Shell might be enough. Of course, Wildcard Gaming, they don't want to get overly confident, but at this point, you are doing quite a good job. A big setup here over on Blizzo. Can they take him down? He's got the dive by the sword. There is no way. There is no way. Blizzo survives. The Lingering Psychic Shell. He does have the dive by the sword as well. If they had taken down Blizzo, that would have been absolutely incredible. But at this point, I feel like there's not too much My Way can do.
Everybody feared up. Everybody dying. This is looking like a triple for Wildcard Gaming. Basically 2 games in this series, triple killing My Way with the Elemental and the Enhancement Shaman. Wildcard Gaming advanced 3-0 in the upper bracket, and they await their opponent.
Yeah, this is the first 3-0 of the day. Let's actually talk about why. Zico, what causes this 3-0 to actually happen? Is it just the fact that Wildcard Gaming can continually just throw new equations at you that you just can't instantly solve, or is it something more than that?
Well, I think it's wild card. They kind of just know the really unplayed classes. They kind of know when you can bring them in and when they should work. Obviously they're still working on incorporating their arcane mage to their lineup right now. But aside from that, wildcard coming in with the enhance, and it's 100%. If we saw a big map, we would see an Ellie on Zipai, but instead he goes enhance on the small map, plays a beautiful defense, beautiful pre-tremor totems, and that's their strength. That brick wall, and Looney as well. So many times where he could have gone down, but he's just able to escape on a slither of health, get himself back up, and keep going. So it's just wildcard being wildcard, man. Their defense is about as good as it can get, and it has been for years.
Yeah, I do want to actually put this one under a microscope, though, and actually look at this game in particular, just so we can start to see if maybe, we talked about this when we saw the Moonkin. I feel like we should talk about it again when we are actually looking at the Shaman, if it is going to potentially change things for the entire field of play in this tournament, Seiko.
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams that could utilize it's got to be just wildcard, honestly. I don't really see any of the other... Actually, Method Black might pick it up, so it could end up becoming kind of a meta pick, because, believe it or not, but Swapsy used to main Enhance. He's won BlizzCon with Enhance. He's pretty much won BlizzCon on every class at this point, but Swapsy is a really, really good, Shaman. I would say Shaman is his main, so... potentially we could see a little Thunder, a little a Turbo as well coming out of Method Black, because that is one of those teams that they look constantly at what everybody else is doing, and then they keep adding more comps to their roster.
Yeah, I actually am just so curious to see what the rest of the day ends up looking like. I mean, last weekend the surprise was an upset that happened. Now I think once again one of the surprises that we are going to have this time with Wildcard Gaming isn't going to be an upset, but it's going to be the way that they actually do win, and that can have big implications for the rest of this tournament. We do have one more matchup that is going to happen on the top side of the bracket before we get back into those elimination series on the lower side of the bracket and actually get our top four to set the stage for Sunday, when we will crown our champion for EU, but also for NA. And let's actually talk about those two teams, Supatees. What are we expecting to see when we do jump into the next matchup?
I mean, Method Black may have just noticed that that looked good. I mean, I'm sure Swapsy could just brush off pretty quickly to either Ellie or Enhancement if they wanted to, Waz Warrior, Chaz Mistweaver if they wanted to, into the jungle. The only significant difference here for Enlight is they might run a Mistweaver variant. I mean, they likely run a Mistweaver variant. No. I'm off center with that call. They should just play Mage Lock Mistweaver, Method Black. The reason Wildcard Gaming doesn't play that is that they don't have the Warlock, so they play like the oddball enhancement. It works for them, but Mage Lock Mistweaver I feel like should beat jungle. And Enlight are going to probably have like the series of their lives if they want to win. Yeah,
I think that this is something that we talked about before the tournament even got started today. We saw it in both EU and NA last weekend. It seems like jungles can make it to the top 8, but then making it much further than that is a pretty tall mountain to climb.
Well, it's like we even saw in that last match. I mean, there was many moments in the match where Looney kind of barely survived, and if he had made any mistakes, the jungle would have really been able to capitalize on that. So when you see these exceptionally good jungle cleaves like Enlight, like My Way, they can really punish players that, quite frankly, they're better than. So they can get to this position in the top 8 where they have, great performances earlier on in the tournament, but when they play, an opponent that's equally skilled to them, then it becomes really, really difficult to sort of push through. And you can see, jungle ends up falling a little bit short. And it's a shame because a lot of the jungle cleaves, they don't really have too many alternate compositions. So when they run into a team that kind of has the answer, it's rare where we see them actually, pull out something else to try to get a victory.
Can the jungle dream live on, or are we going to see Method Black able to take the next series? We're going to be finding out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up right after this.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polywarp, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Method Black versus Enlight. Are we going to finally see a jungle able to go on a deep run after making it to the top 8? It's going to be a tough one, especially when going against a team that just seems to have all of the tools at their disposal. That's something that we've seen from Method Black time and time again. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Supertees, and Venruki to cover all of the action after we do see this series as well. Keep in mind, we got 2 more elimination series. We're going to figure out the top 4 from this region, but first, it is all about Method Black versus Enlight. We already talked about this matchup quite a bit. The real question is, Zico, what do we expect Method Black to use as their primary tool to take down a jungle?
I feel like, okay, I'm thinking about a number, Rich, between 1 and 20. What number is it?
7.
Oh, you were close. It was 17. But I feel like your guess is still going to be better than my guess in guessing what comp Method Black is going to run. They have so much at their disposal, but I feel like Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver's got to be up there. They like to counter comp, and it's a strong counter comp in this matchup. So
okay, all right.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so what is it about using that composition? How do you actually take down the jungle in a scenario like this?
So the best thing about it is essentially, in order for the jungle to get a kill, they typically have to go after the Warlock and trap the healer. Problem is, when you trap the healer and you play against the Warlock can use Imp, and Imp is just a pet for the Warlock that can dispel one magic effect, and people usually use that to dispel the trap. So it kind of puts the jungle in a situation where they can't ever really get their CC chain that they need to get and then force a kill. The way that the jungle kind of skirts around this is that when they trap, they'll have the Feral Druid root the healer at the same time, but that's still a 50-50. So it kind of comes down to a little bit of RNG and also, just executing that. And it just becomes a really tough matchup because of that.
Yeah, definitely a very important thing to keep in mind as we do get ready for the blind pick. And I definitely do want to talk a little bit about how the format of this tournament does work. We already have talked about it quite a bit, but I feel like this is one of the ones where we might not even see it come into effect, right, Zico? I don't think that we're necessarily going to see the counter pick scenarios happen.
We're expecting a quick 3-0 here in favor of Method Black.
Quick 3-0.
I don't think it's going to be quick.
I think it could be a 3-0, but I don't necessarily agree it's going to be quick.
Okay.
Unless that was just a matter
Let's get dampening predictions then. Let's hear it. Sid, starting with the tank, of course. Let's go.
Game 1. Hey, my games aren't even that damn.
Sid,
if you watched.
Moonkids are literally out here winning AWC and you're still playing a Guardian.
Moonkin is more damn.
Give us the percentage.
All right. Well, I can give you a good percentage after seeing what comps are locked in here. At least 50%. That's like the minimum.
All right. Van?
The compositions we're looking at, just to play spoiler here, is going to be the Mistweaver Jungle versus the Mistweaver Frost Mage Destruction Warlock. My guess for this matchup, with basically the strategies these teams need to use, is Raikou, Swapsy, Chaz. They take no risks. They just play in the middle of the map, do damage, and eventually in dampening push through the healing Zuniaki really has. For Cassie and Facile, they're going to have to play relatively safe. If they stay in the open for too long, then they get punished. And as a result, I feel like my dampening prediction is going to be 62%.
Let's see if it's... Are we doing Prices Right rules?
No.
I haven't made a prediction yet. I'll say 47%.
47%. I got 62.
3%. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if they decide to start the fight here. Raikou already has the Jade statue on him. The mage is likely the target, as you want to stop Greater Pyroblast. That's the biggest threat. Swapsy fears the Hunter, though. He's not really able to help Cassidy. 2 Chaos Bolts already from Swapsy. Chaz in a position as if he wants to cross center field, maybe for a Paralyze. He could do Paralyze Leg Sweep onto Zuniaki for crowd control, but he doesn't really need to risk it if he doesn't want to. Stunned on Zuniaki with Shadow Fury. Swapsy can't get in position, though, to fear. They leg sweep Cassidy. They ring a piece, the Ring of Peace. Seems a little bit unnecessary as a caster cleave, but Vitality Conduit onto Cassidy is going to easily heal him through the damage. And Zuniaki should be able to pick up Facile. Swapsy going to use that Demonic Gateway while his healer is in a freezing trap. And is he running the Imp? He is. I see the Imp on the Gateway, I think, shooting little fireballs. He's so tiny, it's hard to keep track of. Trying to find the Imp in the battlefield. I don't see a Fell Hunter, so I would imagine he's running Imp. Maybe he got unlucky with that Entangling Roost strategy Zico is talking about.
Yeah. Something really interesting in this matchup is Raikou. This is something you don't normally see very often, but I think it makes a lot of sense given the circumstances. Raikou is actually going to be playing Ice Form, which is an honor talent you don't normally see, but essentially what it is it replaces your Icy Veins, is a 1-minute cooldown, and increases your Frostbolt damage while it's active for 30 seconds, or by 30%, and also grants you immunity to stun. So in dampening, I feel like this is a great decision, because if you're in trouble as a Frost Mage, normally you get taken down in stuns, but if you use that Ice Form, you're actually immune to stuns and knockbacks for 12 seconds, and you also have huge Frostbolt damage. If you're left alone and use Ice Form, you can get massive Frostbolts off, and I think that's what Raiku's going to be looking to go for in this game. I think it's a great talent choice.
Yeah, he's actually running the Lonely Winter as well. So Raikou is no Pat, but he has massive damage on his Flurry and his Frostbolt. So whenever he gets a Flurry combo right there, he can do big damage with that Ice Form. It's an interesting build to see, and I think one interesting thing about the Frost Mages is that you can either choose all your talents and have them aggressive, or you can make all your gear aggressive and then have defensive talents. And Frost Mage probably won't die that easy, just because you have 2 ice blocks, you have a lot of defense on that Frost Mage.
And you know what's really interesting about it, I just want to call it out one more time, is he's actually playing Vision of Perfection as well. So the Ice Form does get benefited by Vision of Perfection, so the uptime could be close to 50% on Ice Form in this matchup. So interesting decision. Those Frostbolts are going to hit exceptionally hard. The only problem is you give up a lot of damage. So it's an interesting, like, I wouldn't say glass cannon, but basically a cannon build here for Raikou. It's going to make his Frostbolt and Flurries hit really hard, but you know his instant damage is definitely going to be limited.
Double Infernal, double leg sweep while Zuniaki was polymorphed. That's going to cost Cassidy's Gladiator's Medallion. This was prior to the Dark Soul of Swapsy, so Cassidy needs to be ready for that moment. He's charging back into midfield, going after Swapsy. Facile and Cassidy have just been bouncing between whoever's standing closer to Zuniaki. Right now they're split a little bit, and Raikou is dragging Facile out into midfield. Zuniaki refuses to leave the pillar. Dark Soul gets popped. Double Mortal Coil. Doesn't look like it landed double. Cassidy instantly dispelling that havoc. Well timed. Disrupting a lot of Swapsy's damage. Swapsy goes for a Fear to bait a kick and then Chaos Bolt. He doesn't fall for the bait. Instantly Skull Bashing once dispelled out of the Fear. Another Chaos Bolt attempt. Facile feigned deaths to interrupt its cast. And it looks like they've dealt with the Dark Soul expertly. That was supposed to be the scariest point in the game, but the way that they navigated it, it made it look easy.
Yeah, and Zuni actually has a bit of a mana lead, and they do secure a full trap here onto Chaz. No Dispel Swapsy in a stun. No follow-up CC though, so Chaz should be able to pick Swapsy up in this situation. Full leg sweep now on Cassidy. No way out of that one, but Vitality Conduit coming out of Zuniaki. Facile though, taking a little bit of damage from that. Gonna get topped off as well, and now you have a kind of a cleave strategy here. Facile actually taking a couple of steps to the side there to isolate his target for that dressed. Now they force out the life cocoon and they're going for Raikou, but Raikou activating that stone, that ice form. And the good thing about ice form in this matchup is that because there's no priest, there's nobody who can purge Raikou, so when they do that swap, it makes him immune to stuns, and there's nobody who can actually dispel it. So so far Raikou getting a lot of value from that build.
Well, let's see. Raikou, his damage has been significant so far. When they leave him alone, those Frostbolts are really, really scary that he's able to get off. And It's an interesting strategy. I mean, right now, Chaz, his mana isn't doing great. This kind of split strategy coming in from Facile and Cassidy is taxing his mana. I mean, we're just in dampening, and Chaz is already 50% mana. At some point, he's likely going to have to go for a drink. For Enlight, it's just all about survive as long as we can. Eventually, in dampening, try to push through with your big offensive burst cooldowns, but that can be a dangerous game to play. Chaz rolling in, actually getting caught into it. Intimidation's done.
Ooh.
Swapsy doing a great job standing on top of him and actually eating that freezing trap. Really good positioning there by Swapsy.
Oh, Cassidy getting set up on. Glidier's Medallion trades again prior to the Dark Soul along with the Life Cocoon. So Swapsy has a big opening here to try and net a kill onto Cassidy if they can coordinate the crowd control. Cassidy instantly dispels the Havoc again, only finding one Mortal Coil. Swapsy can't freely cast. He gets bashed now on it. Unfortunately, it's before the Dark Soul, so, I mean, Swapsy could set up for some big damage here. He fears Cassidy, pulls the trigger. Dark Soul, Chaos Bolt, Facile, Lingering Psychic Shells, disengages, but 2 Chaos Bolts are going to land. Zuniaki powers through it. Shadow Fury not going to be enough disruption. Swapsy now fearing Cassidy as he pushes across the map towards Chaz to try and stop his drink. Zuniaki rolls up to try and prevent it with the Ring of Peace. He did get, I believe, a tiny bit of mana. And if Enlight look to win on mana, they definitely need to stop drinks in the future. Huge damage onto both Swapsy and Raikou at the moment. Enlight, I mean, they're looking solid. I feel like Mage Warlock has been a composition that's had their number the entirety of this year, really. So they've adapted the Mistweaver instead of the Discipline Priest to their team to try and get these long matches in their favor. And right now it's looking decent.
Yeah, and they do force out a Life Cocoon here on the side of Enlight. They still have that mana lead, and now they're pulling the trigger here onto Cassidy. Big damage, but Zuniaki is just going to respect that Frozen Orb and use that Life Cocoon full counterspell secured by Raikou. And Facile is just chilling at the pillar here and making sure that he doesn't drop too low during that time. And now he's going to go back out. Now you can see Enlight here looking to land crowd control. They're going for Raikou right now, just trying to get some damage there. And you can see soon Facile is going to try to go over onto Chaz with his hook and trap him. And Chaz is going to try to port behind the pillar to avoid that. Instead, Facile is actually going to charge in over to Swapsy. So they're not even going for the traps right now. They're just trying to get a target low and then go for the trap potentially, or just tax Chaz's mana. Chaz now trying to sit down for a drink, but he gets intim stunned. Do they have any follow-up? It doesn't look like it, and Chaz should be able to recover Swapsy here with that Life Cocoon.
Yeah, and here we are, 17% dampening, cooldown still available for both of these teams. Facile getting a little bit low right now. Let's see if Swapsy and Raikou have the burst damage before he gets topped off. Unfortunately, they do not. And it's actually Zuniaki who is behind on mana at this point, so I think if at any moment in the game, either one of these Mistweaver monks can sneak away and try to get a drink, that could potentially be the game going in their favor. Good setup here. Cassidy getting low, as well as Facile. That was a beautiful leg sweep. Chaz rolling into the midfield, getting the double leg sweep, and setting his team up for some good burst damage in the matchup. Zuniaki still, his mana is just not doing hot right now. Now actually positioning. I think he's going to try to get out of combat and go for a drink. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it.
All right. Game is now favored to Method Black. Dark Soul is rolling. They're scared, but they need to keep pushing if they want to find a win. This Ice Form build from Raikou, is it going to actually work out? It's getting decent pressure right now with its activation. Raikou blinks in to try and find a Polymorph. Not landing it. Now onto Facile. Life Cocoon onto Swapsy. I feel like that was more or less just a mana management Life Cocoon. Not really one that was required. Double Shadow Fury on the Frozen Orb. They're pinned down in that. Huge pressure from Swapsy. They're going to Vitality Conduit, and they're going to Life Cocoon as well. A bit of an overlap there from Zuniaki. Now he won't have one of those to cycle for at least 45 seconds. His mana is not looking good. It could tax the rest of his mana over this next coming couple of minutes, and at that point, what do? You're just a Mistweaver with 0 mana, healing through a Destro Lock and a Frost Mage. I don't think it's going to be too good. Chaz rolls up into center field, lands a double stun onto both Facile and Cassidy, setting up Raikou for big flurry damage on that Ice Form once again. But not finding the kill just yet. Survival Instinct's going to activate for Cassidy as they're using their defensive cooldowns for efficiency rather than just preventing deaths. Cassidy tries to go for a YOLO kill, jumping onto Raikou, interrupting Frost, and activating the Drestigath. Not going to find the kill though. Chaz denies it with his Life Cocoon.
Yeah, I don't think things are looking too good right now for Enlight. They're not winning on mana, and they're not landing the CCs that they need. You know, Swapsy still has Unending Resolve. They pretty much have everything, and they're getting into that Wizard chokehold. You can see now Facile gonna be in a little bit of trouble, but Zuniaki with a beautiful preemptive Life Cocoon there. Gonna keep Facile on full HP, and Raikou actually taking a decent amount of damage here. No Life Cocoon on Chaz for a little bit. Let's see if they can get some pressure, but without actually CCing Chaz, I don't see it happening. Chaz now finally in a full trap here. This is a moment for Enlight to actually get some cooldowns. You can see Facile activating Aspect of the Eagle, Raikou spamming out the polymorphs. There it is, Unending Resolve coming out. Zuniaki with a beautiful Ring of Peace there as well on Chaz, buying them a few extra seconds, and that is going to net them the Unending Resolve. The question, Manruki, was it too little too late?
I mean, that is a good question. Swapsy is getting low. We'll have to see if Facile and Cassidy can find that burst damage. So far, it's looking good here for Method Black. Even on mana are both Mistweaver Monks at this point. Facile actually getting low, forced to run away, and that's never a great sign. I mean, if you're the Jungle Cleave, whenever you run away and retreat behind the pillar and allow Raikou, Swapsy, Chaz to recover, it's not the greatest spot to be in. Raikou trying to just keep Facile at the pillar, putting out good Frost Bolts. He's got both Ice Blocks as well. You know, Cold Snap and Ice Form available. He's going to be a difficult target to take down. Swapsy actually moving forward. Chaz gets caught into a stun. Big burst damage on Raikou. He actually almost just dies outright.
Wow.
Really scary situation there. That was almost a complete solo kill by Cassidy. Raikou does manage to hold on, and now they're reversing the pressure here onto Facile.
All right, let's see if they can finish it here. Cassidy stuns Swapsy, moves over towards Raikou to try and disrupt both of the spellcasters. Zuniaki holds on to dear life as both sides are out of mana. Perhaps a cross kill here in game number one. It's coming down to the wire in terms of resources. Will either Monk be able to sneak in a drink deep into dampening, or will they just have to work with nothing? Facile gets stunned up and blasted. Cassidy saves him by stunning Raikou. Swapsy is now taking quite a beating. Life Cocoon from Chaz stabilizes. Facile disengages back, trying to get back out of line of sight, but the damage has already been secured. I mean, Raikou's absolutely letting it rip. 3 polys onto Zuni into a full fear. That fear could be devastating. Zuni not getting feared just yet. Swapsy not in position. Raikou gets forced back. Chaz was able to drink during that push. He got quite a lot of mana, but it could trade for an Ice Block, maybe just for Swapsy's life. Double Mortal Coil, healing Swapsy back up, stalling the damage. That drink is single-handedly going to keep Method Black in this game.
They need to just keep pushing now on Swapsy. If they ever have to leave the middle, it's the lights out for Enlight. Let's see if they can stay out. They need to try to get pressure on Swapsy right now. No Life Cocoon on Chaz, no Unending Resolve for a couple of seconds. There is a small window here of opportunity. Let's see if they can get it done. They're pushing in. Zuniaki in a full fear here. Swapsy looking to reverse the pressure. Infernal's called out. Raikou with a nice orb here, keeping them pinned in the middle. Swapsy just dragging them out, trying to kite away from Zuniaki here, but he gets knocked back in. No gateway is going to be activated here for Swapsy, but instead he's going to Dark Soul Cataclysm. Big damage here at 49% dampening. Faciles could just fall down. No cooldowns left for him here. Retreating back to the pillar with that lingering Psychic Shell, and he is going to survive, but for how long?
Full
I mean, we'll definitely have to wait and see. There's the polymorph on Zuniaki. Cassidy immediately activating his defensive cooldown in order to survive. That survival instincts. Life Cocoon now lands on Cassidy. Raikou might get bursted down again. And I mean, if we look at mana, both Mistweaver Monks are completely tapped at this point. Swapsy, he has the Unending Resolve rotating back up. We're at 52% dampening. Big burst damage coming in from Cassidy. Swapsy could be in some trouble. There it is. Once again, the Unending Resolve. Chaz has some catch up to do here. He does manage to find some big heals that will keep him in the fight. But Raikou and Swapsy, they need to find some counter pressure at this point, because this isn't looking too bad for Enlight. If Cassidy can survive this, got the pre-survival instincts on the leg sweep. Beautifully done. Now Swapsy could be the one that falls, and he does. Enlight managing to potentially get this game number one. If Cassidy can survive, I don't expect Raikou and Chaz to be able to come back in this one, but very impressive performance here. 55% dampening. Enlight manages to secure the kill onto Swapsy.
Well, we pretty much, I feel like at least I did, kind of count out the jungle, especially at this point in the tournament. It's been very difficult for him. Well, what allowed them to get to this late part of dampening and ultimately find the win, Zico?
Just good defense. I think the fact that they realized we're just going to play for the dampening win condition here is what allows them to actually get there. Because if you start trying to play to win, the way we call it play to win, where essentially you're pushing in all the time, you're trying to get crowd control as much as possible, and you're trying to set up a 100-0 scenario. The problem is when you're doing that is that you give up your positioning, you risk getting, cross the crowd controlled or having your pressure kind of reversed on top of you, similar to what we saw Wildcard able to do. And I feel like not risking it and going for those traps and just staying back, having, Facile attack the mage, having Cassidy attack the warlock, and then having them both swap around, and occasionally, if you can, try to look for a trap, but don't try to force it. I think that's what allows them to live for such a long period of time, and then when dampening is this high, that's when they can find a kill.
Yeah, so it's kind of almost like just go through the motions. Make sure you don't do anything stupid until you get to dampening.
Make sure you don't do anything.
Yeah, try not to do anything. Then the second you get to dampening, when you can potentially find that win, that's when you start pulling out all the stops. It's definitely not what we typically see from a jungle, right? I think it's a composition that we expect to go fast, but when you're in this current meta and you need to try to shake things up, you can see a skilled jungle trying to find an alternate way to find that victory, and they're going to find the first one in this series as well. Now, my main question after watching that is, do you think Method Black is going to try to actually come up with a different answer, Supatis?
I mean, they could do Fire Mage instead of Frost Mage. I feel like Raiku's build was like trying to make Frostbolt into Greater Pyro, but it's just not Greater Pyro. Like, he's just putting everything into making Frostbolt hit hard, and it just doesn't hit hard. So Greater Pyro would have been a bigger threat, but they could play the same comp method, or the same comp Wildcard did. Like, they have Enhancement Warrior, they have the Ellie Warrior. Honestly, after watching that game, if the Mistweaver jungle can play it out that long, I don't know anymore. Before I would have been like, yeah, Mage Lock's just gonna win. It's gonna be easy win. But now I'm watching that. I'm not sold that Mage Lock wins every single time. I think Enlight had to beat ABC to get here, and ABC was running Mage Warlock a lot as well. So they're only getting better, really, in the matchup against Mage Warlock.
Yeah.
And it might be coming to a point where the Mage Warlocks have to make a change.
Which feels kind of good. I mean, it's just one of those things where every now and then when you actually do see somebody shake up the meta, it's hard not to cheer for them and just actually see different things happen. I mean, you look at Mage Warlock, it's looked absurdly broken. I mean, you look at Warlock, and this is coming from me, who typically had been playing Warlock a lot in the past. I mean, it was an undying machine that just shot out giant meatballs that were able to take you down. It was very tough to go toe-to-toe with it, and to see a jungle, of all things, able to do it, I'm definitely excited to see what the rest of the series does have in store. But let's talk about Raiku's build just a little bit more, because Vemruki, I know the second that you did see some of those choices, you're like, all right, this is interesting. Did you like it now that you did see it? Because, I mean, Sid's already talking about switching to Fire Mage, potentially.
Well, I mean, it's pretty good if you can get off Frostbolts, but I think what ended up happening in the match is when they went to a split strategy, all of a sudden Raikou, he wasn't able to get off as much damage as you would see in like a standard Frost Mage build. I also think that although Ice Form is up quite often and, it can give you those big Frostbolts, Icy Veins is one of the best offensive cooldowns in the entire game. So giving up that for, big Frostbolts a little bit more often in the game, I just feel like it's a big trade-off. Is it worth it? It didn't look super great in that matchup. I mean, there's got to be a reason why he's playing it, but it's like you kind of mentioned. It seemed like at that point you're trying to make Frost into Fire with just greater Frostbolt, essentially. But, I mean, it didn't seem like it packed the same punch as, a Fire Mage spamming Greater Power Blast and having a massive Undispellable Combustion that they'd be able to really work with in that matchup. So I'd be curious to see if he runs it again. I didn't love it because it just feels so all in on just Frostbolts. But yeah, I mean, if you get the Frostbolts off, it's going to be rewarding. If they stop you, you're not going to do anything, which is why I think it was so difficult for them to actually secure a kill that late in the game.
Zico, hook point going to be the map. How do you feel about going to closer quarters?
This means Method Black are going Rogue Mage Pally.
I was thinking Frost DK.
Yeah, they might go Cleave.
You just killed a Mistweaver. It was Kazunia locked in Mistweaver. You just play Frost DK Cleave and run at the Mistweaver. They all stack up and they all die.
Oh, maybe. There's more than one. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Isn't that what they say?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that is a saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have a feral druid here.
Yeah, there are a bunch of things like that. They've been adapted over time. Like now it's feeding a fed horse, I believe, and feed a bird.
Eating a fed horse, yeah.
Yeah, and then what's the other one? Feeding 2 birds with 1 scone. That one's one of my favorite ones. Oh, look,
No, that one's good.
Supatees was right. There we go. It is going to be the Frost Death Knight coming in here. And Sid, you were the one who talked about it, so just shed a little bit more light on why you think the Cleave is going to be able to just zug onto the Monk.
So monks live by moving away from things that hit them. Frost Death Knights make their target not move. So if your way to live is removed, you die. Frost Decay is so good into Mistweaver, especially with melee cleave. Not so much spellcaster Mistweaver, because Frost Death Knight also needs at least one other target standing next to who they want to kill for Chill Streak to matter, which is all of their damage. So Chill Streak, you throw a snowball, it hits Zuni, it bounces to someone next to Zuni, it bounces back, and it just keeps doing this until somebody dies. So this situation sets you up for that. You can have... I would have liked Shaman Healer, though, instead of Chaz Mistweaver. I actually am maybe a bit worried that Chaz dies, because if they do a healer race to not stack, which they should, then Chaz might actually die in the race. I think Shaman would have been safer. You can just run as Ghost Wolf on top of the Monk and generally be fine. And if you're not, I mean, you still have Darkness, and the other team will just get destroyed while you heal with Pack Spirit. So I think this could backfire on Chaz, depending on how Enlight want to play it with the Monk instead of the Shaman pick. But Frost Death Knight is still going to be scary.
All right. I'm definitely excited for this one. I mean, already we're seeing something in the series that is exciting out of the first game. I think I personally expected a 3-0 to potentially happen here in favor of Method Black. They've not only been a Tyrant team so far in the EU, not only this year, but in years past as well, but they're going up against a composition that we hadn't expected much from, and now all of the sudden in this second weekend, it's starting to just creep in here. It's starting to make teams sweat just a little bit more. But I will ask right now, I mean, is the only way that Enlight finds pressure Enlight dampening, like in the last game, even when they are faced up against this Cleave, Zico?
I mean, no. It's like basically what it comes down to. As long as Method Black aren't overlapping their cooldowns and they're responding appropriately to each setup, they should be fine. But if they ever overlap, for example, Raiku's Trinket and Chaz's Life Cocoon, all of a sudden Raikou can get 100 0'd immediately in one of those setups. So as long as they play basically the way we saw kind of wildcard play against their jungle, where you didn't really see any overlaps defensively and they just kept playing to their win condition, then it's really, really hard to secure a kill for Enlight or the jungle in general.
Yeah, and also, I will say, when you do look at just where we are in the tournament as well, these teams are playing to get that really good spot on the top side of the bracket. If you do lose here, you drop down to the lower side of the bracket. This isn't an elimination series. After this, though, for the rest of the day, just so you do know what we're going to be getting into for the rest of our beautiful, it's Friday, right? Beautiful Friday. We'll see. Nice. Well, I never know what day it is anymore. I'll be honest. Every time Tuesday rolls around, I'm like, okay, I know where we are for a brief second, and then I open my chest. I'm like, man, I wish I didn't know where I was. But ultimately, we are going to see 2 more matchups after this one. Those are going to be elimination series, and after those elimination series, we'll have our top 4 in the EU. Tomorrow, we're going to be finding our top 4 in the NA. And then after that, we get to Championship Sunday, where we find a champion from each region. Let's see who's going to be dropping down to the lower side of the bracket. Enlight leads by 1 as we jump in on Hook Point.
I think this is going to be a much quicker game than the last one that we did see. I think both of these Mistweaver monks are vulnerable to an all-in assault, and we'll have to see. I mean, for Enlight, are they going to go after Raikou, a little bit more conservative in strategy, or just go after Chaz? Here it is, swaps in Raikou immediately. They're going to be going after Facile, it looks like. Actually potentially chasing after Zuniaki as well. Nice reversal of the trap from Raikou as they try to stay on target. Facile, though, caught into a trap. Not really going to be able to assist Zuniaki too much just yet.
All right, let's see if Zuniaki can deal with this assault. They've used all of their AoE stuns only on a single target, so this is smart from Cassidy and Facile. They want to chase Chaz and race. They might just win the race. Darkness gets dropped. Life Cocoon has to be plopped out as well. Double blind onto both the Feral and the Hunter as Zuniaki looks to survive. This is what I was worried about for Chaz, was if it turns into a race, the Frost Death Knight is not scary unless there are multiple targets. And Chaz has to bring the Hunter and the Feral on top of Zuni and try and heal through it. That's going to be very difficult to do as a Mistweaver. Zuniaki ports nowhere. Big mistake here. He could cost him his life. He gets bursted down. He life cocoons at 10%, but now Chaz is interrupted. He paralyzes Cassidy. He tries to roll to safety. They're chasing after him. Chaz ports. Facile disengages. Cassidy goes into travel form, removes the snare, stuns Chaz up. He trinkets, but he's being blasted. Crackling Jade from Zuniaki, getting that mark of the crane on Chaz. Raikou is rooted up. Chaz is going to lose the race. This all backfired because he didn't pick Shaman, I swear. Picking Monk in this matchup, Jungle's going to win that race 100%. They do way more single target damage. Way more.
Welcome to the jungle. This is not what we expected to see at all before we got into the series, but by game one, Enlight already starting to make believers out of everybody. Now we see game number two. I mean, Zika, when you're looking at this series all in all, it seems like they should be able to steal another one at the very least. It looks like they might be able to take this. What would you do right now if you were Method? What would you try to bring? Do you switch your composition? Do you change your strategy? What on earth do you do in the face of this pressure from the jungle?
Classic Method Black. Go Rogue Mage Pally. I mean, that's what I thought that they would do this game. Yeah, I mean, this is the secret to Method Black. They will play the biggest counter, and they will play the other biggest counter that they have. And if both fail, they're going to play Rogue Mage Pally, play out of their minds, and then try to reverse sweep. So the next game, small map, Rogue Mage Pally, probably going to be the answer for Method Black. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to put my faith in the light here.
You might be right. Your prediction, a quick 3-0. Just not.
Yeah, maybe you were right.
We thought.
Hey, what can I say? Drip, drip, the leaky faucet once again.
You know, eventually, the reason that you were named
fell in a glass.
Exactly. The reason the title of Leaky Faucet was given to you is because eventually you will be able to fill up that prediction bucket. It just might take a while. But in this series, where do we expect to go as far as maps are concerned, Ben Ricky?
For Rogue Mage Paladin, where do they want to go? I would say potentially a smaller map, maybe something like Dalaran Sewers. I think it depends. It's going to be telling. If they go to a big map like Ashermane's Fall, I feel like they're going to try Mage Lock again. I would expect, I think at least, they want to have a map where it's not going to be too difficult for Chaz if he is playing Paladin to push in, land the Hammer of Justice. It looks like they have selected Tolvaron Arena, so I would not anticipate them playing anything but Mage Lock at this point. So I think that's kind of telling it where their head's at right now is they want to go back to Mage Lock, try to just have a big advantage on this map. But to me, it's like the fact that they didn't, do this kind of right away after losing the first game means they're not super confident in this matchup. Like if Mage Lock was kind of their bread and butter answer against the Mistweaver jungle, then I would have expected game number 2 to be Tolvaron Arena right away as Mage Lock to try to pick up that win. Don't really blame them for experimenting on the smaller map, but yeah, I'm worried for Method Black right now. I mean, Enlight is definitely here to play today.
It is one of those things, though, too, where experimenting, even if it doesn't pay off immediately and you do drop down to the lower side of the bracket, figuring out how you do want to play against this composition might end up being something important. You have to keep that in mind. This one is not an elimination series, so if Method Black does drop down, this might end up being the composition that they do need to beat now, which I don't think we expected to see at all. I mean, I just remember so many series last weekend where you have fantastic jungles running into a complete roadblock. Whether or not that's going to change in this tournament is still to be seen. Our attention definitely on Tolvaron here, and as we anticipate what Method Black is actually going to lock in. Sid, what do you want to see? We've already heard from everybody else. We haven't heard from you. Is there anything in particular that you're really waiting to see on Tolvaron?
The map makes me think they're doing Mage Lock again, but maybe Fire. I think the Frosty Cave would have worked, but he needed to be a Resto Shaman. Then you don't get trained down and just die like that, as you do as the Monk.
The problem is that it's Chaz Rest of Shaman.
It's Ghost Wolf though.
Yeah, but
You don't think Chaz can handle Ghost Wolf?
I think that when someone is very inexperienced, even if the healer that we're talking about maybe isn't the most demanding, I think there's still ways to kind of make your team lose. I would practice it a little bit more before I brought it out in turn. Chaz is one of the GOATs, but, you know, I think it's smart to know your limit as well. Valley is insane, Mistweaver is insane, Priest is insane, Druid is insane. Stick to that.
How do you feel about Frost Mage being brought out again? I know that there were some talks about potentially switching to Fire. Zico, do you like Frost Mage here?
I don't want to judge it off of one game. I feel like we need a bigger sample size before we can really judge it. But I feel like running Fire with Greater Pyro and Firestarter, it's got to be the best in this matchup. Like, you get targeted, you just spam Combust, and you have a Destro Lock on your team. And if you don't get targeted, you have Greater Pyro. I feel like that's what I would do in this.
I think I just in general, I'm not sold on the Frostbolt build yet. I think in dampening, just having every little bit of damage available to you is really, really important. And just the fact that Raikou is playing, you know, every single essence, gear option, trait, talent in order to make just Frostbolt do damage, I think you give up a lot. Like, you give up you know, potentially Reaping Flames, which is really, really good burst, Comet Storm, Ice Nova. I already mentioned, I feel like Icy Veins is just super duper strong as an offensive cooldown, especially because they can't dispel it. Like, having that as basically your Berserker mode, I just think it's a lot to give up. And if your Frostbolt, you don't get the Frostbolts off, you're just going to end up doing nothing. So potentially I'd just like to see Raikou go to a more standard build, and I think it'll work out a lot better.
I mean, also, just to kind of talk about that build a little bit more before we see what he is bringing in this potentially last game in the series, how did the Vision of Perfection actually work out using that essence? Did he have a lot of uptime ultimately?
He's running it in minor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he was still running Conflict, but
that blew my mind. I thought that you guys said he was running it as a major, and I was like, wow, that seems scary.
I think that's a little
yeah, that would be YOLO.
I want to see Raikou actually go full out gushing. I think if Raikou goes full gushing and then he goes like Safeguard plus Battlemaster, I think he's chilling.
Okay, well,
quite literally, because he's a Frost Mage.
Yeah, just with a standard like Frost build. Yeah, no, I really think so. Like, 2 ice blocks, I don't think they will force it, especially not on this map.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a different build this time around, but we're going to see. The gates are now open, and Light leads by 2, and they look to close out the series here on Tolvaron Arena.
All right, so he dropped the armor.
Yeah. No ice form.
Running that Kleptomania instead, looking to just strip off all the hots on a go. They're actually, they're playing Spite. Why, though? It's a Hunter. There's no way. Is it going to work? Spite against a Hunter? They have so much mobility. Almost all 3 players can instantly jump out of Spite. They don't have Ursul's Vortex or Death Grip. Is Method Black going to sheep into a Spite? Is that their plan? I mean,
not a bad plan. It's not a horrible plan. I mean, we'll see. It gives you an extra surprise factor in the matchup, right? Like, maybe they don't reveal the Spite till a little bit later on. They can catch their opponents off guard. I don't completely mind it. I think there's a lot of value in Spite. Here it is. Paralyze on Cassidy, into the Spite, into the Infernal Stuns, into the Mortal Coil, into the Leg Sweep, and Cassidy immediately has to Trinket. And it's those setups, you know, those well-coordinated Spite setups. I mean, Cassidy's already had to trade out his Trinket. The next one's going to be absolutely devastating. Facile taking quite a bit of burst right now, and I just think the Spites are just an extra win condition that Swapsy and Raikou have. They don't need it to win the game, but the fact that they can do those setups makes it even scarier for Facile and Cassidy.
I think it's great zone denial in general. Like, if, you know, because the jungle, at some point, they have to force the Life Cocoon and then try to stay in and try to push the Warlock over. And for that moment, it's going to be nice for them to just drop Spites on top of Swapsy to kind of just use it as a zone denial. But the other thing is Raikou, since he isn't running the Frostbolt spam kind of build, he has a pet. He has that Water Elemental, and both Cassidy and Facile are running Reaping Flames, Breath of the Dying. If you kill a pet, like if you get it to 10-20%, and then you reap it and you execute it with that, you will get a massive buff on your next Reaping. So Potentially, we could see that water elemental just go down right here, maybe even, and then somebody is going to reap it, and then they're going to try to do a big double reaping Drestigat go, and that can be a complete like 80-0 in one like half a second.
Right.
So there's a lot of damage here on the side.
Oh, Cassidy got out of the spites there.
No.
So he's fine. That spite is going to not be secured. Also, I think it was only 2 spites. I think one person is either choosing not to spite or just messing up. Because in that first attempt, it wasn't 3 spites either. I actually don't think Cassidy needed to trinket the first go because it wasn't 3 spites. Your corruption's not going to get stacked up too high. I mean, their game plan is to kleptomania the Master's Call, the freedom effect, so that it doesn't continue to reduce the stacks of corruption, and then try and blow the Feral Druid up in a leg sweep. I'm just not sold on it being enough time in the spites. To get that 100 KO, it's probably more like 15 seconds minimum. You got to keep them in 3 of those purple circles. Polymorph onto Zuni and then spite him and keep him in the poly 3 times might work. So maybe they can do that later in the game if they can get Zuniaki to come out into midfield. Right now, though, when you're playing around spite, sometimes you get inside your head. You're like, oh, okay, when's our next spite? Can we go now? And then while you're trying to set up for winning, you just throw the game and die because you weren't focused on defense.
Oop.
Here comes another paralyzed leg sweep, triple spite. Master's Call dropped. He spell steals it instantly. This is the best spite we've seen so far. Nice Ring of Peace locked against the wall. Survival Instincts, Mortal Coil. This is beautiful from Swapsy. That's exactly what they needed. Can they power through Life Cocoon and kill is now the question. And if they can't, I mean, Life Cocoon will be up for every single spite.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt, though. They got the trinket from Cassidy there. Cassidy had to retreat out. That was the Dark Soul of Swapsy, though, so that's ideally when you want to be using your trinket. Still, they also force out the Life Cocoon, so if Raikou can position a little bit more aggressively and try to sneak in a polymorph, it could be a big setup here onto Cassidy, but...
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could. Cassidy getting low. Big damage. He might just get taken down. Absolutely destroyed. Big damage from Swapsy and Raikou. Surprising kill. And, I mean, that's what can happen. If you're playing to 50% dampening in these games, you can be caught off guard quite quickly from some big bursts from the opposition. I feel like Raikou, this Frost Mage build, looked significantly better. I think Method Black, they just had a better game, basically better gameplay, better strategy here. And I think that's a lot more what this matchup's supposed to look like.
Yeah, okay, let's say that maybe is much more what it's going to look like, maybe what we're going to see in the future. Do you think that we can still see another game, Zico, that looks like what we saw in the first 2 games of this series, or do you think we slowly start to see Method crawl back into this one?
I think, well, the thing is, it's going to be interesting to see what Method decides to do here now when they are locking in blind, because, you know, they've always had the counter pick, right? Now, I feel like they know that they're either going to face Priest jungle or Mistweaver jungle. That's really the only variety on the side of Enlight. But with the map, for example, if Enlight locks in, I don't know, Blackrock Hold, like they pretty much always do, I'm not sure if you want to be playing, you know, Mage Lock Monk, at that point. Maybe you bring in Waz and you play Rogue Mage Pally. So I feel like there's a decent shot that we see Waz come in when they're blind. But if they play Mage Lock, I think on a smaller map, Enlight could still easily sneak away with a win. And even against Rogue Mage Pally, it's kind of a skill matchup as well that anybody can take. So to answer your question, yes, I think Enlight could definitely...
Well, they just put themselves so far ahead at this point. I mean, we've seen Method Black. I feel like at this point in the tournament, in particular, we've seen them crawl back and get these reverse sweeps, somewhat start off with a little bit of a slower start, and then they crawl back, and then by the end of the tournament, they're able to take the entire thing down. But this seems like one of those matchups where it will be very hard to see a timeline where Enlight's not able to steal just one more of them. And as you mentioned, the dynamic is completely shifting in the series now, because this is the first time that Method Black is not going to have full information, and they are going to be doing everything on the blind. This is the first time that they have been able to win a game thus far. What do you expect Enlight to do with that boon now, Super Tees? What maps do you think they're going to try to set up for?
They like Blackrock Hold. Enlight, they always go Blackrock Hold, but if it ends up that they want to avoid the Frosty K Mistweaver, I wonder if they don't do that, because then Chaz will be able to utilize the map for himself. They could just go Tiger's Peak, maybe something middle ground, but they tend to go to the Blackrock Hold. I wouldn't mind seeing I don't know why my brain is thinking like Blade's Edge, but I just feel like with knockback trap, like they could do some good plays on Blade's Edge Arena. Maybe they're worried about the crowd control too much. They don't have a lot of time to lock in here. I'm just watching the draft live. Dalaran, okay, it's just middle centered, decent cleave map. And then Method Black have to decide, is Spite gonna work on a small map? It could. Or do they do the Frosty K strategy again, but with a different healer that can't so easily be tunneled?
Okay, yeah, I am very curious to see what we do actually see here. Going into this one, I'm already starting to, I'm getting carried away, trying to think what would actually happen if Enlight was able to take it, how it would affect the bracket. But as you did say, Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map, and right now it's all on Method Black. I think we can pretty much expect what Enlight's going to be locking in here. It's on the composition that Method Black does lock in. Venruki, what do you think they're going to bring on this smaller map?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, on Dalaran Sewers, I feel like there's actually the potential for Zuniaki to play the Priest. Like, I think on the smaller map,
Wow.
The Priest could end up working out. I mean, the Mistweaver Monk has looked great so far. Obviously, you can bring them really, really late into the game, but you have a lot more offensive capability with the Discipline Priest, and it could potentially throw Method Black a bit of a curveball here in game number 3 if they decide, to do anything too cheeky. So definitely interested to see what Method Black decides to do. It seems like at this point the Mage Warlock really is their best option, but maybe they might be a little bit reluctant here on the smaller map.
All right, we're going to be finding out very shortly. As you can see, that clock is dwindling down. They're not going to have too much time here left to play around with before they need to lock it in and ship it. And Light having all of the cards in their hand right now. They set up for this game. They want to close out that series and move on forward before we do get into those elimination series today. And we are going to see on the small map Frost Mage and Swapsy on the Destro Warlock. Zico, how do you feel about this selection here on Dalaran?
I mean, compositionally, they have the edge, right? But I feel like on Dalaran, it's going to be tricky, and they're going to have to perform really well. I mean, C9, for example, if it was C9, I would just say, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They play, Mage Lock so well that they're probably going to win regardless. But with Method, we've seen them. I mean, they lost on Nagrand, right? Sure, they did some, talent and trinket adaptations, but I feel like also more than in any other game, Enlight really dropped the ball too in that last game on Tolveron. So I don't know. I think Enlight could still win this.
Wait, would you agree, Sid? Do you think on the last on Tolveron, Enlight did drop the ball?
Yeah. I mean, they overlapped Lingering Psychic Shell, Life Cocoon, and Survival Instincts at the same time.
And Trinket too.
And then they ran out in the middle of the map after using every cooldown, and then they died to Dark Soul. So they kind of fed. If they had just waited, they wanted to go while Spite was on cooldown, but I think they forgot there's a Destro lock. And Spite is a threat,
happens,
and so is the Destro lock.
They got the kill with just a paralyze as well on the heal. Like, Zuni was so out of position. I don't know if he got counterspelled or if he was completely out of position there, but he got paralyzed like as Cassidy died too. So it's like they pretty much killed him with.
That's kind of what I was mentioning though. Like the Spite, the reason why I like it so much is because you can make the team overreact. Like you can just use the 3 Spites with your crowd control, and then you're getting all these defensive cooldowns. They're rotating through. Then maybe they feel safe, push in without the Spite trinket. I mean, that's what happens a lot of the times against. When you're playing against a rogue mage, that's kind of Spite all-inning you. When there's Spites on cooldown, you feel very confident to push in. But it's a little bit different with the Mage Warlock because it's still a Destro Warlock and it's still a mage. They can get that crowd control. They can have that burst damage. And I think you can kind of catch your opponent off guard, give them kind of a false sense of security when Spite's on cooldown. But in Method Black, they were able to punish, capitalize on the mistakes. And it does look like Enlight will be locking in the Mistweaver jungle as well. So same matchup, just a smaller map.
Yeah, exactly what it is. I do want to bring up, though, before we actually get to jump into that map, I know that there were some whispers about whether or not a Priest could work on a map like this. Why do you think Zuniaki Zico decided to stick with this Mistweaver?
Well, the way they won was with dampening, right? When they won on Nagrand in this matchup. And I feel like if Zuni plays Priest, then they have to play to win and have to land a kill on either Raikou or Swapsy before Zuni's bar goes to 0. I feel like they're just giving away a little bit of a too easy win condition to Method Black. And the other thing about Priest is that you don't really have a great way of, not being snared. Like if you're a monk and a frost mage drops a blizzard on top of you, you can just roll and that's it, right? But if you're a priest, you're forced to like waddle out of it, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you get stunned on the way or Ring of Peace, like slows are just way more annoying on a priest because you don't have that mobility. In addition to the mana and in addition to kind of playing the opposite of how they want to be playing this matchup right now.
All right, well, we're going to jump into this one. Keep in mind, after this, it's all elimination series. This is going to set up the rest of the day. Enlight wants to make sure that they stay on the top side of the bracket. Method Black could be knocked down here on Dollar and Sewers.
All right, Enlight, will they be able to take down Cup 1 champions Method Black on that Mage Lock Mistweaver, a composition that has been terrorizing the meta for this entire patch, basically. They've adopted the Mistweaver themselves onto their roster to try and counteract. Raikou stunned up initially out in midfield, gonna blink back to his team. Facile chasing, Cassidy looking to connect as well out of the fear, but now he's paralyzed. Here comes the 3 Gladiator Spites into leg sweep. Infernal stun, baiting a trinket, no bait. He jumps with Wild Charge, beautiful Wild Charge there. And a trap on Chaz to deny the Ring of Peace. With Life Cocoon active and that nice maneuvering, I mean, Cassidy should be all right. He's pushing in still, though, quite aggressive. Gets knocked off the side. He's very far out of position. Again, might be forgetting. It's a Destro Warlock. Dark Soul popped. 1 Chaos Bolt. Second one gets interrupted. Cassidy ducks around the corner with that lingering Psychic Shell. Now should be all right, but a sudden swap of damage flooding onto Facile. He disengages back to the boxes. Catches some heals, and looks like he'll be all right. Now, these Spites have definitely got the fear of death back into Enlight, and with that fear of death, will Enlight be able to push through?
So what Zuni actually did there, so what Method Black wants to do is they want to paralyze Cassidy and then stun him. And in the paralyze, that's when they drop the Spites and the Ring of Peace and everything. And what Zuni wants to do every time this happens is paralyze Chaz to prevent the stun from going off. So you guys gotta have to keep an eye open for whenever Cassidy gets paralyzed. Look at Chaz right now. He's gonna get paralyzed No, he did it on Raikou actually instead. That's because Chaz didn't have his leg sweep quite yet there. So a little bit of a mix up there from Zuni, but he needs to do a counter paralyze every single time like that. Otherwise, the Cassidy is going to be in big trouble.
I wonder what actually happened during that go. I mean, that was a bit sloppy from Method Black. Really just need to see if they're going to play the Spites, you have to execute it basically perfectly. And using your paralyze before leg sweep is available, definitely a little bit unfortunate there for Method Black, but as we saw in the last game, it's not an absolute necessity for them to win. There is a Destro Warlock in the game. If he gets off too many Chaos Bolts, the game could just outright be over. Cassidy's going after Raikou right now, trying to generate a little bit of pressure, but at this point in the game, no one's really been too afraid. Mostly everyone has their defensive cooldowns available, ready to go. I'd say Cassidy is the only one that's a little bit behind, but Zuniaki, more than enough tools to keep him alive. I'll have to see if Chaz, Raikou, and Swapsy can set up with that Gladiator Spite once again, but Cassidy with his trinket rotating back up, he's going to be feeling relatively safe.
Ooh, just a gas spine. Life Cocoon going to trade for that. They knock Swapsy. They try and get him off the staircase, but Ring of Peace is slightly off center. Swapsy not going to be knocked out of line. Zuniaki's now in a full poly. They're spiting Zuniaki. He's playing relentless. They Master's Call. They spell steal it. Nice freezing trap on Chaz to stop the leg sweep. Beautiful interception by Facile. That entire setup gets totally shut down by the Hunter. Beautiful play.
That is so nice. And this is exactly what we got to be keeping an eye open. If they're going for Cassidy, you're going to have to watch Facile and Zuni try to shut down Chaz from accessing that leg sweep. It is the only undispellable stun on the side of Method Black, and that is what they're playing around. And on the flip side, if they're going for Zuni like that, then Facile needs to try to shut down the stun by stunning Chaz with his stun on his pad, or potentially trapping Chaz like he just did there. So Enlight are definitely just playing really well, heads up, before they're actually in deep trouble, and that has netted them, the fact that Cassidy still has all of his defense, Dark Soul is down, and now they can look to get aggressive here, Van.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking to push forward and keep up that momentum. About a minute away from dampening right now. Raikou getting interrupted, but there's just not too much burst to follow it up. Zuniaki now caught into a seduce. The triple spite coming in once again. Raikou manages to find the polymorph. Can Chaz get there? No, he's crowd controlled, unfortunately. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get too much value. Raikou trying to keep him there with Pet Nova, with his Ice Nova. Finally, the leg sweep coming in. And now Zuniaki could be in a little bit of trouble. But with the Fortifying Brew, it's looking like he's going to be A-okay. Raikou trying to do some damage with the Ray of Frost, but unfortunately just not finding too much. 2 Chaos Bolts land. Zuniaki responds with the Life Cocoon. Now, I mean, it's a fair trade for Zuniaki. He did it, although just use his cloak. I feel like that might have been an overreaction. So the 3-minute on use from his cloak to free him from any corruption damage. That being said, I feel like he was pretty safe, and now he's very susceptible to a Spite All-In in the future.
Facile may just be going down. Once again, there's a Duster Lock in the game. You're playing out in midfield. Facile going to line of sight on the bottom side, but Zuniaki is currently polymorph. Chaz is trying to drink, I think. Nope, not able to in this position. Doesn't want to risk it. Facile gets blasted. Still utilizing that Z-axis line of sight to try and hold out while Zuniaki's poly. That Vitality Conduit buys him time to recover. Succubus currently whipping away at Zuniaki, waiting for that Seduce diminishing return before engaging crowd control. Facile currently with no exhilaration. Potentially they set up onto the Hunter. Chaz rolls in. There's the Seduce on his Zuniaki. Facile instantly disengages away from any potential stun. He avoids it. Now can he support Cassidy? He traps Chaz, but Cassidy is still locked down in the spites. He skull bashes to Swapsy to get out of it. Line of sighting him now at the staircase. Zuniaki's still playing at the boxes to avoid being polymorphed. There is a counterspell from Raikou available, but he would have to blink forward to get it. Might be too risky for him to do it, so Zuniaki should be able to stabilize here as Cassidy line of sights with the wall. Raikou can only attack Facile. Zuniaki still in a good position. Decent mana, but another Seduce. No one's in position to stop the Seduce. Cassidy going to activate the Lingering Psychic Shell that trades well with the Dark Soul, but it was overlapped with a stun. Would have maybe perhaps liked to see Cassidy displace those cooldowns. Now he's feared out in the open. Chaos Bolts are flying. One connects. Cassidy just jumping and taking to the face and jumps right into the fight anyway. Zuniaki trying to pick him up. Chaz drank during that push to tie the mana up. That's definitely going to be a problem, but I would say that Enlights still have potential. And the Method Black are on match point.
I think Enlight right now are in a great position. They haven't really, had to use any massive defensives here. And, Dinny's mana is looking good. All they need to do is live long enough to where they can just run over Swapsy on that Warlock or run over Raikou on that Mage. Ooh, big attempt here. Let's see, where is the stun? On to Chaz. Chaz actually does get the leg sweep off, but a nice Life Cocoon there by Zuni should keep Cassidy going. Cassidy gonna use his Skull Bash, his interrupt right there, just to get out of that spite as quickly as he can, and he should be fine. He doesn't have any survival instincts though. He needs to be a little bit careful, but nice preemptive Vitality Conduit from Zuniaki before the crowd control chain lands. He's gonna keep Cassidy safe, and Facile is just gonna make sure that he's at the pillar so that the wizard can't be casting on him. And now Facile actually activating his damage cooldowns, looking to get aggressive. Raikou trying to slow him down. Nice fear by Swapsy. So far Facile not able to do anything. Preemptive counterspell there from Raikou as well. Now Facile finally going to be able to do some damage, and his cooldowns are about to run up, so this didn't generate any pressure whatsoever. In fact, Chaz was trying to get a drink right there. Zuni and Apolly, do they have something for Chaz though? Doesn't look like it. Instead, they're just going to try to brute force it here on Swapsy, but I think the Chaz is going to have no problem scaling this through, and another spite attempt could be coming up right here, Renruki.
Definitely could. Paralyze into leg sweep. Cassidy, a lot of spite, and you can see he's actually getting some damage. The things from beyond are spawning onto Cassidy. He's going to shred through that Life Cocoon. He preemptively activates the survival instincts once again, soaking up a second thing from beyond, but get these cooldowns out of the way. Now there's an opportunity where Swapsy, he uses the Dark Soul, he uses the Infernals, and it really creates the situation where the defensive cooldowns of Enlight are desynced with the offensive cooldowns of Swapsy and Raikou. So Spite Trinkets, great for creating these opportunities here for the Jungle Cleave. Cassidy taking a big hit of damage, but Zuniaki topping him off before getting interrupted. Nice interrupt there by Raikou. Unfortunately not going to net and really too much damage. Cassidy is out of line of sight. Facile right now using that Lingering Psychic Shell to avoid damage as well, giving Zuniaki kind of a moment to breathe and catch up his team.
Raikou, Temporal Shields. His healer is not looking good on mana. This next Dark Soul from Swapsy needs to pay out, really. basically even just win the game if it keeps up at this pace. Chaz is now fully trapped. This could be devastating. Berserk popped. Cassidy's ripping in. Swapsy swaps pets over to that imp. Dispels the freezing trap. Clutch play, but there's the paralyze. Here come the spites. They're going to Master's Call. They need to instantly spell steal the Master's Call. Chaos Bolts are flying in. They pre-life cocoon, but he gets Ring of Peace back into the corruption. Frost Nova in the corruption. Shadow Fury, but he was able to Skull Bash. Life Cocoon has been busted. Cassidy needs to run for his life here. Stay at the box and wait. He's choosing not to wait too long. Perhaps his corruption has fallen off a bit. Vitality Conduit, while Facile is Polymorph. Good value there, as the Polymorph will heal the Hunter back to full while switching the health to Cassidy for free. Freezing Trap on Chaz. Swapsy gets stunned on his Dark Soul. This is devastating for Swapsy. He's not getting any pressure out. He might just die during his own Dark Soul. It's match points. An ending resolve now forced as well. Swapsy trying to counter pressure them back. Cassidy going to jump off the side, and this map is definitely paying off. But during that push with the spite, Chaz found a drink and got a mana advantage.
I really feel like the mana bar of Chaz, it's not that relevant. I think the most relevant thing is Zuni's mana bar, because he's never going to be able to drink. And as long as he has some mana to allow them to get to 40-50% dampening, it should be enough here to land a kill. And now they're doing a big setup here. Do they have any follow-up CC here? Maybe a stun, maybe a DR paralyze. Not able to find it. Chaz activating that Life Cocoon, but Life Cocoon at this point in dampening, not going to be too big of a shield. Swapsy has no defense. The next time the trap comes out, Swapsy is going to be in massive trouble. And I think he still has a Succubus out here, but Cassidy gets caught. I think he should Trinket out of this one, and he does. Trinket, no Survival Instincts though, could still be in trouble. Big Mortal Coil coming out. He's going to retreat a little bit here, but he needs to get aggressive ASAP. There's no Life Cocoon. There is nothing here for Swapsy. Only that Vitality Conduit. If they can land one trap, that could be the game here for Light, sending Method Black down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, Vasile, though, under fire just a little bit. Cassidy moving in and out of line of sight, trying to avoid damage as much as he possibly can at this moment of the game. 36% dampening. This is where mistakes can cost you huge. Swapsy getting low. Big heals. Chaz now into a trap. Swapsy's in so much trouble. One Drastic Gath lands. Is it going to be a second? Swapsy, can you survive? He gates away. Chaz just needs a moment to get the Life Cocoon, and he does. A full shield to keep Swapsy alive and in the fight. And now Method Black, they're going to have to try to reverse this pressure.
Cassidy going to jump off the side, get back to the boxes. They're waiting for Life Cocoon. Mana has evened out between the teams. Zuniaki repositioning away from the Succubus, but gets caught in the Seduce regardless. Here come the Spites. Cassidy has no way to get out of the stun lock. If they keep Cassidy in the Spite, it's lights out for Cassidy. We're going to game 5. He's Ring of Peace in the wall. He can't escape. Barely getting around the corner, but his corruption is easily maxed out right now. Survival Instincts needs to be enough. Zuniaki is powering through it with the Vitality Conduit. Will Swapsy crack through, looking for Fear onto Facile. No Chaos Bolts, though, surprisingly. No Chaos Bolts whatsoever with the increased damage taken. Swapsy now stunned up. Chaz is powering heals in here. Zuniaki moves on top of his team to try and get some help with this Succubus, but no one's able to stop it. Thing from Beyond connects onto Cassidy. Full Polymorph now out of the Seduce. Perhaps a mismanagement of positioning here from Zuniaki. He's caught in quite a lot of crowd control. They decide to drop the Frozen Orb and break the Polymorph, though. Maybe they're trying to set up Chaz for a drink. He drops that Life Cocoon. Zuniaki holds on, trying to push this to match point, or game 5, and just take it all. Chaz stunned up. He's not able to drink. Is Swapsy going to go down? Is Facile going to go down? Facile feigned death. Dressagass are connecting. Huge pressure onto Swapsy now. Almost 50% dampening. Cassidy jumps into the fight. They're trying to kill the Warlock before the Gladiator Spites are available. Will they be able to kill him in time? He is very low at this point. Chaz rolls up. Cassidy ducks for cover. Shadow Meld re-stealth. Gets found in stealth with the Pet Nova. They drop the Spites, but Chaz is stunned. Infernal might buy him a second for the leg sweep. Shadow Fury, they need to keep Cassidy as long as possible in the Spite. They drop one on his escape path. They Ring of Peace him, but he's been able to escape. They interrupt Swapsy during the Dark Soul. All of Method Black are very low on health. They didn't over-corrupt Cassidy. This game is swinging out of control for Method Black.
I mean, let's see what happens. Swapsy's down to 50% health. He's getting lower. Not any resolve is available, but he can't wait too long. Chaz, he's got no mana. It's 50% dampening. This might be unrecoverable here for Method Black. Things are looking good for Light. Can Method Black reverse the pressure? Nice counterspell snuck in by Raikou. But Chaz, he's in a full trap. It does get dispelled off or broken. Swapsy just not going up in health. He has to hold on, and here it is, the Unending Resolve looking for Chaos Bolts. Facile out of line of sight. It's going to be avoiding all that damage. Cassidy pushing in, getting the damage rolling on Swapsy. Can he survive? Aspect of the Eagle for Facile, and Swapsy falls. Method Black going down to the lower bracket. Light advances with a beautiful jungle gameplay.
Man, you look at last weekend, there was an upset. It was with Wildcard Gaming. It showed just how crazy the competition was. Same thing going to happen here, but this is just showing so much more. It's showing Enlight, a team that doesn't necessarily have the best compositions for this tournament, is adapting to the meta, finding new strategies, finding ways to move forward, and gosh darn it, they've definitely earned staying in this top side of the bracket. Let's talk about how they did it. What are the changes that we've seen with how this jungle is facing the top tier compositions now compared to what we saw last week from some of the best jungles, Zico?
Well, I think it's just how they play around the spites. They realize that, okay, Chaz wants to stun us. We stop Chaz from stunning us. Even if we're overly corrupted, we can just run out. And then if we get stunned outside of the corruption zone, we're going to be fine. In addition, we talked about it a little bit, but freedom effects, because spite is actually a slow, anything that removes or removes slows is effectively a counter to spite. So a Ride the Wind, Blessing of Freedom, a Master's Call in this case from Facils. Anytime somebody's getting spited and you use that, the game treats the player as if he's not standing in a spite. And I think both teams kind of did a good job. Like Riker did a good job securing CC and setting kill windows up like that. But I think Facils especially did an insane job stunning Chaz, trapping Chaz every time that they were trying to set that up. And likewise, Zuni also had a couple of good moments like that. So I think Enlight just, they really just played insane.
Yeah, I mean, playing insane is... How far can that get you, though? Like, do you think that now, with what we've seen, they have a real chance of taking down this entire thing? Because I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. I don't think any of us would have predicted that Jungle would have won this tournament, and now there's that glimmer of a chance. Ven, how far do you really think that this composition can go?
I mean, to the upper finals, I suppose. at this point, I mean, they're going to be playing against Wildcard Gaming later on this weekend. And I mean, Wildcard Gaming, they've already shown a few tricks for jungle. The Enhancement Shaman, Warrior, Mistweaver Monk looked really, really strong. But potentially, the fact that Zuniaki is flexible enough to play the Mistweaver Monk is really playing into their favor. And I mean, this is just a team you can never really count out. Even if they are a little bit disadvantaged, they find ways to win just by playing absolutely phenomenally. So, Enlight, I could see them beating Wildcard Gaming. I just think it will be their toughest opponent yet.
It definitely will be, right? And then that does put them in the scenario, if they do enter the grand final, that we will have a pretty good idea of what those compositions would look like. Obviously, that is a ways off. Our goal today, we figure out who the top 4 teams in this region are, and we have 2 more matchups to do it. It's going to be My Way versus Sky 7, and also Method Black now versus Coffin Dance are going to be those matchups on the lower side of the bracket. So let's actually talk about what these matchups do look like. I mean, Coffin Dance was a team that we were really excited about with what they were able to do. Now with Method Black dropping down, Zika, what do you expect to see there?
I think we're going to see more Mage Lock, and we're probably going to see Coffin Dance. I mean, they played Demon Hunter Warrior, right? And they actually, didn't they take down a Mage Lock?
Yeah.
Earlier? Yeah, so I feel like that could be what we see from Coffin Dance. I think for Method, I mean, what else would they run into automatically? I feel like it's got to be Mage Lock.
Frost DK.
Yeah, I guess they could run a DK as well, yeah. Sure.
And let's talk about the other matchup that we are going to see today as well, because that is the next one that we're going to be getting into, My Way versus Sky 7. Supatees, what do you think of this matchup?
It's a melee cleave, so we know Windwalker Death Knight only, and we know jungle only. So it's a question of Mistweaver maybe for Hydra. How comfortable is he if he wants to run that for a long game? Is he strong on the Priest? I mean, I feel like that series could be over really fast, the My Way and Sky 7, depending on how they want to play it. Because if it ends up being a jungle race, the healer game with Windwalker DK, I mean, that could be pretty insane. That's what I'm looking forward to. I think that's next.
Yeah,
it
is next, correct.
Okay, so, I mean, this this is going to be quite a series because they're so limited. They only have one option and they need to make it work.
That is one of those things where it's like, it's not very often that we go into a matchup and it's like, all right, we're going to see one thing, they're going to jam it, let's see how it does actually play out. And keep in mind, all of these next series, the next 2 series that we do see, like we've already mentioned, they are going to be elimination series. When we are done with them, we are going to have our top 4 teams from this region, and we'll be all set up to see what's going on in North America tomorrow. Guys, we are going to be jumping to a quick break, though. I'm very excited for when we do return. My Way versus Sky 7, 2 teams that don't necessarily have a bunch of compositions that they can choose from going head-to-head and facing elimination right after this.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. AWC's gonna fall, AWC's gonna fall, bomb drops, kidney shot on Bledsoe, massive damage, and Method Black does it, big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
All right, well, we just got to see the top side of the bracket. The stakes were obviously high. You get the best seats in the house, and you go straight to the winner's final. But we got 2 more series left, and the stakes are as high as they can be. If you lose these, you're no longer in the tournament. We start off with MyWay versus Sky 7, which is a series unlike what we usually see. In the top 8, usually you have a bunch of teams that have a bunch of different answers to a bunch of different problems. That's not what these teams have at all. We have 2 squads that each have one answer to the meta, to the tournament. Which of these teams will be able to make it and stay in the top 4? My name is Rich, I'll be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Supertees, and Van Rookie. Let's actually take a look at what each team is bringing to the table. Let's start with MyWay. Zico, what do we expect to see from this team?
I mean, this is going to be 100% jungle. The question is, Mistweaver or Discipline Priest? Something tells me we're going to see a Discipline Priest.
The Discipline Priest, all right. Yeah, that seems like a pretty heads-up thing to expect with this particular matchup. Sky 7, though. Then, what do you expect to see?
I expect to see the one composition they've revealed so far, the Windwalker, Death Knight, Mistweaver Monk. I mean, this is a really durable composition. As the Unholy Death Knight, you can afford to use a lot of the Gushing Wounds, which really empowers your damage, especially on that Unholy Death Knight. And then you have both a Mistweaver and a Windwalker Monk that are probably going to be gearing very, very defensively, so they can't be taken down in big burst setups, which is exactly what the Jungle Cleave wants to do. But even still, I feel like Windwalker Monks can go down to a jungle. So even though you're very durable, you have a lot of versatility, you can still fall to the burst damage of a Feral Druid and a Survival Hunter. So I don't think this is going to be a completely one-sided matchup. I think there's an opportunity for both these teams, as both of them did lock in their main compositions.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're going to see on the blind pick. It doesn't look like anyone's going to just be getting farmed for echoes. Let's see who does pull ahead, though, in this blind matchup. MyWay versus Sky 7. The gates are about to open.
So doing Frost Death Knight again, and the jungle counter to Frost Death Knight is just run at the healer. So if they don't run at the healer, let's say Casso and Tony Farrell go on the Windwalker, they're going to take a ton of damage, like incredible, probably unhealable damage. So this could actually just be who is the better healer when being tunneled down, who can maximize their health per second, who can rotate their crowd control more effectively to stay alive. And it could just be decided on that alone for this series.
Wow. This is going to be a quick match, I anticipate. Hydra, I think inevitably will probably end up losing this, or if they do lose, it'll be because he goes out of mana, not necessarily outright burst, unless we see one of those big setups coming in from this Frost Death Knight with a big chill streak. Definitely have to wait and see. For Tony Farrell, Casu, and Hydra, it's going to be about the burst damage, the big setups. I think that's likely going to be either on the Mistweaver Monk if they try to go for like a healer trade, or just the consistent damage over onto Leo. But like you kind of mentioned, I mean, going after the DPS, that forces you to group up. And when you're grouped up, that's when the Frost Death Knight really, really accelerates.
Ooh, stun into fear. Interesting start to the crowd control, but they're gripped. Will he be able to survive the stun lock into a freezing trap? Touch of Karma going to trade out as well. Huge burst damage from MyWay straight off the bat, but if they can stack up here, they're playing Spite into jungle. They can just Master's Call Hydra. They Master's Call him, I believe, but he's currently blinded in the Spite. He's getting Corrupted Overload, but Leo is just dying. Orbre needs to start healing him sooner than later. Touch of Death, Breath of Cindergosa, Pain Suppression from Hydra, ringed back into the Spite. Touch of Death gonna connect. He gets Barrier down. They need to Ring of Peace him out of the barrier. Do they have one? They must have a Ring of Peace. Why are they not using the Ring of Peace? Hydra's getting full value out of that barrier, but it is now Tunnel the Healer. It's going to be a race against the Windwalker. Orbre trinkets out, but into a full fear. He does connect the Life Cocoon. Chill Streak is likely on cooldown for some time, so they should get some uptime on the Windwalker here with no Karma, no wall. They switch some damage over to the Death Knight. This next Spite, though, could be devastating. Who's going to take it?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but you can see Raden, he's using an absolutely crazy amount of corruption in this match, just dealing with things from beyond. He doesn't even care. In the early game, the Death Knight can kind of survive a lot of those things from beyond damage. You can just Death Strike it back up once it does end up landing, or use Chains of Ice to just actually kite it and avoid the damage entirely. But I like that risky play. Now Leo could be in some trouble. Trap! Leo, he's getting lower. This is the burst damage I was talking about. The main stun comes in. He gets the Psychic Shell. He gets out of the line of sight. And ultimately will survive. Touch of Karma coming up in around 5 seconds. He's going to be feeling confident to push onto Hydra and try to get some damage rolling. Here it is. Corrupted Gladiator, Spite, Trinket. Can they get Hydra back in those Spites? Can they get the Ring of Peace? Oh, it does get the grip. There it is. The Master's Call. Spite's not going to be doing all that much. Hydra manages to escape, and now once again it's going to be Leo who's on the back foot and potentially a little bit scared from this next setup.
Pre-Life Cocoon, but I think they held on to the Freezing Trap, so when this Life Cocoon is over, I expect that Casso is going to move in right away. Hydra's mana isn't looking great. They stun Orbre, they set up for crowd control, they land the Freezing Trap. Leo, once again, likely needs to run. He paralyzes the Feral Druid, but things from beyond are actually spawning on Raden. He grips Hydra out into midfield. What's he trying to do with that Death Grip? He gets mind controlled at low health. He has a lot of negative corruption effects just slaughtering him right now. He's just outright going to die to corruption. Or break Vitality Conduits. He has to Icebound Fortitude as well. A very peculiar strategy from the Windwalker Death Knight overall. Perhaps an unnecessary one, too. Orbre gets out of the stun. Blinding Sheet. Spites are down. They need to keep Hydra in this as long as possible. They stun lock him. Doesn't look like he has a way out. He's stunned on his Rapture. He powered shields. He gets bounced back in. Is he going to get bounced again? He gets stunned for a quarter second. Touch of Death about to explode. He barriers. Where's the Ring of Peace? They grip him out of the barrier. Things from beyond are starting to spawn, but it's actually not on Hydra. It's spawning onto Radan. Both corruption effects maxed out here, but that barrier got full value once again. Radan just needs to stay alive. The priest is out of mana, but his healer's in a freezing trap. Someone needs to trinket.
That's it.
But he life cocooned the wrong target. He life cocooned the Windwalker. Things from beyond are still spawning on Hydra. Leo trying to take him out by himself, but he's not going to find the kill. This just seemed really odd from the Windwalker. I feel like they could have just played a normal game and would have won on mana without taking all those unnecessary risks in their build.
I just don't agree with being over-corrupted in this matchup. I mean, how much damage do you really gain versus that potential of just dying because things from beyond spawn on you? A little bit too much for you to handle. And I just feel like it's one of those things, like you said, they took unnecessary risks. If they had just played a standard game, I think they probably would have ended up winning pretty convincingly.
Oh, you think they would have won convincingly without the corruptions? You don't think that it just would have made their chances better? You actually think it would be a convincing win, Ben Rookie, on their side?
I think it would definitely look a lot better than that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just felt like... I mean, I didn't actually mind the Spite Trinkets, to be honest with you. I just feel like Raden using too much corruption is just an unnecessary risk in the matchup.
Now, when you talk about going into this one over corrupted and the risk that's actually associated with it, Zico, we're in a situation where we pretty much knew what the composition should be headed into this. So why do you think they did make that choice to just wield so much corruption and just say, hey, N'Zoth, hold my drink?
Well, I think that Raden thinks that, oh, well, I'm immortal, I'm a DK. And I mean, he was wearing 8 gushing wounds. I'm trying to think. What is that? 120 corruption because it's 15 each. And then how much do you have on the TR? You have 50 on your cloak, 10 from your neck, and then you can use 39, so 99. So he was overly corrupted by 2 gushing wound pieces. Do you guys think the 2 gushing wound pieces benefited them more than the 2 times I saw this guy literally just die from air? I don't think
Probably
so.
not.
Probably not the move.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like also one of those things too where I think maybe you're tempted to really dabble with the corruption this week, in particular with the gushing wounds, expecting it to not be in the meta the way that it is right now, like at all when we do get to next week. So maybe that is kind of the reason that we're seeing teams mess around with it a little bit more. But now we are headed to Blackrook Hold. Super Tees, do you think that this will change anything besides just looking at corruption?
I mean, I think he's not going to wear above 40. I don't think he needs to wear above 40. Just play the standard setup. Maybe Freezing trap is definitely a problem, though. The way that Casu and Tony Farrell are playing this is so smart. When they don't have freezing trap, they don't stand near Hydra. They just throw cyclones out, they root them with the tracker's net, and most importantly, they don't stand next to Hydra. You just spread out against a Frost Death Knight, they do nothing. If you're not standing on top of each other, the Frost Death Knight literally does nothing. And they're just playing around it. And then as soon as they get crowd control, they jump on top. But then Leo's dead, so he has to run away, and he can't kill them in a counterattack. So because they're playing around the Frost Death Knight so well, I am thinking maybe he actually goes back to Unholy and just gets better guaranteed damage. But wait, did he lock in Frost again?
No, he did.
Yeah, he switched over to Unholy. I just looked over at the draft. So I think that makes a lot more sense. The Frost Death Knight is just getting countered because Casu and Tony Farrell know exactly how to play around it.
You were 100% correct with that Unholy lock-in. Now we are headed to Black Rook Hold. My Way going to be leading by 1 in this elimination series. Only 2 series left today. The question is My Way going to be able to take down another one with potentially less corruption on the folks of Sky 7? Or will this series be evened out? We're going to find out right now.
And let's see, Hydra, Casu, Tony Farrell, they did a great job in that last game, really capitalizing on the fact that Rodden was, a little bit over-corrupted. How are we saying his name? I don't think it is Rodden.
Roddan?
Roddan. I think we're going to go with Roddan this game. I think we've messed that up. Raiden? Is it Raiden? I don't know. We should probably know this, but I'm sure the chat will correct us at some point. It is going to be the Windwalker Death Knight, now Unholy, going up against the jungle once again. It was all about the spite in the last game. Sky 7 really trying to set up spites on Hydra. I'm curious to see if they do it again, but it looks like potentially not. We're going to see Leo taking a little bit of damage right now. The Lingering Psychic Shell, Fortifying Brew, that's going to make him very durable as he pushes forward onto Hydra. And it looks like the Windwalker Death Knight does want to be going after Hydra in this matchup, but Leo just playing defensive, running away, getting the leg sweep on Casu, Tony Farrell. Completely defensive plays there, and definitely an interesting start here for Sky 7.
So Leo switched to completely full versatility, realizing that, hey, we could just win on mana. I don't need to wear that much corruption. And same thing with Roddan. He's swapped over to quite a bit of versatility corruption. He's dropped the corruption stacking, I think, so he's not overloaded. And this is just a standard Windwalker Death Knight that's aiming to survive, run the priest out of mana. Right now, they're not really looking like they're going to survive, though. Big bike connects, and even a full versatility build is not going to keep you alive against My Way, as they take that game their way. Match point out of nowhere.
Wow, they're pulling them apart like a wet napkin. Zico, let's actually talk about how My Way was able to take down back-to-back games against this team.
Well, I feel like even in the first game, there was very early on, I was like, this Windwalker is dead. I wasn't really sure how he was able to survive. He would, survive barely, then teleport back, and then use his Battle Master, maybe proc a Safeguard, and then, he would survive. But on a map like this, there's nowhere to run if you're a Windwalker. And also, the CC chain was just clean. They already had the target a little bit low. I mean, it was the perfect storm. No trinkets, no karma, no nothing, It's just a super, super clean setup here. And one of the things that My Way, in my opinion, does better than I think every jungle we've seen so far is their Drestigath usage.
Okay.
Even when I watch these guys in practice, they're always like, okay, I got big Drest. 3, 2, 1, boom! And then they always coordinate that, with their damage. So it's nice to see.
Whose accent was that?
That was Tony. Shout out to my boy Tony. He's one of the people that queues with me, so
it's funny, since how the setup actually is, I can't actually see your face right now. I thought you were playing a clip. That was a very good accent, very, very well done, Zico. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, you look at that last game, and you guys are trying to pronounce the DK's name, and you don't even actually figure out the pronunciation before we see the words just slapped out of the mouths of Sky 7. The question is, will we see another one go the way of My Way? Will they be able to close out this series? What tweaks do we expect to see, if any? Because I think going into this one, you guys pretty much stated we don't really expect to see many changes. This is one of those scenarios where we kind of know what the teams are bringing, and we're just going to have to see how it plays out. Now, Sid, with what we've seen in these first 2 games, these first 2 data points, what's the equation looking like?
big map where the Windwalker Monk can run away. I think, or a better map for the Windwalker, so maybe Blades or maybe even Mugumbala or something. Just a really big map, and then he focuses on basically 1v2ing the Hunter and the Feral. What do they do?
He
He gave up on Windwalker really fast.
I don't mind it. So one of the reasons why I kind of said that Windwalker Monks can actually die to jungle is because you don't get that benefit from Conflict and Strife. Even though he's playing Conflict and Strife, which normally doubles your versatility defensive bonus when you're caught into a stun, it doesn't work against some stuns. Basically, I think the way it works is any stun that does damage, Conflict and Strife defensive bonus doesn't apply, and that is both Feral stuns. So the Rake and the Maim. So they can actually catch the Windwalker Monk in stun lock combos where normally he'd be very durable with Conflict and Strife and his massive versatility, and he doesn't get that bonus. And that's when they can kind of push through and really burst him down. So being a warrior with defensive stance and, high armor, I think it's going to allow him to live those setups a lot better.
Mamma mia, this is not what we expected, but let's go my way, trying to close it out here. Will they be able to get the 3-0 and knock Sky 7 out of the tournament?
All right, my way looking strong here against Sky 7. Will the Warrior swap from Leo be enough? How much experience does he have on the Warrior? We'll find out. He'll be tested here. His tournament life is on the line. Hydra playing very far back from the fight. Doesn't want to be a target for this Warrior Death Knight. Tony Farrell and Cassio going to engage them in midfield and prevent their advances. Here a mind control onto the Warrior, pulling him very far away from the fight. Setting up some damage actually onto the Mistweaver Monk. My way have not made it entirely clear what their strategy is going to be. They're looking to catch him off guard, but Cassio now caught into the Stormbolt. Hydra into a paralyzed leg sweep. Good counter engagement of crowd control, but now Cassio landing a stun into a trap. Hydra's in position to fear. They activate the Lingering Psychic Shell. They're going after the Death Knight as well. He activates Lichborn. 2 targets getting blasted down while their healer is sitting through a full fear. They activate the Lingering Psychic Shell on the motorcycle. They mind control out. The mind control is disrupted, but they're still very low on health. They pop the T, Zen Focus T, spamming out some big soothing miss, but right at the end of the T, he gets skull bashed. Leo is now in trouble. He's flailing around. Life Cocoon on 20%. Orbre gets stunned. They could switch over to the Mistweaver. I mean, My Way are doing whatever they want with Sky 7 right now.
They're all over the map, and they have massive pressure. Orbre has to trinket out. Raden, he's in some trouble. He's got no defensive cooldowns left. Cassio gets bursted down. Leo trying to get some counter pressure. Paralyzed now on Hydra, but all 3 members of Sky 7 are falling apart. Aubre's going to have to play catch-up, but he gets caught into a fear. Hydra says no way. Doesn't give him a moment to breathe. Nice defensive play there by Hydra as they continue the assault.
They're just standing on top of the Mistweaver. He can't cast, and if he can't cast, he can't heal. Double stun lock engaged by My Way. They are absolutely owning, totally smashing Sky 7 here on match point. Die by the Sword and Lichborn trade for what could be the final trade of the game. They grip Hydra in, but they gripped a Priest in for potentially a Psychic Scream. They knock him out of the barrier. Hydra gets the Psychic Scream. Beautiful punish on the grip, and now this could be a double kill for My Way on match point, and Raden is going to be crunched. Not even 2 minutes in. This is a feat of strength to see a Death Knight die this soon in a game. This is a terrifying jungle.
How do we have 2 jungles in the top 4? Like, actually, what on earth? I did not expect this to happen at all. I really did not expect this to happen at all. Let's talk about how we got into this scenario. Zico, we got 2 jungles. Let's talk about My Way.
Yeah, I mean, this is super, super nice gameplay, of course, from My Way to be able to win that fast in these games. But I also feel like there's a couple of, kind of inexperienced things happening on the side of Sky 7. First of all, we got to talk about maps. There's, in World of Warcraft, there's typically one team that's like the aggressor, and then one team that's kind of, they need to survive and then look for a window to kill later. And that team that needs to survive, obviously, is Sky 7, but they pick the worst maps to survive on, like Hook Point, like Blackrock Hold, and a big reason to why it's such a bad map is if you have a big map, you can have your monk stay really far away, and it makes it really difficult for the Feral and the Hunter to CC the monk and then get back on target, and it kind of stalls out the game in general. But on this map, they can go for the healer, get him low, and at the same time have maybe some bleed sticking on the warrior, and then as soon as the warrior hits like 50-60%, you just trap the healer, and then you go on the warrior. And that death group at the end, I mean, yeah. It wasn't ideal.
I mean, this is just not what we expected at all. Let's actually take a look at one of the moments that you wanted to share with everybody at home and actually break down so we have a better idea of just what this jungle can do.
Yeah, so we have, basically the ending moments here of the game. And this is, a result of the pressure that they had on the Monk. They got the Monk low, they stunned him up, and then they burst him a little bit. And while they were doing all of that, the DK and the Warrior were both kind of dropping low HP. They trap the Monk, then they swap over to the DK. They have good pressure, and then, I don't know why, but the DK grips Hydra on top of his Monk, and then his Monk also stays on top of Hydra, and then Fear comes back up CD. Hydra just, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna Fear, and then they win at the back end of that Fear. So it's a lot of just bad decisions, honestly, combined with a couple of individual errors that allow that game to go the way it did.
All right, now we really are starting to set the stage for Sunday. We just need to figure out the fate of one more series to see who is going to make it into the top 4 for a chance to be the #1 team. Now let's talk about that next matchup just a little bit. Let's talk about the teams that are going head-to-head. Supatis, what are you thinking before we actually jump into the next series?
Demon Hunter Warrior Mistweaver, and then Method Black either play Mage Warlock, maybe they're tilted though, and they just saw Mage Warlock lose, so they might do Frosty K. I'm thinking it's is it gonna be Windwalker Frosty K or Demon Hunter Frosty K? Probably Demon Hunter Frosty K Mistweaver for Method Black, and then it's gonna be Demon Hunter Warrior Mistweaver for Coffin Dance. I think it's gonna be a Cleave showdown.
I mean, yeah, there is a potential here, and there aren't that many times that I feel like we have scenarios where Method Black is really in danger. Wait, this is one of the first times in I don't know how long since we've had a danger of Method Black not making it all of the way to the top 4, making it to the final day of competition. But with how Coffin Dance looked earlier, Venruki, I'd be a little bit scared if I was Method Black.
Yeah, I was quickly looking at the bracket to see which team actually sent Coffin Dance to the lower bracket, and it was Wildcard Gaming in a 3-1. Okay. So far in this tournament, Method Black and Coffin Dance have not yet played against each other, but I'm definitely interested to see how Coffin Dance does, because, I mean, this is a team where they're all absolutely phenomenal at the classes that they play, and it seems like they have a solid plan. The Demon Hunter Warrior Mistweaver Monk looked really, really good, and I'm curious to see if Method Black really has a good answer, because that is a very versatile Cleave composition.
Yeah, and I know one of the other things that you talked about a lot, this was really last week, was how important you thought Warriors were actually going to be to compositions in the current meta. What was it about Warriors that had you instantly saying, this is something that we do need to be paying attention to, Van?
Well, I just think Warriors right now, they're one of the classes that do really, really well with the heavy versatility, having plate armor, defensive stance, and then, of course, all that versatility makes them very durable. They can tank a lot of damage. They have great utility, in my opinion, with the instant crowd control from Intimidating Shout, a really reliable stun with Stormbolt. They do great damage, and I just think they're a really well-rounded class right now, and a lot of teams are starting to take advantage of that and finding success.
Yeah, and we're going to keep this one rocking as well. The teams are actually already getting nice and ready here for our blind pick, so we're going to be getting into the game very quickly. Now, Zico, what do you expect to see? We've kind of already went around the horn a little bit, gotten to hear from everybody, but what are you expecting to see in Method Black versus Coffin Dance?
It's got to be the Frost DK. I feel like there's no way Method Black thinks that they're a better Mage Lock Monk than, the Mage Lock Monk of Tessia. So I think if they lock in a Mage Lock Monk, sure, Riker's Frost, but I think it's a pretty confident statement to make. And yeah, we're gonna see Rogue Mage. Okay.
Ooh.
So yeah, Rogue Mage or Frost DK, both would make sense here, more so than Mage Lock, in my opinion.
All right, well, with that, we're about to get this open. Method Black versus Coffin Dance. This is the last series of the day. It is an elimination series. We could see Method Black, one of the most dominant teams, that the AWC has really ever seen when you look at how consistent they truly have been. They've been able to compete on the biggest stage and get the biggest victories. Now going against some real veterans and also some people that have a lot to prove on the side of Coffin Dance. Let's see who's going to be able to take it as we get ready to start off this final series.
I mean, here it is.
I just feel like if you're Tren, you're scared. So scared right now. Like every single kidney shot, you have to predict. You have to blur it, pre-life cocoon it. You pretty much have to have a cooldown every time. Lontar, though, Lontar actually thinks that he's going to be the target, so he runs conflict. They tried to get combat for Lontar. They jumped in instantly, but Lontar couldn't get there. Now he's sap-spited into blind, and he's playing relentless. I think Lontar just dies in the opener. They've got everybody under crowd control. They silence him. They stun him on the roll. He's not breaking out of the stun. He breaks out late. They could crack the cocoon. A bit surprising to not just see Vendetta pulled here as well. Waz is looking to just stay on target and get more cooldowns. They're not finding it, though. Bit of a lackluster assault there. I was expecting a lot more damage than the Lontar. Raikou punished for his overextension. Stunned with the leg sweep. Double stun onto Chaz and Waz. Tren is running that mana rift. So he is looking to try and burn Chaz's mana and win with that as a win condition later in the game. Lontar is polyed, and now that they know Lontar is playing Conflict, I think they're going to be attacking Tren a bit more.
I mean, everyone is playing Conflict and Strife at this point, and it's just really, really effective against rogues. As every time they're going for that burst, they are going to be throwing in a stun. Tren now caught into a kidney shot. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Dragon's Breath, cheap shot on Lontar. Can Tren survive? That is a question. Of course, that lingering Psychic Shell is going to help a little bit. He's playing Gladiator Safeguard as well. Good job there by Method Black. They get quite a bit of Tren's defensive cooldowns. He's still not topped off. Big damage. And now Lontar actually has to trade out with the Life Cocoon as well. It was a great assault there from Method Black.
Let's see what they can get done here. Lontar's mana still in a decent lead, and Tren is going to need to look to try and land as many mana rifts as possible, but he's Frost Nova'd in midfield. Waz looks like he's trying to re-stealth. Joe hits him with a heroic throw, keeping him in combat. Charging Waz, trying to prevent him from getting in range of Lontar. You can tell that Method Black are just setting up for their spite. They Dragon's Breath spite Tren with a kidney shot. They polymorph Lontar. Doesn't have reverse magic. He's cheap shot. He's just getting blasted. He metamorphoses out of the spites, but his whole team is in a blinding light. He charges in for a triple stun, but a thing from beyond spawns. Will he survive? It connects. Lontar's now out of crowd control. He's trying to fake interrupts. He gets through the kick. Will he be able to get through the counter spell of Raikou? It looks like Tren's going to stabilize, and Raikou is on the back foot. Imprison on Chaz, but it's on diminishing return. Not a big fan of that imprison. Tren now kidney shot, and the thing is, while Tren is being focused, it's going to be very difficult to do what he's doing right now, which is mana rifting. He's going to take a ton of damage when he has to overextend. Counterspell onto Lontar could be the end of the game. What is Tren going to do? The double Dragon's Breath. Looks like he's just going to chill with the statue and be okay. Lontar's passive healing, picking him up. And now Raikou, once again, the focus of Coffin Dance.
Yeah, Waz looking to set up a kidney shot if he can. Spites are going to be rotating back up relatively quickly here for Method Black. But if you look at mana, I mean, Chaz is way behind. There's been really good pressure. Kidney shot now on Tren. Here's the triple spites. And Tren survive? That really is the question. He still has Darkness. He's looking pretty healthy here. We'll have to see what Raikou and Waz can really get done, but it just seems like it is Raikou once again on the back foot. Mana still in favor of Coffin Dance, but a nice interrupt from Raikou. This is an opportunity for Raikou and Waz to really get some damage rolling onto Tren, but Tren, he's not even playing versatility. He's playing Gushing Wounds, just going for full damage here onto Raikou, but they might be able to punish him for it. There's the kidney shot. Can he survive? Big heals from Lontar, and I just think without crowd control on Lontar, I don't think Tren is going to die from, basically any amount of damage Raikou and Waz can put out.
See if Tren can continue to land these mana rifts. He wants to charge on top of Chaz. He does, but now he's very far away from Lontar. He metamorphoses back, gets the mana rift, and then back in range. Mana rift definitely going to be a win condition here for Coffin Dance pretty soon. Chaz already below 50%. Both of his team members taking a beating. Joe Fernandez is absolutely slapping Waz right now. They blind Joe, though. He's playing relentless. He can't escape, but he can Berserker Rage out of sap, so they poly him instead. Lontar dispels, but into another polymorph. He blade storms. Waz gets stunned. Joe needs to run away from Waz. He runs right back to him. Waz goes for the kidney shot, but Lontar pre-life cocoons it. Life Cocoon absorbing a lot of this overcorrupted damage, but they pop Vendetta. They pop Combustion anyway to try and power through with that overcorrupted warrior, but Life Cocoon soaks all of the hits. He's got Lingering Psychic Shell, good defensive management. I mean, Coffin Dance right now, they're working with the 3-player roster. They're doing phenomenally against Cup #1 champions, reigning BlizzCon champions. I mean, it's looking like they could do it.
I have Dakroth on the roster as well, I believe, but we haven't seen him play just yet. Kidney shot on Tren. Was still under fire. Chaz, like I said, his mana isn't looking too great in this situation. We have not even stepped foot into dampening. It might be him having to go look for a drink. Raikou getting bursted down. He's caught into a Storm Bolt. This is the polymorph on Tren as well. Like you said, Sid, I mean, Joe Fernandez, he's doing absolutely insane damage. Was going for a solo kill here on Lontar. Meteor from Raikou. Is that going to be enough? One Corrupted Gladiator Spite drops down. Lontar uses T-Torpedo, gets out of it, looking to heal himself up. In the meantime, Raikou has been left all alone without the help of Waz. I just don't know how much longer he can survive.
Oh, and 10% Chaz uses the sacrifice. But one more Fell Eruption Mana Rift. I mean, Chaz is going to be down to 10, sub 10% mana just as Dampening kicks in with no Avenging Wrath. That's not a good position to be in. He's trying to drink. They have to stop him from drinking. He's sitting down. Ring of Peace around the corner from Lontar. Hits Chaz, denies his drink. No mana for you, but they're trying to punish Lontar for overextending. Fell Eruption Mana Rift. Chaz bubbles it. He has to. He needs to preserve his mana more than his cooldowns if his team is even going to have a chance at this point. But now maybe perhaps having blown his Divine Shield, they switch to the Paladin. It could be a bit reckless. He's trying to get away and drink again. There's no Ring of Peace. Tren is polyed. Joe is out of position. Lontar has a rogue on him. No one can stop him from drinking. Tren is still crowd controlled. They're just ignoring the drink. They're trying to get a Cauterized Ice Block for mana. Raikou's going to blink away. Chaz comes back into the battle. Gets Storm Bolted. They need to get Cauterized for that much mana. But they're not getting it. They interrupt him. Chaz is powering through. He's a couple seconds away. He gets fully feared. They need to get Cauterized on this push. Are they going to find it? 10% left on the Intimidating Shout. They're not going to find it. They're denied. Chaz pulls his team back from the brink with that drink.
And Lontar is still really just struggling with this pressure. I mean, Waz just sitting on him. You basically create a situation as a fire mage where if you're in trouble, the best thing your melee can do is not help you, because all of a sudden you can use your Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, Dragon's Breath polymorphs in order to keep yourself alive. You just put your melee on the healer, and then as a fire mage you can basically easily keep yourself alive with the help of your healer. Lontar, though, under fire, taking huge damage, manages to get out of line of sight for just a second, topping himself off. Was still struggling to get there once again, but Method Black, the strategy is looking a lot better. Just really pressure down Lontar, allow Raikou in order to just keep himself alive with Dragon's Breaths and Polymorphs, and that is basically free Chaz and giving him an opportunity to actually sit down for a drink as well. However, he's burned through a lot of that mana relatively quickly. The mana rifts are starting to sink in, but it looks like Lontar gets interrupted into a kidney shot. Is there any defense? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the darkness down just yet, but Lontar, unbelievably, how did he take no damage there? What was that?
No combustion, no vendetta. The spites were late. Conflict and strife, pretty good. Mana's even now, even despite that drink. Tren lands a couple of mana rifts like he is right now. Is Chaz going to be able to break out of this one? No, mana rift secured. Waz getting swapped to a lot. I love the rogue swaps. If Waz isn't careful, it doesn't pre-feint at double Drestigath, he could easily get dropped. Stun over on the Lontar. Method Black continue to train down the Mistweaver. Ain't no way an Assassination Rogue with no cooldowns is soloing a Mistweaver, though, through Conflict and Strife and a stun. Lontar rolling out into midfield. Chaz sat down for another drink. He got quite a bit of mana, but at least this time around, Joe is going to force an Ice Block. Joe is definitely coming back with a fiery vengeance here, looking to try and prove why he was a BlizzCon champion once again here in the 2020 AWC season, and it's awesome to see.
I mean, it definitely is. Lontar right now, though, in the safety of his Ring of Peace, is Waz still trying to just generate some pressure for his team. Raikou moving into position right now. Lontar crossing the map. He does not want to be on the same side as Waz, Chaz, and Raikou. Can't blame him. He's going to cross the map and actually sit down for a drink. Waz moving forward, maybe looking for a sap, actually gets the distract to stop Lontar from sitting down and recovering too much mana. Tren once again looking for the mana rift. Chaz is going to trade his trinket. Now Lontar and a kidney shot. This is combustion. This is big damage. Lontar could easily just fall, but Tren saves the day with the darkness. That should make him tanky enough to survive this setup. Chaz getting swapped too. Foresees the Blessing of Protection. And right now, I mean, both teams are just so much pressure. We're still early on, actually not too early on in dampening, but still, these teams, there's just so much pressure for both of them. The game really could end at any moment.
Ooh, silence on Lontar, very low health. Raikou blinks in to finish him. Big finish here by Raikou. Dragon's Breath to interrupt him. Raikou carrying here in the final seconds. Things were starting to spiral out of control, but Method Black are going to just take out Lone Tar in game 1 and have the blind pick advantage.
Okay, so what do you actually think about Method Black bringing the Rogue Mage here, Zico? Do you like that choice? Obviously, the blind pick is probably the scariest one for Method Black in particular here. When they do have a lot of options at their disposal, they definitely do want that early momentum. But when they are going in a little bit blind, it seems like this is kind of the game that's probably scariest for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also Coffin Dance played a really good game in terms of defense. Tren wasn't actually stacking that Versa, and they were able to dish out tons and tons of pressure. I think the one thing that was a little bit unfortunate for them was that Chaz got, those drinks off.
Okay, now looking into, let's actually, before we do that, let's actually take a look at some of the moments that you did want to highlight, Zico, because I want to hear what you want to break down in this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff happening back and forth, and you got, Coffin Dance getting these spite setups happening constantly, and here is one of them. Joe gets blinded up, and then they want to spite him, and of course, because they can't sap a warrior because of Berserker Rage, they're going to sheep him into resheep, and similarly to what we saw, Faciled and Zuni do in the last series, you can see Lontar leg sweeping Waz, stopping the person that can stun Joe in this case, and then you can see Joe using that Blade Storm immunity to stun to get out of there, and then he gets stunned up a little bit later, and that at that point Lontar can answer with cooldowns. Joe is not going to just get destroyed from corruption. So just plays like this is always what's going to get them to that later stage. So just to even get to dampening is extremely hard for Coffin Dance. It's just that their win condition is on mana, and they weren't able to execute on that. And I think it's also because of map a little bit.
Okay, so what do you think we're going to be looking at next series as far as map is concerned then, Zico?
I feel like it's a little tough because you want to be on a small map so Chaz doesn't drink, right? But if you go on a small map, it's all of a sudden much, much harder for both Lontar and Tren to survive. So I would actually expect them to just try to pick something relatively neutral. The smallest I would go is probably like Dalaran, because the monk can still kite pretty decently there. But probably like Tigers or Dalaran if I was Coffin Dance. And if I was Method Black, I'd just go Hook Point, or maybe set up a Wizard Cleave on a
We're going to Blackrook Hold, actually. Coffin Dance still going to be playing the Warrior and playing Demon Hunter. So wait, actually breaking down this matchup, so Blackrook Hold definitely threw me for a little bit of a loop. Venruki, what do you expect to see now with all of our information in front of us from the draft?
Well, I like this map. Strictly speaking, from a Mistweaver standpoint, I think being able to keep your Transcendence, your little portal placement in the room, it gives you a lot of freedom on this map to actually get out of line of sight. And I think that area in particular behind the gate, it requires the most amount of movement for Waz to actually, transition from the middle of the map in order to reconnect where he can top himself off quite easily. I think it's going to be difficult for Raikou to push into that room as well. So I think their map choice is basically strictly for Lontar in order to survive, because it was fairly obvious after watching, the better part of that game. Method Black quickly realized that, going after Tren necessarily wasn't the best move, but consistently just having Waz on the healer, generating pressure that way seemed to be the strategy they were going for.
Now, to see Method Black facing elimination this early in a tournament, it's not something that we do see often. They were able to pull down the first game in this series, in this best of 5, but Coffin Dance, although it is a new team name, and we didn't actually get to see them because of the forfeit last week, even though they did make it to the top 8, do not think that you are getting a team that does not have a whole bunch of experience. They've already shown it even in that first game and earlier today. This is not a team that is going to allow an easy 3-0 to happen. They're going to try to even the scale once again here and try to make this one all tied up 1-1. Let's see if Coffin Dance is going to be able to do it on Blackrook.
I mean, that could have been Coffin Dance's game. In all regards, it was looking good for them. They were landing mana rifts consistently. They got ice block from Raikou. They dipped Waz low frequently. They rotated defensive cooldowns effectively. I wouldn't say that Method Black have a free pass to Championship Sunday right now. This is looking to be a very difficult opponent. They're trying to grab combat, so now there will be no sap spite. Good combat engagement. Joe going to jump right into the room here. Tren on the left side, Joe on the right. They're locked in the room together. They're going after Tren, but Waz wants to switch. Lontar paralyzes him on the silence. Beautiful interception by Lontar there, stalling out so Joe can get into the fight here and assist a bit. How is he going to help? He stuns Waz. Lontar now in a Hammer of Justice, but he got Fort Brew off. He portals back into the room, and that's why Black Rook hold is good. He's portaling so far that he's actually off the screen, recovering here in the starting area. Waz gets swapped to, big pressure. He faints here at low health. Chaz gets mana rifted by Tren, and this is an excellent start for Coffin Dance.
Definitely not bad. I mean, Lontar didn't really have to use much in that exchange, and I like the fact that they're going to be pressuring down Waz a little bit more in this match. Lontar gets caught into a kidney stun. That Dressagath didn't really do too much to Lontar. He will be able to survive. Stunlock is now going to be fading, and Lontar should ultimately be able to hold on, not really trade out too many defensives, and now in this positioning, especially when they swap to Waz, it's making it really, really difficult for them to actually take him down. But now they're trying to make a big swap over onto Joe. The preemptive die by the sword on the stun. Joe realizing he was in a little bit of trouble. Lontar almost getting punished there for using or not choosing to play Gladiator's Medallion. So Blind Sap's going to be sitting completely full. And I think this is one thing we could see Method Black really try to utilize in this game is you go after Lontar as much as you want. Then at some point with Blind Sap, you can go after one of the DPS if they trade some of their defensive cooldowns a little bit too early.
Chaz setting up some Holy Lights here, just stacking up Light's Grace damage reduction. Every Holy Light is 5% damage reduction, but now he's stunned into a Mana Rift. I'm interested to see if he uses Divine Shield more rotationally to save mana, but triple Dragon's Breath! Life Cocoon on 10%. Looks like Joe is going to be able to recover, and I think that they dropped the Spites. They're not running Spite this time around, so instead running the Drestagath and the remote guidance device. Waz has a huge amount of burst damage for quite a few stuns. Raikou is running the Claw and still opting to run the Emblem. Lontar currently locked down and stun into stun. Big pressure here. Chaz has flipped his trinkets around. He realized mana was a problem for himself, so he's decided to run the Fangs of Intertwined Essence and get some mana restored on his next 6 spells every 2 minutes. Definitely an important change up here for Chaz, realizing that mana was the main win condition for Coffin Dance.
Lontar still getting pressure down. He actually gets Blink counterspelled. Nicely done there by Raikou. Might be able to actually just solo him and take him down. The safeguard gets dispelled. Joe's also low. Huge damage here for Method Black. Joe's in a lot of trouble. Lontar, how is he going to catch up in this situation? Joe with the Vitality Conduit might be able to hold on. Lontar, nicely done. Vitality Conduit on Joe. Heals himself up, doesn't panic, but still Joe not topped off. Lontar now into a cheap shot, into potential full polymorph. Lontar uses his everyman for himself, gets the Life Cocoon, realizing, hey, if I get polymorphed, it is game over. That was a really heads-up play there by Lontar and allowing Joe to survive.
All right, they managed to make it out of that sticky situation, but now fully blinded. No die by the sword for some time. Lingering Psychic Shells. That tank trinket being very important for these teams in the tournament to survive. But will it be enough? I mean, the crowd control is just endless. They rally and cry on 10% full Hammer of Justice, and that's going to be it for Joe, I think. 1 second away, but 1 second is not enough. I can't help but feel if Lontar saved the everyman for himself just pre-Life Cocooned. I mean, there was no way he didn't know he was going to get stunned with Joe at 10%. Just Life Cocoon him at 10% before you're stunned, then sit the stun, you're fine, and then you can use it on Hammer of Justice later. It seemed like that pressure that they put onto 2 points really taxed Lontar and just wasn't able to navigate through it.
Yeah, I mean, let's actually break down this series. I mean, all of the sudden we are in a scenario where we could see another 3-0 to round out the day, have our top 4 teams for the EU, put that to rest until Sunday, and then wake up bright and early tomorrow to see what does happen in North America. But Zico, are there any things in your mind that could change that? Is there anything that you think could allow Coffin Dance to be able to take a game in this series?
I mean, I'm not sure why they haven't played Dakrov yet, but I think this could be a good moment to kind of bring him out. Because I feel like Method Black are just getting better and better at this matchup. Honestly, there was a moment earlier when they had the blind and they almost secured a kill because of it. Raikou got stopped on his follow-up. And same thing, you know, with now at the end. It just looked like Method Black domination the entire time.
Yeah.
Oh, Dakrov, I'm going to be playing, allegedly.
Yeah, I actually was gonna. I mean, it's probably not worth going into, but
Allegedly.
yeah, it is one of those things too where I mean there were obviously some questions with like last week as to what happened and all of that, but getting to see this Coffin Dance team immediately, you start just going, okay, it looks like this is a team that could potentially go really far, find upsets against some of the best teams, and going up against Method Black this early is probably not something that you really do expect to do. It's definitely a team with a lot of answers as well. If we do see Coffin Dance tweak anything, I feel like Method Black can definitely throw some weird stuff at them if they do need to. But it looks like we are going to Dalaran Sewers with a. I mean, what do you think's going to happen now, Venricky?
I don't know. I mean, really anything could happen. Coffin Dance, they had decent pressure. I think if the moment is right and they get like a stun on Waz and are able to take him down with a big Drestagath, they can also pressure Raikou that way as well. But it just seems like out of all the Rogue Mage Paladins we've seen so far, Method Black plays it the most precise, and honestly, I would say the best that we've seen so far in these last 2 weeks. They have really good crowd control. They know their win conditions. They're not afraid to punish people based off their trinket choices. I mean, for Coffin Dance, if we see Lontar play Trinket, then they're probably just going to outright train him in the game. If he plays Relentless, then they'll train him, but then use Blind Sap to try to take down Joe, and I think it's just a really difficult spot to be in. Honestly, I feel like I'd rather see Coffin Dance switch over to Horde, just so you always have an answer for Blind with Trinket on the Mistweaver Monk, and then you also have, you know, the Orc Racial to reduce those stuns on yourself that make it so scary. I'm not a big fan. I feel like into Rogue Mage in general, as a Mistweaver Cleave, it's just better more often than not to be playing Orc over Human, and I think it would kind of deal with the strategy we're seeing from Method Black. But maybe Method Black would just adapt then and just go for pure CC onto the Mistweaver Monk. I'm not sure, but I think switching it up in some way is important.
All right, Supatees, when we do get to Dalaran, what do you actually want to see Coffin Dance do to stay in this?
Well, it was a bit surprising to see them actually go after the Warrior when they know the Demon Hunter has Gushing Wounds. And they actually just killed him. It seemed like it was so easy. Comparatively to the first game, where they're going after Demon Hunter. I'm very surprised that they were able to kill Joe like that through the Lingering Psychic Shell. But yeah, the Relentless seems like it's not working for him. It seems like it would just be better value to make sure that, yeah, I can get out of Blind every time. Against Rogue Mage, Blind is the scariest moment in the game, and if you run Gliders Medallion, and you just can use it every Blind. But then, of course, later on, Hammer of Justice Polymorph becomes pretty scary, but your teammates can at least somewhat help you with that, whereas they can't really help you with Blind unless they just like get a God Banner. They're like, I see Chaz going around the corner the millisecond that he does, or I see Waz coming around the corner, War Banner the millisecond that it happens, and you're kind of taking a gamble on it, because then if he doesn't Blind, kills your War Banner, and then you have no War Banner. So I'm interested to see what build they decide to run with the Mistweaver. If he's going to run Trinket for Blind, or if he's going to continue to try and gamble it.
And you know, I gotta say, Joe has looked incredible, right? You know, if you guys ever ended up competing in a tournament, I would say the same thing about you guys. No matter what, anytime somebody goes from caster back to playing, it's obviously a very exciting thing to see. What's it like to actually see this team form, though, as a whole, Zico? I mean, it's a lot of names that we've obviously known in the past. What do you actually think of this team coming together and forming Coffin Dance?
I like it. I like, you know, all the players on the roster I'm friends with, and they're all, you know, highly skilled individuals. They stream, and, you know, as for Joe, it's always good to see him get back there, because, you know, when we sit and we joke around on the desk about Thorns, we don't necessarily think about how good he is at the game, but he is really up there in terms of Warriors. You know, former BlizzCon champion, one of the best. Do it. So it's always nice to see our brother Joe, you know, representing us old men here on the desk and doing it with style.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like he's not even the oldest person playing.
Definitely
Who
not.
Who is the oldest person playing?
Zidu.
Is that true?
Actually,
I'm just kidding.
No, you know,
I'm just kidding.
it actually might be true.
No, I was thinking. No. I was thinking about. I was thinking about this earlier today when I was watching Hydra play, and I actually remember playing against Hydra in 2009, which was 11 years ago.
Wait,
I played against him at an MLG event. 11 years ago.
Isn't Richard older than Chuck, though, right? Or Mez is older than Sidu.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. We're all old. Everybody's getting old, but that's why every single person in WoW is just balding at this point. You know, it's just a matter of life. It just is that way. But also, you know what else has just been a matter of life in these AWC tournaments? Method Black making it to Championship Sunday. They want to make sure that they are doing it nice and easy right now by taking down this one more win on Dalaran Sewers, and that will also put Coffin Dance out of this tournament. Let's see if Method Black is going to be able to do it, or if this newly formed team of Coffin Dance is going to be able to keep this series rocking.
Could be the last game of the day, everybody, here on Dalaran Sewers. Joe Fernandez looking to keep tournament dreams alive here. Their game 1 was so excellent, but game 2 they were thrown for a loop and they fell apart. Let's see if they can put it back together here. Reverse sweep reigning BlizzCon champions. They don't get combat. They get sapped. 3 spike grenades on the ground. Those purple circles are going to stack corruption on Tren. Blinding light inside of it. He gets dispelled. He breaks away from it with the metamorphosis. Jumping right onto the mage. Kidney shot instantly on his eye beam. Beautiful timing by Waz, negating a lot of that Demon Hunter pressure. Not allowing him to stack that Furious Gaze Azurite twice in a row. Waz gets Crackling Jade off the side. Nice play by Lone Tar. Waz is trying to capitalize though by the reposition and re-stealth. Joe stops the re-stealth with Heroic Throw. Moving back onto the Rogue, trying to punish him for overextending. Big leg sweeps, sharpened blade onto Waz. Chaz repositions to pick Waz up, but now he's caught into a Storm Bolt. Unfortunately on diminishing return, so not too much pressure going to be found. Kidney shot once again onto Trend. Lone Tar says, I need to get away from the Paladin. Repositions to the opposite side of the map. Waz is trying to keep the fight on top of Lone Tar. Goes for a Shadow Step kick. Lone Tar fakes out the kick. Ports the poly back behind his original boxes. Nice bait by Lone Tar, keeping his portal on the same pillar. Double stun engage, triple stun engage by Coffin Dance. Insane pressure onto Waz. Chaz needs to power through. He's got Avenging Wrath. His heals are enhanced, but he gets crowd controlled on it for a moment. Raikou gets knocked off the side by the Ring of Peace. Blinks back upstairs. Waz cheap shotting both targets, stalling the fight. Buying time for Chaz to recover. And both sides take a moment to breathe here after that initial exchange.
I mean, you're going to need a moment to breathe, my friend. There's Super T's rap god out here, but Lone Tar positioned at the pillar right now. He's going to be able to keep his team in the fight. Raikou actually pushing forward. What are they looking for? Nice by Lone Tar, the double leg sweep. This should free him from any scary situation that he might have faced himself there. Getting out of line of sight, Waz not able to connect. A little bit of a blunder there by Raikou and Waz getting grouped up. But now it's Joe who could be in some trouble. He gets the life cocoon. Going to be completely fine. Lone Tar with great positioning in this game. Coffin Dance, they are not going to allow Method Black to win this third game easily.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Already down to half mana. Lone Tar gets interrupted. This could be a great time to capitalize on crowd control. Polymorph lands. They need to reverse magic, but Trent is in a Frost Nova. He can't get to Lone Tar to reverse the poly. Joe is getting crunched. They drop the darkness in desperation, but their gladiator's spiting the darkness. Joe needs its defense, but he also doesn't want the corruption to stack. He has to charge out of the darkness on such low HP. Lone Tar picks him back up here. Lingering Psychic Shell going to support as well. Coffin Dance are all in here on Waz. Can they take him out? Waz retreats away with the Blessing of Freedom. Chaz repositions away from the interrupts to pick his team back up with the Avenging Wrath. Good recovery by Method Black. Both sides begin to sustain. Another Polymorph lands. No reverse magic for this. Joe caught in a full stun. Trent's trying to save him with the triple Chaos Nova, but Lone Tar is just continuously crowd controlled. Joe holds out just in time. Left Cocoon saves the day. Lone Tar looking to reposition here back to the boxes. Waz is chasing him. Raikou crowd controls both damage dealers out in midfield of the Dragon's Breath to try and set Chaz up for a drink. He's not going to find the drink. Tren instantly charging over to stop that. They still hold the mana advantage here on match point, but Joe now has no Gladiator's Medallion. They stun Waz behind the pillar. Joe going after Waz with the sharpened blade down to half health, soaking up a lot of heals from Chaz. But Trent isn't able to help. Lone Tar repositions, but now he's very far away. He Ring of Pieces the Smoke Bomb. Waz can't attack Joe, but they don't even need Waz. Joe's just getting owned by Raikou, holding on by a thread, full blind. They're spiting Lone Tar on the poly, but they have reversed. They reverse him out, but he still has to die by the sword. They also drop the War Banner. They use so many cooldowns to stay alive here. Can Coffin Dance still do it here with this cooldown deficit?
I don't know, but I mean, that was a really nice play there by Joe. I thought for sure he was dead. 10% health, a full blind on the healer. Once again, a spike drops. Joe spins out of it, trying to avoid that corruption. Another Polymorph lands on Lone Tar, but Waz, he's in some trouble. He's caught to a stun. Oh, they managed managed to take him down. Beautiful counter aggression there by Coffin Dance. He was just so low. He had no trinket. He got caught into a stun and absolutely taken down. And like I said, Coffin Dance, they're not going to give up this series easily. Definitely wanted to battle it back in this series.
Not to be a Debbie Downer, though. How bad does it get when we do go to the next map and they can potentially, just go a little bit bigger on the map, Zico?
I feel like, well, it depends, If they really want to and they lock in, a wizard comp or, something that wants to go late, I feel like the map will matter.
Okay.
But for the next game, I'm expecting Method Black go Rogue Mage Pally and maybe lock in, has Hook Point been played yet?
I believe.
No, it hasn't.
No.
Yeah, I would almost be certain that Method Black just locks in Hook Point.
Okay.
Because that game was so close. I mean, Yo, at the end there when they had that blind, it was so scary. Like, Joe was down to like 1%, activated the avatar, charged, to avoid damage. Reverse magic came in, Joe was like 1%. So I feel like Method Black, they probably won't change comp.
Okay.
When it was that close.
All right, yeah, that was the first thing that kind of popped into my head, just thinking about what the rest of the series could have looked like. But now, let's talk about that last game just for a little bit and why it was so close. Super Tees, are there any big moments that popped off the page for you?
I mean, the entire game.
Yeah.
I mean, that literally was like the most intense game, I think, of the day, maybe of the year. It was just like every single moment, I'm like, is he going to die in this stun? I mean, that doesn't happen very often. A lot of these games are kind of like, yeah, these teams are waiting for dampening, but this wasn't.
Yeah, it's kind of...
I mean, trying to get through a game against a rogue is relentless, so you have to sit every blind. I mean, that alone makes it so stressful.
It was also like nice when you actually look and you're watching the game and you can see everybody in chat like saying like X player is MVP, this player is MVP. Everybody was playing out of their mind in this one, and this is one of those series as well where it very much feels like a matchup that is worthy of already being in the top four, let alone being one that is competing for the top four. And I'm excited to see what Coffin Dance actually does for the rest of the year as well. But of course, we do need to actually see how they do in this series. Method Black has already proved quite a bit of dominance throughout the years. Coffin Dance trying to extend this all of the way to a Game 5. Now, we talk about Method Black potentially bringing the same composition, potentially going to Hook Point. Enrique, do you think that that's what we're going to see as well, as Zico kind of predicted?
It looks like we do have the map selection here. And I mean, this is kind of I'd say a no-brainer here for Method Black. They're going to be locking in Tolvaron Arena, and I would be very suspicious if I was Coffin Dance going into a Mage Warlock. I think just on the large map, they want to play Mage Warlock. I mean, it just makes sense, right? You really just play to the strength of the composition on that map into a melee cleave. That being said, we already saw Coffin Dance play the Demon Hunter Warrior and beat a Mage Lock Mistweaver on Tolvaron Arena. So Method Black definitely has to consider that moving forward into this game, but maybe they feel like, hey, you know what, we're better than that Mage Lock. We'll be able to, succeed where they failed. But I don't think this is going to be a terrible matchup for Coffin Dance. We've already seen them do quite well into that Mage Lock. Just the Demon Hunter, the Warrior seemed very durable. They were able to put a lot of pressure, and I would expect, this to be a very close Game 4.
All right, yeah, headed into the Game 4 now. We are going to go to Tolvaron, like Fenrique said. Zico, how do you feel about this now that we are going to that larger map?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, map probably won't matter unless they go Tolvaron and swap their comp completely to a Wizard Cleave. And personally, I'm giving this a higher win percentage for Coffin Dance than I would if they played against, the Rogue Mage Pally on a smaller map, to be honest. I feel like the Rogue Mage Pally games are so close, but after seeing how Coffin Dance perform against a Mage Lock Monk, I can just see Method Black actually losing the same way, you know, that Coffin Dance beat the previous team that played this comp. So I feel it's a gamble, but we'll see what they end up locking in. They haven't decided yet for the Mage Lock. They could play, other stuff too, so I'm not entirely sure here what we're
if they do lock it in, like you're saying, it really just does show such a level of confidence from them, because coming into this matchup, you look at Coffin Dance and you just look at this tournament, you look at how they played into that composition, it's like, wait, this actually works? Did they find an answer to this composition that's been relatively oppressive in the meta, right? I mean, it was a composition that didn't necessarily have a solution, and all of a sudden Coffin Dance starts playing the but we are actually going to see Method Black go with the Rogue Mage, and they're going to bring the Paladin as well. So somewhere in between, Zico, of the two different lines of play that they did have, how do you feel about bringing this composition on the larger map?
I feel like the team that's the aggressor likes the smaller map, no matter what matchup it is. And I think the team that's the aggressor is Method Black right now. I think if the game drags on, I mean, they probably still have a pretty decent advantage, but I think it swings more in favor of Coffin Dance at that point.
Okay. All right.
I don't really
But
agree.
I would have loved to see a small map.
I think they picked this so Chaz could drink. And if he drinks continuously, they either have to come out and stop it, and then they die. And if they don't stop it, then he's full mana the whole game, and they can't win. I think
So I
that's
feel
what
like
Method
Lontar-
Black is thinking.
There's something.
I think Lontar dies within 2 minutes if they play a small map.
So the way I kind of see it is on the large map, it allows Raikou a lot more space to survive. Like, what I anticipate the strategy to be, I mean, obviously they might switch it up depending on what Lontar's doing with his trinket, but I expect Waz to be going after Lontar. The problem is, when Lontar is running and basically keeping himself alive and getting out of line of sight, that's going to allow Raikou to really kind of have his way with Joe and Tren. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, Dragon's Breath, Polymorph, Frost Novas. And if Lontar isn't there in line of sight to get those dispels, Joe and Tren are going to eat quite a bit of crowd control, and that's when Raikou can use the Shimmer to get in line of sight and assist Waz. And also, like Sid kind of said, Chaz escaping, getting drinks. I definitely understand the game plan coming in from Method Black, but I do have to agree with Zico. I think on the smaller map, it's going to be really difficult for Lontar to survive.
Well, this is an exciting one. I mean, it's not very often that we actually hear the analysts having so many different lines of play that could happen, so many different strategies that can happen with the compositions that are at hand. Maybe not even an agreement all around the table on how this one is going to end. Keep in mind, Method Black trying to eliminate Coffin Dance here and close out the day.
Oh, they get a sap on the Mistweaver. They could just spite Lontar. They're not. I don't think they're running the spites. They blinding light him instead. Not so much capitalization so far. Finally, the stun onto Lontar. How much damage can they deal here? Hammer of Justice laid down. They reverse it. They try to silence the reverse. It was 1 second too late. Lontar gets the life cocoon. He's going to start to stabilize, but Raikou has already gotten on his path. He can't escape that way. He has to turn tail and run to the opposite side of the pillar. But this is the downside. Why did you pick Tolvaron and try and kill Lontar? This is probably one of the better maps for the Mistweaver to survive. And they've negated that first assault. Mana Rift's likely landing here shortly. Might have been polyed on it. No, that Mana Rift definitely landed. Lontar's just going to kite across the universe. Joe and Waz are going to go at each other here. Joe got left behind. He's caught in a smoke bomb with a kidney shot. Choosing not to use the Gladiator's Medallion. He's very low with the Gladiator's Maledict stacking up on him with a full poly on a Lontar. Lingering Psychic Shell about to end. War Banner on the re-poly. Catches some crowd control, but not the full blind. A full blind on match point. Another Gladiator's Maledict. Rallying Cry. Darkness. Everything thrown out here to keep Joe alive. Coffin Dance are absolutely being dismantled.
Yeah, they are. But, I mean, Lontar, he managed to keep him alive. Joe, he did use the Everyman for himself. The die by the sword in order to survive, but Lontar with the preemptive Vitality Conduit on that Polymorph. Raikou was zoning Lontar quite a bit, so it was difficult. It's basically a difficult decision for Lontar. He either pushes in, tries to keep him alive with Vitality Conduit, and gets Polymorphed, or just outright let him die. So I think Lontar made the right decision. That was a really scary moment there for Coffin Dance. Lontar getting the Paralyze on Waz. Should be able to recover here. But now he's actually a little bit vulnerable. Waz gets the re-stealth, gets the Garrote Silence, potentially into a full stun, but nice! Leg sweep coming in from Lontar, now needing to reposition far away so that Raikou can't get too much damage. But Raikou finds a nice Polymorph. Now, what are they going to do? What are Waz and Raikou going to do? Reverse Magic comes in. Kidney shot on Lontar. But Waz, he needs to be very careful. Once again, getting caught into these stuns. Forced to use out basically all his defensive cooldowns. He's continuing to push forward. I mean, Lontar is in some trouble here. This is a very aggressive play by Method Black that might pay off for them. Lontar with the Ring of Peace keeps Waz at bay. Just trying to get out of line of sight. Shadow Step lands. But Lontar, he crosses the map. Is he going to be able to hold on? And no, he is not. Method Black with an all-in push managed to take game number 4, 3-1 over Coffin Dance.
Wow. Okay. Zico, let's actually break that one down. How did they manage to close this one out? How did Method Black manage to stay in the tournament and eliminate Coffin Dance?
They just played a really good game, honestly. I think there was, some dicey moments, but overall they had decent pressure on Lontar. I feel like Lontar didn't play this game that well, if I'm being honest. Like when Joe got smoke bombed, he was getting a little zoned by Raikou. I think he could have moved in. He should have made a call there much sooner to either push in or just stay back and let Joe come to him. He kind of committed like when the bomb was already over, and it just put them super far behind because they had to use darkness, they had to use a lot of their defense there, and then they didn't have that available for Lontar later on. But I think it was pretty strange how Lontar actually died, because usually after you get stunned, you're able to kind of top yourself, but Lontar wasn't actually able to do that after that stun, and he tried to use Way of the Crane to kind of clear all of his snares and just cross the map, but died while he was crossing.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to... I just want to say really quickly, actually, before we do keep this rocking, when you do look at Coffin Dance as a team, now that we actually did get to see them in tournament play, I feel like we might be seeing quite a lot of them. And keep in mind, if you are consistently top 8ing, you're in a position where you should be able to get pretty deep into the year. So it was awesome to get to see Coffin Dance. They just went up against one of the hardest opponents that they're going to have, and they still did look quite good, able to take one game away from, but Method Black still in this tournament, trying to get back into the good graces of yet another grand final. But with that, let's actually start to talk about the entirety of the day. Let's talk about how the bracket actually does look now, and start to think about what we're going to see on Sunday when we actually do get to look at this top 4 in action. Sid, was there anything that really did surprise you today?
I mean, last week Wildcard Gaming got sent down to the lower bracket, and then this week Method Black got sent down to the lower bracket. Usually EU has kind of been this 2-horse race between Method Black and Wildcard, but consistently we see these newcomers taking it too.
And like newcomers.
Well, I say newcomers as in like they're new to actually winning.
Any team that isn't Wildcard or Method Black is a newcomer.
Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
That seems about right. Checks out.
I thought we said if people competed in Kata, that means they're old man. Zuni competed back then.
Well, I mean, regardless of how old everybody is, we do know how everything is going to look when we actually do get to see EU again in Sunday. And it is Wildcard against Enlight, which we are going to see in those winners finals in the top side of the bracket. Neither of those squads have dropped a series yet. And Wildcard definitely wants to try to get into that grand final. But, I mean, the real crux of it is Enlight's already gone on such an impressive run so far, and look at one of the teams that they did manage to take down, AWC. This has definitely been interesting to see where AWC has been placing so far in these tournaments. Curious in the future weeks how they'll be able to do, but ultimately Enlight, they're playing a composition that we didn't think would have the best chances, but so is My Way, and we're in a very interesting world where those teams could end up going up against each other. There's a chance that Method Black just manages to take out My Way, and there's a chance that, we do see that Method Black versus Wildcard grand final again. Then Rookie, what do you think we actually do see come to pass?
I mean, it's going to be difficult to call, but I think what I'm most excited about is a potential rematch between, if Method Black can beat My Way and Enlight ends up losing, which I think is, a very plausible situation, a rematch between Method Black and Enlight, because it might be Enlight, out of all the teams here, that are able to keep Method Black out of that grand final. They already beat them 3-1. Didn't seem like Method Black had the most solid answer. So for Method Black, it's going to be about going back to the drawing board and trying to figure out something for these jungle cleaves.
Okay.
Just real quick, I feel like Wildcard against My Way didn't look that convincing either. Like they were winning, but it was kind of dicey, when they won with the LA Shaman. It was kind of a long game, and I feel like I haven't seen like a comp from Wildcard where I'm like, okay, this is a hard counter to jungle. They can't do anything. I need to see that. Otherwise, Enlight could just beat them as well in the upper, and all of a sudden we could have Wildcard and Method Black in the lower. fighting for their lives. So there's a lot of interesting scenarios here.
It is really exciting to think about all of that, but it's only half of the story, guys. When we actually do get to Sunday, it's not just EU, it's NA as well, which means tomorrow we have to do what we just did here today for EU, but for North America. We're going to be figuring out our top 4 teams tomorrow, and we're going to take a look at that bracket right now and see what squads from North America have made it. Yesterday, I actually did get to have a relatively long conversation with Peekaboo. Yeah, today's Friday. Yeah, so it was yesterday. Man, I'm really bad with the days of the week. But ultimately, we do see Peekaboo and the boys managing to make it all the way to the top 6. We also do have Cloud9, Space Station, and Phoenix there on the upper side of the bracket. In the lower side of the bracket, we're going to see Easy Money, M2KC, haven't said that name in a while, and also we are going to have Method Orange and Hamsty. So let's actually talk about some of these squads. What are you guys expecting as far as big performers to really be in the NA region, Zico?
I'm a C9 boy, they every time they just look like they got the whole region, they got it locked down. They know how to beat everybody. The answer is Mage Log. And I think Method Orange, I'm kind of excited. I'm excited to see Charlotte because it's Jamili's team and it's the first time we actually get to see them. I'm excited to see how the Golden Guardians will do because they've, got knocked out a little too early in my opinion last week. And I'm excited to see if Method Orange can, kind of climb up to that top spot because last week they came second. I want to see, did they polish anything? Did they prepare something for Mage Warlock? Because that's, I think, their big test. So there's a storyline of each team that I'm kind of keeping track of.
Yeah, and when we talk about those storylines, I think the most telling thing is going to be the standings. And we can take a look at the standings for the North American region. Cloud9, as you did already mention, they've looked darn good. 120 points for them. And like Zico just said, Method Orange managing to get in second place last week in the first week of the AWC. They get 100 points. So after that, we start to see some of the other teams fill everything out. But we have some other teams going for deep runs now, already being in the top 6, for example, like the Golden Guardians, who had 20 points. So we're going to start to see some teams really pull ahead now that the points are going to be dispersed differently based off of how different this bracket does look for the region. I think Golden Guardians are going to be a very fun matchup to watch, but also, depending on how deep they really do get, I can't stress how big that really can be for their entire year, right? If you do secure these points nice and early, Ven, you're putting yourself in just such a good place.
I mean, there's not that many opportunities. Let's be honest. There's not that many opportunities to actually earn points. And as soon as, if you're consistently making it to that top 8, that gap is just going to get bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden, if, you're not in that top 8 for points, in order to make it to a comfortable position, you're going to have to get, a top 3 finish in the tournament, which is definitely not an easy thing to do. We can see the level of competition is really higher than it has ever been in the past. And it's definitely a tall order for all of these rosters, but every single one of these tournaments, you need to be making as many points as possible, which means you need to not be dropping a single series if you can avoid it.
They can't be dropping a single series if they can afford it, but we actually do want you guys to drop one thing, and that is a follow and hit the subscribe button on this channel so you don't miss any of the action tomorrow. Today was awesome. We got to see everything that did happen in the EU, and we know our top 4 teams in the region. They now get a little bit of a break. We will see them on Sunday, where we will crown the champion of that region alongside the champion of NA. But tomorrow, we get to figure out who the top 4 teams from North America are going to be. I cannot wait for it. It's going to be the same time, same place. We will see you there tomorrow for Cup number 2 at 10 a.m. PT. Folks, thank you for a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.